Yes, Mr. Netanyahu. The space lasers are activated. I am targeting those people. Yes, those who seek to expose us. Those who seek to be in our every thought. Yes. Oh, thank you for the 7,000 shekels. I really appreciate that. Cha-ching. I am doing your bidding, O high, powerful one. Ha 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 ha. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live again. Thank you for being with me. We're going to have Donkey Kong 64 complete 101% walkthrough playing in the background here as we continue going through another, what should we call it? Epic by Mr. Dave Farina. Good morning, everybody. I'm probably going to be live streaming starting a bit earlier on a regular basis. Let me just get this all caught up. Okay. Perfecto. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you all had sweet dreams. Sweet dreams of that include a lack of misinformation. All right. We're going to jump into it just in a minute here. Do I have any housekeeping items? If you can get up to Vancouver for September 18th and 19th, or either date, on the 18th, it will be Kyla Turner, Not So Erudite, sharing the stage with none other than Destiny. They will be debating audience members, debating some YouTubers, maybe even debating me on various topics on the 18th in Vancouver. All that information can be found at pang-burn.com/tickets. And then the following day, Destiny will be debating in a 4-hour epic, 4 hours, with none other than Ezra Levant, who is the CEO, leader of the biggest conservative news outlet in Canada. So that'll be interesting. And on October 3rd, we will be in Dallas, Texas. Destiny will be debating someone by the name of Terrence Popp, who's a manosphere, red pill guy who's a veteran who has his own YouTube channel. And then after they debate, Pearl Davis and Lauren Southern will be debating things related to the manosphere as well. I thought it was important to try to lead some of the manosphere red pill people to Pangburn so they can engage in the good faith helpful dialectic over here at Pangburn. Maybe expose them to some new ways of thinking about things like masculinity, what it means to be a good person. Alice says Ezra Klein. No, this is Ezra Levant. And then on October 10th, it will be the debut for 3 atheists who are headlining the Pangburn No God Debate Tour, which will feature allegedly Ian, Dr. Blitz, and Justin Deconstruction Zone. They will be on stage in New York on October 10th, open and ready to have conversations with any theists who want to challenge them on their atheist position. So it's about bringing theists and atheists together to have good faith, helpful debates. Because of the success in sales in New York, we have extended that tour to the West Coast already. We have San Francisco and LA dates. And let me just pull those up just to make sure I get them right. Again, all of this information can be found at pang-burn.com/tickets. So San Francisco will be November 13th and LA will be November 14th. Same deal, same guys on stage. They will be defending their atheist position. Any theists who are interested in debating these popular atheist streamers are welcome to come and have a good faith, helpful debate. It is 3-on-1. I mean, if you bring a gang with you, let's say if you bring if two of you show up or a gang of three, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't think there's going to be any rules against that. We can get some extra mics out and go 3-on-3. That could be fun. We did 10.5 hours of streaming yesterday. I think we're about 3/4 of the way through Dave's video. And what else? I am scheduled to be on stage with Sabina Hassenfelder for some friendly debate and conversation relating to science and reason. So that will be very interesting. October 24th, that is scheduled for. And we moved the Pearl Davis and Kyla Turner Not So Erudite date to November 28th due to some unforeseen circumstances. But that is scheduled for New York City as well. So that's what's going on with regards to live events. We are getting close to being able to announce the first Pangburns Symposium 1. Pangburn Symposiums are going to be 2-day conferences that are treated like open discussion conferences on various topics. We're going to have a philosophy portion, half of the first day, half of the second day will be politics, half of the third day will be science, and then did I decide to do a free-for-all? Let me just double check. Oh no, and then we'll dedicate one entire half of a day to religion. So there will be a famous intellectual who will be heading up each category, so philosophy, science, politics, and religion. And then there will be a bunch of YouTubers and known figures underneath that, kind of like there will be the main figures who are the headline or the headliners for the conferences. And then we'll have a bunch of groups of different well-known YouTubers and whatnot who will also be engaging on those specific topics during those days. But these will be very much open discussions, kind of a dream scenario to be able to make high resolution philosophy, science, politics, and religion content. That's the goal of these symposiums. And I'm really looking forward to that. It's something I've been thinking about for a long time, but we have some great names lined up already. So stay tuned for that. Okay, let's get into this, shall we? So apparently I'm going to be running into, by way of Dave's video, a bunch of sex related claims about Destiny. So we'll just deal with those as they come, and we'll investigate to see if there's any merit to these claims and to see what Dave is basing these claims on, and we'll just take them as they come. Let's go. Don Don in the chat, everybody. Make sure you subscribe to Don Don's channel. He says, "Oh my God, it's already begun, Travis. I think he said it meant maniac, but he said manmiac. I'll take manmiac. I like it. All right, let's go."
People and illegally expand its territory every single day. And do you know what else Israel is doing while the ICJ moves at a snail's pace? They're hauling off 100 trucks worth of rubble per day, 10 million tons so far, with no independent oversight. This is not just to prepare for real estate development. They are actively erasing evidence of their war crimes. They're removing bodies of innocent people.
There has been no evidentiary demonstration that they're actively, specifically removing evidence of their war crimes. That has not been established or demonstrated.
They've slaughtered, whether in mass graves or under demolished buildings they carpet bombed. This is specifically being done to evade criminal investigation, to erase for.
So Dave's own thing says debris scattered across Gaza may contain potential mass graves and bodies of entire families. It has not been demonstrated that any of this removal is, in fact, being done purposefully to cover up war crimes or to move graves and bodies to hide them. That hasn't been demonstrated.
Forensic evidence so that when investigators are finally allowed to snoop around, they won't find everything.
That's motive attribution. Dave has no evidentiary warrant to believe that.
They are literally destroying crime scenes. In the meantime, we know the extent of the atrocities today. It's genocide. When all the Palestinians in Gaza that are still alive are rotting in concentration camps, and the
Dave can say genocide as much as he wants, but a full investigation hasn't even been done. The human rights organizations, and I know this is, I just have to repeat this. We're in a new day, new video. The organizations, which Dave likes to say that it's unanimous that it's genocide by human rights organizations. No, it's not at all unanimous. We read a very long list of organizations yesterday that have been working in Gaza that have not determined this to be a genocide. That's not their determination. At least yet. But again, these organizations and UN commissions, etc., aren't doing full investigations. Why? Because they're not a court authority that Israel must respond to. Israel must respond to the International Court of Justice, and they are the ones that are equipped to do the full investigation. So a full investigation has not been done. It has not been made public. Legal arguments haven't been made. Determining genocide is much different, much higher standard of evidence required, a much higher burden of proof required to demonstrate things like genocidal intent. Much harder to demonstrate genocidal intent as opposed to demonstrating what seem to be clearly war crimes. And war crimes will often be adjudicated by the state itself or by the ICC. So we will keep an eye on that. But yeah, there's almost certainly going to be there almost certainly has been war crimes committed. Has ethnic cleansing been committed? We can look at the level of displacement, the level of destruction, potentially. But all of that considered, all the death that has occurred, doesn't mean that genocide has occurred. You need to prove genocidal intent. Genocidal intent. And Israel, of course, are not the only ones who have almost certainly committed war crimes, right? The militants on the other side have committed war crimes as well. So go back just a moment here.
We know the extent of the atrocities today. It's genocide. When all the Palestinians in Gaza that are still alive are rotting in concentration camps and the new Gaza high rises are up and running,
Where's my other window? Where's my other window? There we go.
the whole place
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being with me. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. Like.
looking like fucking Dubai, filled with American and Saudi and Israeli billionaires. Are you still gonna whine about some ICJ ruling, or can you use your fucking brain like a normal person with a conscience?
Dave, you're the one who's jumping the gun on this determination because the investigation, doesn't that sound silly to you? The investigation has not been completed yet by the investigative body that is equipped to do a full investigation with regards to genocide. You're the one who's jumping the gun, and it's ethically and epistemically irresponsible. It's bad. It's wrong to do that. Plain and simple. So this idea that Gazans are rotting in concentration camps, it's not a technically accurate description of Gaza's displacement camps. It's rhetorically extreme. There is an extremely severe underlying humanitarian reality. Most Gazans remain displaced. Many live in overcrowded tent/displacement sites with unsafe water, sewage, disease, poor shelter, and restricted access to aid. But, quote, concentration camp is not the standard legal, historical, UN, ICRC, or humanitarian classification for those sites. What concentration camp normally means academically. The U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum gives a useful generic definition. A concentration camp is a place where civilians perceived as security threats are detained outside ordinary judicial process, typically under the control of a regime or detaining authority. That overlaps conceptually with internment. The ICRC defines internment as non-criminal detention imposed for security reasons on persons regarded as serious security threats. That is fundamentally different from a humanitarian displacement site. Gaza currently has roughly 1,600 displacement sites. OSHA reported approximately 1,600 active displacement sites, and in May 2026, estimated about 1.7 million people were living in them. These include tents, makeshift shelters, schools being used as shelters, collective centers, informal camps. But OSHA calls them displacement sites, not concentration camps. Residents are displaced civilians seeking shelter. They have not been individually interned as security detainees, and these sites are not operated as guarded detention compounds from which residents are legally forbidden to leave. That distinction alone makes Dave's terminology technically poor. The humanitarian conditions, however, are genuinely horrific. This is where we shouldn't try to overcorrect Dave's passion here. As of August 2026, OSHA says nearly the entire 2.1 million person population is concentrated in less than half of Gaza amid extremely overcrowded conditions. Recent UN reporting documents 90% of surveyed households experiencing moderate to high water insecurity, sewage/sludge close to shelters, solid waste accumulation, overcrowding, acute respiratory infections, diarrhea, disease, and parasites, damaged shelters, inadequate sanitation, recurrent displacement, continuing military danger. AP reported just this week on displaced families living beside garbage dumps, dealing with rats and scavenging garbage for material to burn for cooking. So if by quote rotting, Dave simply means living in for prolonged periods in filthy, degrading, dangerous humanitarian conditions, that rhetorical characterization has a very substantial factual basis. It is the concentration camp classification that is the problem. Gaza's historical refugee camps aren't concentration camps either. There's another terminology trap. Gaza had 8 recognized Palestine refugee camps even before October 7th. Jabalia, Beach slash Shati, Nuzeret, Berij, Magazi, Daer al Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. UNRWA defines a Palestine refugee camp as land set aside to accommodate refugees and provide facilities to them. UNRWA expressly says it does not administer or police the camps. Many had evolved over decades into dense urban neighborhoods containing homes, shops, schools, clinics, roads. So refugee camp is not equal to concentration camp. Calling Jabalia refugee camp a quote concentration camp simply because the word camp appears in its name would be wrong. What about calling the entire Gaza Strip a concentration camp? That is also primarily a political analogy, not an accepted technical classification. There is a legitimate argument underlying it. Israel has exercised very extensive control over Gaza's airspace, maritime access, most crossings, imports, population registry, significant movement into and out of the territory. And current Israeli military controlled areas severely restrict the geographic space available to Gaza's population. OSHA reports that ongoing expansion of militarized areas has increasingly confined the civilian population to a reduced portion of Gaza. Those facts can support expressions such as besieged population or population confined within a heavily restricted territory. But they do not make every Gazan an internee in the conventional legal meaning. The distinction is movement severely restricted by blockade/war versus individuals detained by a state in an internment facility. Those aren't synonyms. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. There actually are Gazans being held in detention camps. This is where the terminology becomes more defensible, but it concerns thousands of detainees, not Gaza's entire population. Israel has detained substantial numbers of Palestinians from Gaza in facilities, including said Timon. OHCHR has described Gazans held in ad hoc military camps or barracks, often without ordinary criminal process. Human rights investigations document extremely serious allegations there, including prolonged blindfolding and restraints, beatings, starvation, stress positions, denial of medical care, sexual abuse, deaths in custody. Amnesty documented released detainees' accounts of torture and inhuman conditions in said Timon. HRW reported that Israel held over 1,400 Gazans under the unlawful combatants law in mid-2024, alongside thousands of Palestinians in administrative detention and documented severe abuse. And in 2026, UN experts reported approximately 1,300 Gazans held as quote unlawful combatants. If Dave were instead saying thousands of Palestinians have been held in Israeli military detention camps under abusive conditions, that would be strongly supported. Whether one chooses the historically loaded label, quote, concentration camp for facilities such as Sid Timon becomes partly definitional, but, quote, military detention camp is unquestionably accurate. The biggest problem with Dave's wording, it collapses three different populations: Gaza's general civilian population, living inside a devastated and heavily restricted territory; internally displaced Gazans, living in approximately 1,600 displacement sites; Gazans actually detained by Israel, held in military detention/prison facilities such as said Timon. Only number three resembles the conventional concept of civilian internment. Calling all three, quote, Gazans rotting in concentration camps blurs distinctions that matter historically and legally. So Dave's Gazans are rotting in concentration camps is misleading, rhetorical analogy, not a sound technical description. What has not been established is that Gazans' displacement sites are technically concentration camps, or that all Gazans are internees. That has not been established. It also has not been established that Gaza's 8 longstanding UNRWA refugee camps are concentration camps, and also is not established that, quote, displacement camp, quote, refugee camp, quote, detention camp, and, quote, concentration camp are interchangeable. So the most accurate version would be most Gazans have endured prolonged displacement in extremely overcrowded and degrading camps and makeshift shelters, while severe Israeli restrictions and ongoing military activity sharply constrain movement and humanitarian access. Separately, thousands of Palestinians from Gaza have been held in Israeli detention facilities where serious abuses have been documented. So Dave is misleading people again with this rhetorical analogy that is not a sound technical description. This idea that Gazans are rotting in concentration camps is just false.
But I said that, this is a great location. It all begins, see, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well. But it all began with the location. That's the vision. They look out on the waters, and very few people.
I want to make sure we get all the context of.
Very few places are like it.
And we can also see a very clear double standard in action. The ICC issued arrest warrants for Bibi and Yoav Gallant in November 2024 for
True.
crimes against humanity, including starvation as a method of warfare. So
Correct.
Travis will wait for the ICJ to tell him whether it's genocide, but he'll deny Israel is deliberately starving Gazans, even though the ICC is ready to arrest Israeli officials for doing
it. It has not been demonstrated yet that Israel is responsible for starving Gazans, Dave. Arrest warrants are not guilty verdicts. There's good reason to issue those arrest warrants. So
doing it.
Yeah, what is your reasonable justification that Israel is responsible for the starvation? I'm not saying they're not responsible. I think there's probably going to be a strong case made that they bear the majority of the responsibility here. But I believe in due process. I don't believe in just forming beliefs until the actual investigations, the actual trials have been undertaken. Dave, you seem to want to be judge, jury, and executioner. Why don't you care about due process with these issues that are so important? It seems like you are very quick to assume that because arrest warrants have been made, that means Netanyahu and Gallant are going to be found guilty for these crimes. You don't know that. What's going to happen in court? Do you even know can you even make a prediction of the arguments that will be made from both sides on this? Or would you even be able to hear, just logically understand the arguments from Benjamin Netanyahu and Gallant's side when seeing this in court? It's because you've already made up your mind. You're allowing your negativity and positivity bias to do your thinking for you. Through this entire project, you've shown that your thinking, your higher reasoning abilities, your typical high resolution epistemic standards have been abducted by your emotional knee-jerk reaction, negativity and positivity bias. And I think that's what's causing you to not be able to see the actual facts of these situations and delivering so much of this information in a misleading fashion, in a way that propaganda is delivered. So, yeah, it's the responsible thing to do to wait for the professional court proceedings to go through with these cases. You have this certaintist posture, this infallibility posture through all of this. Like if you were in charge of making these judgments, you wouldn't need to see a trial. You would just throw Benjamin Netanyahu and Gallant in prison or have them executed. That's the feeling I'm getting from you.
Astounding. Do you understand now why Pangburn plays grab ass with AI instead of honestly engaging with anything? When
Dave, my AI research agents have been demonstrated in just this example with this project of fact checking you to have demonstrated you to be the one that is unable to actually deliver the facts on this issue. Remember the report that you haven't gone through in this video yet that you know exists? Remember this report on Destiny Loves Genocide that is based on 30 hours of work that I did? You had 85 defective clusters, 85 pieces of misinformation, either false, unsupported, or misleading / overstated in your video. 85. People have public access to this document just like you, but you haven't included this document in your response to my work. What you did is you went to the initial, very quick transcript fact check that I did before I did the full analysis. You knew the full analysis videos existed, but you decided to include the quick transcript fact check I did that had a couple minor quotation issues that you chose to focus on. But that was kind of interesting because it didn't change the conclusions of the fact check. Maybe one of the reasons you didn't want to point people towards the actual Pangburn analysis document is because it outlines your anti-Semitism in the original video titled Destiny Loves Genocide. You say, a Zionist billionaire bought TikTok so the Zionist lobby could suppress Palestine content. That was factually wrong. Ownership framing used to tell a centralized control story for both Nexus and JDA, who are authorities on anti-Semitism. That is hidden media control anti-Semitism. It doesn't matter that you didn't say Jews or Jew. But anyways, this information is publicly available. Look at the propaganda level, the factual distortion level, the certainty inflation, the selective omission, the emotional and dehumanizing loading, the conspiracy / hidden control structure, collective guilt / essentialization, opponent caricature / false dichotomy, effective montage and repetition, very high propaganda intensity, 28 out of 32 score. And the evidence is here, the reasoning is here. And the full detailed misinformation and material defect ledger is here. All of this data is available publicly. And you chose, and I believe this is very dishonest of you, you chose to focus in on a couple little transcript errors and some things from that first initial fact check I did that really didn't have any bearing on the full analysis I did, which took about 30 hours. So anyone in your audience who cares about misinformation and wanting to eliminate misinformation so that we can actually have a solid grasp, a high resolution vision of what the facts actually are before we give our normative opinions. Those people who care about that are going to see this information, Dave. It's very easy to find. All the work is there. There's also an extensive source registry if people want to know where all this information is coming from. You accuse me of just sitting around jerking off with AI. You have no idea what this technology is capable of because you're not educated in it. You don't realize that an AI agent can be trained like a PhD level academic researcher. And you can have 6 of these running consecutively. You can train them on your highest resolution epistemic standards related to correspondence criteria of truth, empiricism, science as a way of knowing, etc. And that's what my system is trained on. And my system is destroying your work on Israel-Palestine, exposing it as full of falsehoods. And it sounds like you're trying to manipulate your audience into trying to deter them away from coming to actually look at the data and try to verify, at least look through Travis's work and see if you can find some issues with his fact checking. All of the sources are here, Dave. The final judgment was from your original video. The strongest defensible conclusion is neither that Dave invented the humanitarian catastrophe, nor that the video is a reliable summary of it. He assembled a large body of real suffering, authentic extremist rhetoric, and documented institutional relationships, then repeatedly expanded those facts through universals, causal certainty, motive speculation, conspiracy structure, collective guilt, and aggressive moral binary. The combination makes the video rhetorically powerful and evidentially unreliable. Your video is unreliable, Dave. The official version 2 also finds that the anti-Semitism issue cannot be dismissed merely by saying, quote, Zionism is not Judaism. Criticism of Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic, but a transcript can still reproduce anti-Semitic structures when it depicts Zionists/Jews as secretly controlling media and government, assigns broad treason or collective criminality, racializes Jewish ancestry, or associates, quote, Zionist Jews with sexual predation and evasion of justice. The correct response is precise. Defend the legitimate criticism, preserve the documented Palestinian suffering, and reject the false conspiratorial or group essentializing expansions. So 85 pieces of misinformation, Dave. This is a beyond failing grade, Professor.
When you see Gaza with your own eyes, when you see the destruction, the carnage, the slaughter, the starvation, the ruining of every single life in Gaza, you easily conclude that it's genocide.
No. Out of all of that, it's not easy to conclude if you care about the legal requirements, which you have to demonstrate genocidal intent. You can't just point to those things and say that proves genocidal intent. Disproportionality in this mission to hold Hamas accountable for October 7th, very strong argument for that. I feel the same way when I look at all the destruction and the death in Gaza. Something is disproportionate here. Something is wrong. I agree. That does not mean genocide. You have to demonstrate genocidal intent. You can have an overwhelming amount of war crimes that leads to the situation that we have in Gaza. Or ethnic cleansing, which is a different categorization altogether. Ethnic cleansing, a lot of people are confused about this and think that ethnic cleansing means like, killing all of people of an ethnicity. But ethnic cleansing from a land can also be making the land unlivable and forcing displacement. So Israel is going to have to answer to this. But it's the responsible thing to do ethically is wait for the experts to go through the court proceedings and evaluate all the evidence and have expert judges make judgments on the evidence. Let the procedures play out. That's the responsible thing to do. Like in your first video, you said, if you can't see that this is a genocide now, you're a Nazi. Before the actual investigation has even taken place. That's ridiculous. The lack of education on AI tools and AI systems and how to use them in a academic, well-educated, high-resolution way is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Destiny indirectly acknowledges this when he tries to define genocide.
A highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique.
They all say some version of this, intent to destroy in whole or in part an entire group of people. And yet they deny that precisely this is happening. Not a single Gazan has a normal life. They live in hell. Beyond the countless thousands slaughtered.
That's not, Dave, that is not a demonstration. That is not proof of intent to destroy a people. Like it's the same as when you look at a crime scene, right? A horrible murder crime scene, and someone has been just brutally murdered. And someone is to walk in and look at that and say, yep, this is murder one, like a premeditated murder. Why would someone assume that? Why would someone assume it's premeditated? It could be a crime of passion. It could be murder too. So, what are we doing? It really is a simple-minded take on this situation. Before the actual investigation has been carried out by the only body that can hold Israel responsible, the ICJ, with regards to genocide. We're supposed to jump to conclusions before the investigation has even happened, before the trial has even happened, or the judgments have even been made. That's ridiculous.
You have huge numbers.
Welcome back, everybody. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. It helps spread the stream around. If you could share the stream on social media, I'd really appreciate that. I did share the stream on X.
Numbers of amputee orphans. Everyone is walking around with crippling PTSD, living in tents that Israel continues to bomb indiscriminately, desperately trying to find enough food and water to survive. That's what genocide looks like. That is the complete destruction of a people.
Dave just, he thinks genocide is something you can just see without having evidence of intent, of genocidal intent. It's just the wrong way of thinking about this from an actual legal standpoint. And this legal framework matters.
Their land, their dignity, their culture, their ability to pursue happiness, all eradicated. Independent human rights organizations can assess this without any red tape, and anyone with a set of
independent organizations can make their assessments. They can. And they can give their determinations. But Israel doesn't need to give their counter evidence or deal with their arguments in the same way that they will do that with regards to the International Court of Justice. So, yeah, I mean, they're operating without, they're making their determinations without having that potential counter evidence or evidence from Israel. So I think Dave's just wrong there.
Eyeballs in a fucking brain can see it. Denying this is immoral and disgusting. And yet,
also, this idea that genocide denying, I posted about this morning on Discord. So someone was spamming YouTube under things I had posted saying genocide denier, genocide denier, genocide denier, just like copy and pasting it. And I saw it pop up in my analytics. To deny something is to declare something to be untrue. I have not declared genocide to be untrue. Dave skipped basic logic. There's a difference between denying something to be untrue and being in a state of not accepting the proposition that a genocide has occurred or that a genocide hasn't occurred. I don't know. I am agnostic to those propositions. And I don't have an accepted belief either way. I lack a belief in those propositions. So anyone saying I'm a genocide denier, like Dave has, is just clearly wrong about that. I've not declared it to be untrue that a genocide has occurred. I've said this multiple times. But maybe Dave just doesn't know what it means to deny something. He doesn't understand the logical structure. He doesn't understand the epistemology.
Yet, Destiny denies it. His loser cronies like Pangburn deny.
Oh, there's an advertisement for my philosophical coaching suite. That's funny. What? $200 an hour? Dude, it's $30 an hour. This is a good advertisement, but it's only, Dave, I keep my prices as low as possible so that many people can come and have philosophical coaching sessions with me. After the first session's free. After the first session, it's $30 an hour. Where the hell did he get $200 an hour? I got to go back a little bit. Good
Complete
Lord.
destruction of a people, their land, their dignity, their culture, their ability to pursue happiness, all eradicated. Independent human rights organizations can assess this without any red tape, and anyone with a set of eyeballs and a fucking brain can see it. Denying this is immoral and disgusting, and yet Destiny.
I don't know if Destiny denies the genocide or if he's in the same position as me where he's waiting for the ICJ determination. I don't know what his position is. But it wouldn't surprise me if Destiny's in the same position as me. But Dave is just saying, yeah, that if Destiny's just waiting for the ICJ determination on genocide, and he will almost certainly accept their findings and judgments. But it wouldn't surprise me if Dave is misconstruing that to mean that he is denying genocide.
He denies it. His loser cronies like Pangburn deny it. Whether for reasons that are financial, legal, or ideological, they are denying Israel's. One with a set of eyeballs and a fucking brain can see it.
I gotta look at that
Denying
again.
this is immoral and disgusting. And yet, Destiny denies it. His loser.
Where did he get $200 an hour? Dave, you either just made that up. Like, I would like to know where Dave got that. Maybe someone just told him. By the way, anyone who's interested in philosophical coaching, I have many clients that enjoy the philosophical coaching that I offer. I think I have 18 active clients right now. The sessions are 1 hour long, and we deal with everything related to conceptual organization. You know, outlining what your purposes are in your life, setting goals, making sure that we are acting rationally to those goals. Talking about ideas, debating topics, strengthening our epistemic fortitude and our ability to articulate our own ethical frameworks. So we go through all of it, and it's a lot of fun. And yeah, and the price is not $200 an hour; it is $30 per session, and the first session is free. So if anyone's interested in that, just get in touch with me. You can email me at travis@pang-burn.com. And yeah, Don says Dave needs philosophical coaching. His last statement was reductive tautology. Yeah, Dave, I mean, you can sign up, but I'm going to charge you $200 an hour. No, I'm kidding, Dave. You can get the $30 an hour thing, but I'd be happy to go through some philosophical coaching with you because you obviously need a lot of work when it comes to just the kind of the logical errors you've made, the epistemic errors you've made, compared to, like, we would need the thing we would focus on in sessions. Like, I usually leave that up to the client, but if you ask my suggestion, we would focus on this gap between your epistemic fortitude with regards to your scientific work and your political work, which gets a F-, bottom of the barrel, horrible grade. Like I said last night, like, I take this work you've created with regards to Israel Palestine, I crumple it up, throw it in the garbage can, destroy it with fire, give you a clean piece of paper and say, Dave, start again. But then I would put on your desk the basics of political science book And then you could understand things like states do have rights. What you said in this video, states don't have rights. That's just, it's quite apparent that you don't understand the basics of political science.
cronies like Pangburn deny it, whether for reasons that
Thanks for the ad, Dave. People are going to be really excited if they come for some philosophical coaching and they're like, oh, it's only $30? Sweet.
are financial, legal, or ideological, they are denying Israel's genocide. This is worse than Holocaust denial.
This is worse than Holocaust denial. Dave, the Holocaust went through the Nuremberg trials. The millions of pieces of evidence directly connected to genocidal intent were adjudicated, judged upon. All those trials happened. And this trial hasn't happened. And I'm not denying it. But even if someone is denying it, how could you possibly say that? That's just, that's a claim that can't be taken seriously, because the extensive investigations that have been done, expert court proceedings, all of that information is publicly available. So denying the Holocaust is orders of magnitude of a epistemic violation, of an empirical violation, than denying what you have determined to be a genocide here. That is wild. Someone said Dave did it after one day after October 7th. Let's fact check that. Yeah, that's the main thing people don't realize. Like, how many people are out there denying a genocide? Surely there are some or many. I'm not one of them, but I keep getting that grafted onto me. I am simply waiting for the investigation to take place. Let's see if Dave said one day after October 7th that this was a genocide. Walker says it might be genocide. It might be ethnic cleansing. I agree. It's certainly horrible, and there are war crimes and atrocities. Completely agree. Does this statement make me a piece of shit? No. That statement makes you a reasonable individual. That does not make you a piece of shit. That was a very reasonable statement, Walker. Killa says, if you don't like what Dave says, cool. But when are you going to justify Israeli actions? Get to it. What actions in particular? We're now researching to see if Dave did say that this was a genocide one day after October 7th. Seeing what we can find.
worthless scumbags, and any insignificant minutia they try to bring up is nothing but a red herring, a distraction from the very obvious genocide they refuse to acknowledge. All right, after this total failure pile of a fact check, he decided.
So, by the way, for the record, see this one video down here that doesn't say full analysis? It says transcript fact check. This is the video in the bottom right that Dave Farina chose to focus on. He knew these full analysis videos existed. He knew the report existed, born out of all of this work. And yet, he avoided that information. He went in and cherry-picked what he could justify arguing against in this initial transcript fact check. So on October 8th, we can directly verify 2 posts from Dave at 2:37 p.m. He wrote that people should condemn Israel, quote, 1,000 times as vigorously as Hamas, proportional to the death toll. At 4:13 p.m., he criticized people focusing on the Israeli women whose body was displayed on a truck, while in his words, ignoring Palestinians, quote, brutally murdered on a daily basis. Neither verified October 8th post uses the word genocide. The earliest genocide accusation we can pin down with high confidence was October 13th, 6 days after. So 6 days after October 7th, what we can verify here, they either knew the attack and let it happen as an excuse for genocide, or they are incompetent and committing genocide. You pick. So either way, he's saying they're committing genocide 6 days after October 7th. So, according to this, Dave thought that he was reasonably justified in believing that genocidal intent was demonstrable. Wow. Wow. If anyone's looking for the actual document that I have up on the screen here, it's right here. It's publicly available. It's free. So yeah, Dave, very dishonest of you to focus on this first, 3-hour transcript fact check. It was a quick run through my system. There was a couple minor errors that you pointed out with regards to the transcript reading and attribution to what you said. But those couple words you pointed out that we went through yesterday did not change the fact check conclusions. So yeah, it's just dishonest of you. But your audience is eventually going to know and learn that you didn't deal with my actual fact checking. You tried to dismiss it and call it, oh, it's just AI slop and all that crap. And you think that, maybe some of your audience is gullible enough to not actually look for themselves. But hopefully they do.
Decided to do another 20 hours of what he calls full analysis. Let's get a quick snippet of what that looked like. Claims
Here we go.
of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
All right. Okay. What I believe is the case when we went through this last night is it wasn't just a few guns that were located. Trying to find where that. Dun, dun, dun. What's that covered? I know I had it somewhere here. I know this is going to take a long time to go through all this, but I think it's important.
Yeah, it's 7 fucking hours of this, and this is only part 1. I was objectively right. The pathetic propaganda after invading Al-Shifa involved pointing at a pile of guns smaller than what the average Texan owns. Sorry.
Dave. Okay. Go through it again. So Dave's claim in the original video was claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. That's what Dave said in the original video. Now, let's look at the correction and assessment. This was all false, by the way. Well, I shouldn't say all false. So, but the majority of this was false. So let's look at the correction and assessment. The quote, vast central command center depiction of Al-Shifa was not substantiated at the scale advertised, and the calendar was misidentified. But zero evidence is false. U.S. intelligence and reporting supported some militant use of Al-Shifa, including command infrastructure. This is what I was looking for. And again, good sound epistemology takes time. It takes study. It takes precision. Looking at myself, reading through things, trying to find the specific thing I'm looking for. That's what we do when we're studying, Dave. And it baffles me. Of all my full analysis video, I'm glad you showed this clip. I hope you show more. We'll see. But you showed me, taking my time, looking around for information and reading. So including command infrastructure, weapons, and hostages. The separate assertion that guns were planted, which is an assertion Dave made in the original video, is not established. That has never been demonstrated. Nor was literally every hospital bombed. Let's go back. I know it's annoying, but that was a big chunk of video of just me doing my thing, reading, looking for information. Yeah, there's hours of this.
or ideological, they are denying Israel's genocide. This is worse than Holocaust denial. They're worthless scumbags, and any insignificant minutia they try to bring up is nothing but a red herring, a distraction from the very obvious genocide they refuse to acknowledge. All right, after this total failure pile of a fact check, he decided
The first initial fact check was not a total failure pile of a fact check. There were a couple errors that were improved upon in the full analysis, but that's what all Pangburn analysis documents are open to update. I am not perfect. My systems are not perfect, but they've done orders of magnitude better at disseminating the facts, in this case, related to Dave's video, than Dave has done. So it's kind of funny that he's saying this. He's actually, I mean, if he's claiming that my fact checks are inaccurate, if we actually look at the facts, however anyone wants to go and look at them, they're going to easily find who has the more factual representation of what's actually going on in Israel, Palestine, and with regards to some issues related to destiny, by the way.
decided to do another 20 hours of what he calls full analysis. Let's get a quick snippet of what that looked like. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
So, yeah, he was just wrong about the zero evidence. He was wrong. He gave that motive attribution just so they could bomb every hospital. That's just his own motive attribution. And yeah, so we read the data. Zero evidence by Dave is false. U.S. intelligence and reporting supported some militant use of al-Shifa, including command infrastructure, weapons, and hostages. The separate assertion that guns were planted is not established, nor was literally every hospital bombed. All of the primary sources are here. Yeah, so Dave was just, this was just a false representation of al-Shifa and what was found. All right. We don't have to. It's so weird that Dave would use this clip and not have me actually delivering the fact check itself. That's wild. He didn't want to show his audience any of the fact checking that was correct. I know I had it somewhere here. I think it's important.
Yeah, it's 7 fucking hours of this, and this is only part 1.
All of this work, Dave, is compiled into a report. If you did the slightest bit of research and reading into what I was doing, you obviously were paying attention to my X account because you shared some X posts on this video. I was sharing all this work publicly. I also mentioned it's all open to update. And I also mentioned when we started this, if you come up with any kind of factual corrections to any of my fact checking, and we actually check it and you're correct, we will update the document. But yeah, I mean,
is objectively right. The pathetic propaganda after invading al-Shifa involved pointing at a pile of guns smaller than what the average Texan owns. Sorry.
It wasn't just that. The intelligence and reporting supported some militant use of al-Shifa, including command infrastructure, weapons, and hostages. Let's just for the sake, because Dave thought it was, important to focus on this particular fact check. And when it says hostages, I believe it's talking about surveillance footage that was able to identify hostages had been in El Shifa.
Rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact.
All right, we're going to check the bases under hospitals thing. We did go through it last night, but I just want to be sure about this. I think it was the case, like it wasn't as elaborate as the IDF thought it was, but it wasn't that there was nothing happening under, I think it was one particular hospital. What up, everyone? Make sure you take a second to smash that like button. I would appreciate it.
Are you bored yet? Imagine this moron doing this for 20 hours. Israel lied about a huge command center under Al-Shifa to justify destroying it. The proof is that there was nothing in there even remotely resembling what they said, and they destroyed it anyway. See how long that took, Travis?
Yeah, but Dave, if you would have read, yeah, I'm going through the work there, and you might disagree with the snail's pace that I'm moving through this information, but eventually I produced the facts. And the facts are your claim of zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except for few planted guns several hours after entering. There's no good reason to believe at this point that those guns were planted. And U.S. intelligence and reporting supported some militant use of Al-Shifa, including command infrastructure, weapons, and hostages. So your depiction of that situation is just false. So Israel's original public depiction of Al-Shifa as an enormous central Hamas command complex was substantially more expansive than what Israel publicly demonstrated after the November 2023 raid. The famous, quote, terrorist guard list at Al-Rantisi hospital really was misidentified. The supposed names were simply Arabic days of the week. By the way, Dave, I think you are conflating the Al-Rantisi hospital with Al-Shifa hospital in your original video. That's what it seems like to me. Planted guns, not established. The calendar error happened at Al-Rantisi, not Al-Shifa. So you appear, Dave, to merge evidence from two separate hospitals. Had you have actually fact-checked yourself, or done some rigorous epistemic work, you would have identified that. Subsequent U.S. intelligence independently assessed that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad did use al-Shifa for command infrastructure, command and control activity, weapons storage, and hostages. Later visual intelligence reporting found a substantial hardened tunnel under al-Shifa and additional underground rooms. CCTV footage shows hostages being brought through al-Shifa on October 7th, like I just said earlier. And, quote, bombing every single hospital is itself an unsupported universalization. So the correct formula is Israel did not substantiate the enormous al-Shifa headquarters exactly as originally depicted, and some early IDF evidence presentations contained serious errors. But there was substantial evidence of Hamas/PIJ military use of al-Shifa. So saying Israel produced zero evidence and merely planted a few guns is false. What happened when Israel entered al-Shifa? Israeli forces entered the hospital complex on November 15th, 2023. The earliest evidence released consisted largely of weapons and equipment that the IDF said it found in the MRI/radiology area, including roughly AK-style rifles, ammunition, grenades, tactical military equipment, body armor, communications equipment. CNN reported that the initial haul looked very modest relative to weeks of claims that al-Shifa was the beating heart of Hamas command infrastructure. That generated justified skepticism. At that moment, saying the evidence Israel has shown so far does not substantiate the massive headquarters it advertised would have been entirely reasonable. But Dave's sentence says only to provide zero evidence after the fact. Except for a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. That list of terrorists that was really a calendar, by the way, was a different hospital. Dave effed that up. So they found AK-style rifles, ammunition, grenades, tactical military equipment, body armor, communications equipment. And then only, and what Dave said becomes untenable once you examine what subsequently emerged. There really was a substantial tunnel under al-Shifa. Within days, Israel exposed a tunnel shaft inside the hospital compound. Journalists were subsequently physically taken to the shaft. CNN's Oren Lieberman entered the tunnel area with the IDF and described it as the strongest evidence Israel had then produced of underground infrastructure beneath al-Shifa. The tunnel was not merely, quote, a hole somewhere near a hospital. The later mapped route passed under the specialty surgery building. Israel eventually documented roughly 250 meters of underground passage, including rooms and infrastructure. Later reporting suggests it was even larger. The New York Times subsequently found substantially more evidence. This is one of the strongest reasons Dave's zero evidence plus some planted guns and the calendar, again, wrongly attributed calendar that was from a different hospital, the claim that Dave made. From the New York Times, in February 2024, the New York Times reviewed Israeli intelligence material, video, photographs, tunnel reconstruction, classified imagery. Its investigation concluded that evidence indicated Hamas used al-Shifa for cover, stored weapons there, maintained a hardened tunnel beneath the complex, supplied the tunnel with water, power, and air conditioning. The tunnel was assessed at least 700 feet / 213 meters, roughly twice the length initially publicly documented. Classified imagery reviewed by the Times reportedly showed underground bunkers, living quarters, and a room apparently wired for computers and communications equipment. That is plainly evidence of military use. It still did not prove every part of Israel's original cartoon/model. That was that animation we were seeing. U.S. intelligence independently corroborated military use. This is probably the single strongest rebuttal of the phrase, zero evidence except for some planted guns and a calendar. On January 2nd, 2024, a declassified U.S. intelligence assessment said the U.S. intelligence community was confident that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad used Al-Shifa and areas beneath it. The assessment said the groups used the complex to house command infrastructure, conduct certain command and control activities, store some weapons, and hold at least a few hostages. Importantly, the U.S. said its information was independently corroborated, not merely Israel telling Washington what to believe. The U.S. assessment also said militants apparently The U.S. assessment also said militants apparently evacuated much of the complex shortly before Israel entered, destroyed sensitive documents, destroyed electronics. That offers one possible explanation for why Israel entered, expecting a functioning command site, but initially found comparatively little portable equipment. It doesn't prove every Israeli claim, but it makes they found zero evidence plus some planted guns and a calendar factually indefensible. So what Dave is saying here is factually indefensible. Hostages were demonstrably brought into Al-Shifa. Israel subsequently released hospital CCTV footage from October 7th. It showed armed men bringing 2 hostages into the hospital complex, one walking, another wounded, and transported on a gurney. The Washington Post independently discussed this footage in its Al-Shifa investigation. The precise reason they were brought into the hospital cannot be determined from the video alone. One possibility is medical treatment. But the U.S. intelligence assessment later independently concluded that at least some hostages were held at the complex. And there was more than a few guns. Dave also creates the impression that the entire evidence record consists of the initial MRI room weapons. That's plainly wrong once the chronology continues. Evidence eventually included weapons, military equipment, a tunnel shaft, extensive tunnel passages, subterranean rooms, utilities supplying the tunnels, CCTV of hostages brought through the hospital, U.S. intelligence regarding command and control activity, U.S. intelligence regarding hostages, U.S. intelligence regarding weapon storage, later classified imagery reviewed by journalists, evidence of militants evacuating and destroying sensitive material. So no, Dave, not except a few planted guns and a calendar. Calendar, you just got blatantly wrong. That was from Al Rantisi Children's Hospital, not Al-Shifa. Let's see. The UN Commission of Inquiry gives another nuanced conclusion. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry examined Israel's allegations concerning military use of hospitals. It reported that Israel claimed more than 85% of major Gaza medical facilities had been used for military activity, but said Israel had not provided evidence sufficient to substantiate that broad 85% assertion. Regarding Al-Shifa specifically, the commission confirmed a tunnel and shaft existed on the grounds, confirmed armed group members entered Al-Shifa on October 7th using stolen Israeli vehicles, documented later exchanges of fire on the premises, But it said it could not independently verify some Israeli claims about how the tunnels were being used and did not find evidence of a military presence in a specific hospital departments Israel shelled in November. So, and did not find evidence of a military presence in the specific hospital departments Israel shelled in November, including maternity and intensive care areas. Again, this is not Israel vindicated completely, but neither is it zero evidence. Also, then came the March 2024 Al Shifa battle. This is also relevant to evaluating the blanket proposition that Shifa was simply an innocent hospital Israel fabricated a military story about. Israel returned to Al Shifa on March 18th, 2024. There was an extended 2-week battle. Even independent sources documented active exchanges of fire inside and around the compound. The UN Commission of Inquiry explicitly confirmed such fighting. Israel claimed roughly 200 militants killed, hundreds detained, senior Hamas PIG personnel captured, weapons recovered. AP reported the Israeli figures while also documenting extensive destruction and disputed civilian effects. The mere occurrence of fighting does not retroactively prove Israel's October 2023 intelligence. Hamas could have regrouped there later, but it does make the simplistic proposition there was never military activity at Al Shifa very difficult to sustain. By the way, every one of Gaza's hospitals was bombed is not established by the WHO's evidence. All right. So here's the publication safe forensic classification. Dave accurately notes that Israel's initially advertised depiction of a sprawling central Hamas command headquarters beneath Al Shifa was not substantiated at the scale presented, and he correctly identifies the embarrassing Al Rantisi calendar mistranslation. However, his assertion of zero evidence, minus some planted guns and a calendar, again, he got the hospitals mixed up, is contradicted by substantial later evidence. A hardened tunnel beneath Al Shifa, CCTV showing hostages brought into the hospital, weapons and military material, later reporting identifying underground bunkers, living/communications areas, and an independently corroborated U.S. intelligence assessment that Hamas and PIJ used Al Shifa for command infrastructure, command and control activity, weapons storage, and hostage detention. CNN/BBC documented apparent rearrangement of the initial weapons display, but there is no established evidence that Israel planted the weapons. The calendar error occurred at Al Rantisi, not Al Shifa. Separately, AP found that Israel's evidence for major Hamas command bases at several other hospitals was weak or absent. So criticism of Israel's broad hospital narrative is justified, but it cannot reasonably be converted into zero evidence plus a few planted guns and a calendar at Al Shifa. You got the facts wrong, Dave. Got them wrong.
See how smoothly things can go when you're not an ideologically motivated asshat desperately scouring the internet for dishonest ways to deny genocide? How
I wasn't desperately scouring the internet trying to find anything to deny genocide. That's not what any of this was about. It was about fact-checking your work. And I determined that 85 of the clusters that we investigated, the claim clusters, were non-factual. Was misinformation by Mr. Professor Dave. For anyone that's new to the stream or hasn't found it yet, all of this information exists in version 2 of the breakdown of Dave's video, Destiny Loves Genocide. 25 false claims, 25 unsupported, and 35 misleading/overstated claims. And don't forget all the anti-Semitism by Dave in the transcript.
How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these
I'm glad to see Dave is showing that he was aware of these videos. I'm glad he's showing them now. Because these were my full analysis videos. My wife was seeing if I could come and pick up my son from daycare, but she's going to have to run and do it. Let's go back a little bit here. Oops, that's too far.
An ideologically motivated asshat desperately scouring the internet for dishonest ways to deny genocide?
I never knew Dave to be such a mind reader and motive attributor. Wild. Mind reading is not a good epistemic posture, folks.
Your mic
It's
is
not
muted, sir.
Not a good thing. What, Don Don?
Your mic is muted, I think, on stream.
No, it's not.
Oh, then it's on me.
Right.
How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these
Inhuman monsters is terrifying language, Dave. They're not inhuman monsters. They're human beings on one side of a conflict that you disagree with. To conceptualize things in this way is quite frankly immoral. You're not giving moral consideration to these people. Maybe you think they're not worthy of your moral consideration. I don't even know what Dave's articulable moral standards with regards to the good life, good, bad, right, and wrong in the world are, because he's not making them explicit.
Murdering tens of thousands of children is immoral. Is that explicit enough for you, you dumb fuck?
Dave, why I'm dealing with the dehumanizing language. That's the specific thing I was focusing on in that specific moment. You seem to think that there's only particular things that can be focused on at particular times. And I think that shows that you're clearly thinking in a black and white fashion about this issue. Black and white thinking, like, I mean, it's a fallacious way of thinking. So, I mean, let's see if he addresses my actual critique.
Murdering tens of thousands of children is immoral. Is that explicit enough for you?
Murdering tens of thousands of children is immoral. Yes, that is bad. And it's wrongful.
You dumb fuck. People who deliberately murder children by the tens of thousands.
Deliberately murder children at the tens of thousands. take a look at that.
Are inhuman monsters. You are again whining about me condemning people who murder children.
No, it's not condemning, Dave. You missed the point. You're dehumanizing people. It's just not a good thing. It's not righteous. It's not good to dehumanize people. Because what it does is it causes you to think that it can cause people to think that once you dehumanize people, they are not worthy of your moral consideration. Like, for example, you might think, because of what you believe, that we should be able to torture Netanyahu to death, for example, because of the things you think he's responsible for. I would consider that to be a bad and wrongful moral stance. And I think people can get there morally much easier by using dehumanizing language, adopting dehumanizing beliefs about people who are actually human beings as well. And your black and white ethical calculus is dangerous, especially when it's partnered with dehumanization. More on that in just a minute. So there was a claim made, these inhuman monsters who slaughter children. Dave says these people deliberately murder children at the tens of thousands. Two propositions underlying Dave's statement now have been substantially supported. So, tens of thousands of Palestinian children have been killed. Those deaths have not yet been determined to be murders. A UN commission of inquiry has now explicitly concluded that Israeli security forces, in some cases, deliberately targeted Palestinian children. So those are two separate claims we're going to examine. So these cases where there is deliberate targeting of children, these are murders. But neither this commission nor the ICC has established that the two officials that Dave put up in in the graphic, Bibi and so I believe that's Gallant, right? That the two officials in Dave's graphic personally, individually, deliberately murdered 20,000 plus children. Dave is collapsing a population level casualty statistic and institutional finding about Israeli forces and individual criminal responsibility into one sentence. So one, tens of thousands of children have been killed, is supported. UNICEF reported that by February 3rd, 2026, at least 21,289 children had reportedly been killed in Gaza since October 7th, 2023. Separately, the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry used a figure of at least 20,179 Palestinian children killed in its June 2026 investigation. So if tens of thousands simply means 20,000 plus child deaths, Dave is numerically on solid ground. But Dave said murders, right? That does not establish, however, the manner or intent behind each one of those deaths. Quote, children were deliberately targeted can no longer simply be dismissed as unsupported. This is one major update we have. June 23rd, 2026, the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry expressly concluded that Palestinian children have been deliberately targeted and killed by the Israeli security forces. So we have cases of this. The commission said this deliberate targeting contributed to its findings of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. This is the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry, and characterized deliberate targeting of children as one component of its genocidal intent analysis. That's a very serious institutional finding. The commission did not merely infer this from the overall number of dead children. Its report examined specific incidents, including alleged drone strikes on children, shooting of identified children, use of heavy weapons, denial/delay of medical assistance, particular military units allegedly responsible for individual incidents. For example, it identified particular brigades/units in connection with investigated child deaths and injuries. This information will be really important when investigating these war crimes, which will almost certainly be determined to be war crimes. Who's responsible? Was this done by a rogue group of murderers within the IDF? Was it ordered by commanding officers? Was it ordered by Benjamin Netanyahu? Who is responsible? So if Dave says a UN Commission of Inquiry has concluded that Israeli forces deliberately targeted Palestinian children, that is factually accurate. But that should not be conflated with the 20,000 plus child deaths. It's really important not to conflate them. That does not mean 20,000 children were all intentionally targeted. The commission reports 20,179 children killed, and separately concludes from its investigations and broader pattern that children have been deliberately targeted. It does not establish that each of those 20,179 deaths resulted from a deliberate attack specifically targeting children. Those deaths include children killed through many circumstances: airstrikes on buildings, artillery fire, attacks the commission regarded as unlawful, attacks on alleged military objectives causing civilian casualties, deprivation/starvation, direct shootings, and other circumstances. Therefore, 20,179 children killed cannot simply be mathematically converted into 20,179 children deliberately murdered. That's exactly the evidentiary leap Dave's wording makes. The ICC findings against the two senior officials are extremely serious but narrower. The ICC arrest warrants in November 2024. The pretrial chamber found reasonable grounds to believe that each bore criminal responsibility for, and this is for Gallant and Netanyahu, responsibility for the war crime of starvation as a method of warfare, the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, other inhumane acts, and as civilian superiors, the war crime of intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population. That's considerably stronger than merely saying, quote, critics accuse them of war crimes. But note precisely what the ICC said regarding internationally attacking civilians. The prosecution's material allowed findings regarding two incidents qualifying as attacks intentionally directed against civilians. It did not find, quote, there are reasonable grounds to believe these two men intentionally ordered the killing of all 20,000 plus Palestinian children. How's everyone doing? You hanging in there? Make sure you smash the like button. Thank you for being here. The ICC murder allegation has another important basis. Interestingly, the ICC's crime against humanity murder finding wasn't simply, quote, they personally ordered bombs dropped on children. The chamber found reasonable grounds to believe that the intentional deprivation of food, water, medicine, fuel, electricity created lethal conditions and resulted in civilian deaths, including children dying from malnutrition and dehydration. It therefore found reasonable grounds for the crime against humanity of murder concerning those victims. Again, that is an extraordinarily serious allegation, but it is legally and factually different from saying, quote, they deliberately shot/bomb children by the tens of thousands. Murder also carries a legal implication. Dave isn't merely saying their policies resulted in children's deaths. He's saying they deliberately murder children. Murder generally implies unlawful intentional killing and, when applied personally, individual criminal responsibility. The ICC warrants are not convictions. The applicable evidentiary standard at the warrant stage is reasonable grounds to believe. The officials have not been tried and convicted of those charges. So the precise wording matters. Supported. This is what's supported. The ICC found reasonable grounds to believe they bear, Benjamin Netanyahu and Gallant, criminal responsibility for crimes against humanity, including murder, and for intentionally directing attacks against civilians. Not yet established as adjudicated fact, quote, they have been proven guilty of murdering civilians. Okay. Israel strongly rejects the commission's findings. Israel's foreign ministry published a detailed response before the June report, disputing the commission's methodology, evidentiary standards, and interpretation of individual incidents. It calls the commission structurally biased and argues that it fails to adequately account for Hamas's conduct, including operating military infrastructure among civilians. That rebuttal doesn't automatically make the commission wrong. Likewise, the commission's institutional status doesn't make every inference beyond dispute. But this is a contested finding, not a final judgment from an international criminal court after trial. Let's talk about dehumanization for a second. I think this is important. Dave Farina is guilty of engaging in mass amounts of dehumanizing rhetoric. And there's direct evidence that he believes others should be dehumanized. So dehumanization is bad for human well-being, physical, mental, and social health, because it systematically disables the psychological and moral mechanisms that normally protect people from cruelty. The way Dave interacts with people, I see a lot of cruelty. At the most basic level, dehumanization treats a person or group as less than fully human, as vermin, animals, disease, objects, machines, contaminants, or interchangeable members of a threatening mass. Once that framing takes hold, several predictable harms follow. First, it reduces empathy and moral concern. Human beings normally respond differently to, quote, a frightened child than to, quote, one of those parasites. Dehumanizing language changes the category through which the target is perceived. Their pain becomes less salient. Their individuality disappears, and harming them becomes psychologically easier. Second, it produces moral exclusion. When I was talking about moral consideration earlier and who's worthy of our moral consideration, this is the worry I have: moral exclusion. People ordinarily operate within a moral community whose members deserve protections. Don't torture them. Don't deliberately kill them. Don't starve them. Don't humiliate them. Dehumanization moves a group partially or completely outside that circle. Once someone becomes an, quote, animal, by the way, all human beings are animals, but in this particular context, we should understand what someone means when they say animal, less than human. You're just an animal. Cancer or infestation, conduct that would otherwise be obviously immoral, can be reframed as cleaning, exterminating, removing, or defending oneself. Third, dehumanization makes indiscriminate reasoning easier. Third, dehumanization makes indiscriminate reasoning easier. Individual distinctions collapse. Civilian becomes member of enemy population, becomes enemy, becomes legitimate target. That is epistemically disastrous. A person's actual conduct, responsibility, age, intentions, and circumstances can cease to matter. Collective identity substitutes for individual evidence. Fourth, it facilitates violence and atrocity. Dehumanizing rhetoric does not mechanically cause genocide or mass killing, and its presence alone does not prove genocidal intent. But historically and psychologically, it has a recognized risk factor because it lowers inhibitions against harming members of the targeted group. It can normalize progressively worse treatment before physical violence occurs. This is why I speak out against dehumanizing rhetoric against Palestinians, against Hamas, against Israel, against Israelis, against the IDF, against anyone. Fifth, it harms the dehumanizer as well as the target. A society that trains people to suppress empathy toward an outgroup is weakening a psychological capacity that does not stay neatly confined to one context. This is what I think Dave is doing to his audience, with him as the chief dehumanizer. Cruelty becomes habitual. Suspicion increases. Moral sensitivity deteriorates. I'm seeing it in some Dave Farina fans that leave comments who are highly protective of Dave Farina and highly protective of his video, highly protective of the Palestinian perspective. Moral sensitivity deteriorates. Soldiers, citizens, officials, and commenters can become accustomed to treating suffering as trivial or deserved. Sixth, it destroys social trust. Human well-being depends heavily on cooperation, reciprocal restraint, institutions, communication, family stability, commerce, friendship, and expectations that other people will respect basic rules. Dehumanization replaces those relationships with fear and zero-sum tribalism. Their flourishing becomes our loss. Their suffering becomes our victory. Black and white thinking. This is the kind of reasoning I'm hearing coming out of Dave's brain. That produces worse societies, even for the nominally favored group. Seventh, it damages truth-seeking. Are you listening, Dave? Once a group is dehumanized, evidence tends to be interpreted asymmetrically. Haven't we seen an overwhelming amount of evidence in the past month that seems to be treating that is being treated asymmetrically? Atrocities committed by, quote, us become mistakes, necessities, or propaganda. Atrocities committed by them become proof of their essential nature. Individual counterexamples are dismissed. This makes rational conflict resolution considerably harder because factual judgments become subordinated to tribal identity. And eighth, it makes reconciliation harder. Wars eventually end. Political opponents eventually have to coexist. Neighbors remain neighbors. If populations have spent years describing one another as monsters, vermin, Nazis, terrorists, demons, or inherently evil people, rebuilding reciprocal recognition becomes dramatically more difficult. That prolongs trauma and increases the probability of future violence. Dehumanization is morally harmful because it predictably reduces empathy, expands permission for cruelty, erodes individual moral consideration, corrupts reasoning, increases intergroup violence, undermines social trust, and obstructs peaceful cooperation, all of which damage physical, mental, and social health. I think Dave Farina's habit of dehumanization has radically affected his empathy in how he treats others and his ability to engage in non-bias truth seeking. Dave does not have a handle on the truth. And dehumanization, this kind of behavior, is a fast track to that. If you want me to answer to anything specifically, I'll answer to a couple things here. Send me a super chat and I will judge or answer anything you send me. Wyatt says, do you believe those who kill children are human? Yes or no? Yes, of course they're human. Tony says, that is exactly what many pro-Israeli people do with Palestinians by collectivizing militant violence. Yeah, they shouldn't do that. It's a very bad thing to do. Those who do that. Thank you, Matthew, so much for the $20 super chat. Says, any chance Dave would debate any opposition? Nick Matau, Holman Hughes, Natasha Osdorf, or would he say they are genocide lovers and refuse a convenient standard to invent for himself to refuse discussing any opposing thought? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Dave, in his last email to me that I didn't respond to, said that because of my fact checking, we couldn't work together anymore. And that doesn't mean I'm closed off to working with Dave, but someone else can propose those things to Dave. Maybe it's just destiny, but I'm sure it would make sense if Dave is engaging in a logically consistent application of his standards, that he would be applying those same labels that he applies to destiny as he applies to other people. So, all right, let's keep going. I thought it was important to point out what dehumanization behavior does to us psychologically. I think that's really important for people to hear. It's not only Dave's audience that does it. Other audiences, other content creators do it as well. Stop dehumanizing people. It's bad for human well-being. So for me as a moral well-beingist, it is a bad and wrongful thing to be doing.
instead of you yourself condemning the murdering of children. What the fuck are we even doing here? How is this something that needs to be said out loud? Blowing up children is bad. Calling
Dave, if you actually looked at the evidence of my fact checks, you would find that I condemn this kind of behavior constantly throughout them. But you didn't. You're trying to deliver a particular narrative, and this is just propaganda again.
Miss Rachel an anti-Semite for putting a spotlight on children who have had their limbs blown off by Israel is bad. Being a genocide-denying cum stain like Pangburn is...
Again, I don't know why this is so incoherent to you, but I don't deny genocide. I also don't agree that it's been demonstrated that genocide has occurred, because the investigation has not happened yet, Dave, by the international body that is equipped to investigate this situation properly. And I know it sounds like a broken record, folks, but I have to keep saying it, because Israel has not given their evidence and counter evidence to these human rights organizations and UN commission that determined a genocide has occurred, because they don't need to. They're going to give that evidence to the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. So the actual investigation has not happened yet. That's the morally and epistemically responsible thing to do, is wait for the investigation. Wait what the actual evidence demonstrating genocidal intent will be. So far, I have not seen direct positive evidence of genocidal intent that the ICJ is going to take seriously in this determination. That doesn't mean that evidence doesn't exist. And maybe there are things out there, pieces of evidence and arguments that I haven't come across. But so far, I am not convinced. And I think the responsible thing to do is wait for the International Court of Justice to make this determination. And I will almost certainly agree with their determination, whether they determine that a genocide has been committed or not.
Is bad. Anyone who refuses to acknowledge any of these obvious facts can suck my balls. It's very obvious why he fixated on me to produce this mountain of damage control. Did he ever do 50 hours fact-checking Douglas Murray, the worthless genocide apologist who does nothing but lie for Israel? Or what about Gad Saad or Deepak Chopra, the worthless grifter and Epstein associate?
Well, if you watch those episodes, I mean, I haven't fact-checked, I haven't done this kind of rigorous fact-checking of all of the things I've ever produced, partly because that's not the kind of content I was creating. That wasn't the kind of work I was doing. And those screenshots you just showed are very old pieces of content from Pangburn's history. I'm not against fact-checking that stuff, but it's very old content. And you know, the reason why, Dave, I was compelled to fact check your Israel Palestine video entitled Destiny Loves Genocide is because a lot of the things you were saying didn't sound right to me. And I would have expected someone like you, who had recently been on my stage, someone who I think was accurately representing facts, sound logical argumentation, etc., in your vaccine debate. I was confused as to how that could be happening. So after looking at some of the information and seeing the glaring amount of misinformation that was being shared, because we have content featuring you on our channel, and because I have my new systems, and also because you had said things about Destiny, who's another participant on the Pangburn stage, that were just factually incorrect. You said Destiny was being sued for sharing child pornography. And that was just false. And you very well perhaps should be sued for that by Destiny. That would be an easy defamation case. Very easy. I don't know if Destiny will sue you, but so I thought it was important to stand up to that as well. But if you look through my actual analysis videos, you'll notice that I'm not just finding places where you're wrong. I also outline where you are correct and where I disagree with Destiny's position and where I disagree with some of Destiny's behaviors. That's all publicly available evidence that people can go to and see for themselves. But I don't think you did that. I think this dehumanizing story that you're trying to spin here fits more with this narrative, fits more with your newfound negativity bias towards me. And I think, a lot of your audience, the ones who really do care about what's factual with regards to Israel-Palestine, will probably find their way to my extensive detailed reports of all the errors you made and the anti-Semitism and propaganda you delivered in that video. And we will be able to see who's on the right side of the facts in this situation and who is the ethical party in this situation. There.
They seem to have gotten off a little light, don't you think? Anyway, there's no reason to keep combing through these. I skimmed as much as I could stomach, and
Dave, you didn't have to skim them. Could have went to the actual report that compiles all the findings. Like, I know you know it exists. Why didn't you show the report? It feels to me like you're trying to deter people from going and sifting through all of this useless garbage. But I'm going to make sure it's very well publicized that this report exists freely on our website and that you, in a very dishonest fashion, avoided it. You didn't want to face the facts. I think the evidence justifies that position.
it's just tens of hours of waffling, posturing, nitpicking, using the word epistemic a lot to sound smart, nothing of substance.
Using the word epistemic to sound smart? Does the word epistemic sound smart? You learn about epistemology in Philosophy 101. Is that the meme now? I shouldn't be saying epistemic because that would just be me trying to sound smart. I think it's important for people to understand what epistemology is, what knowledge formation is, what it means to be epistemically sound, high resolution, just to sound smart. Okay, more mind reading.
But it's after all this that he really started to spiral. After milking his reaction live streams for all they're worth, he started scouring the comment section of my video for comments about him, and he found
I didn't scour the comment section. I mean, there were some times where I went to the comment section during my live streams, but this particular one was sent to me. A lot of people were sending me screenshots of your comments, Dave. So if I remember correctly, this particular one was sent to me on Discord. People were posting these on Discord. And they were also like really confused why there were, I don't know how many it's at now, like 5,000 plus comments that were deleted or removed. I mean, were you doing all that? Like, why wouldn't you just let the comment section like roll and allow people to converse about this topic and have conversations? Like, you seem to be someone who wants to shut down the fact checking, shut down the conversations. You seem to be someone who wants to say there are no conversations to be had. By the way, if anyone has that particular, here, let me see, that website that shows the stats for that video, where those stats are at, if you could please send that to me on Discord, that would be fantastic. I'm trying to find out where it is, but yeah, if you could send that to me on Discord, that would be great. I would like to see an update as to where the stats are for Dave's video. I'm actually going to call out to Discord as well. Someone please share the link with shows Dave's video stats relating to deleted comments. Thanks. Woohoo! Sending that to everyone. Sorry if I annoy you with my @everyone tags on Discord, but this is a good time to promote our Discord server. If you're not yet a Discord member, whether you agree with me or not, whether you're Dave all the way, everything Trav says is bullshit, we still want you to be a member. You just have to engage in a good faith, helpful way on the Pangburn Discord server. Oh, index audit. Here we go. Let's take a look. Thank you so much. Special shout out to, why can't I see your full name? To D. Okay. We also have video 2 we can look at. So let's look at the first video. 12. Okay. So, whoa. 706 threads. Hopefully you guys can see this. Oh yeah, there we go. Ooh, it's kind of not fitting. I'm actually going to pull this into its own window and share that. 1 second. 1 itty-bitty second. Window capture. There we go. Let's take a look here. All right. So Destiny Loves Genocide is the name of the video. 706 thread with creator activity. So Dave is in on 706 of these comments and threads. Whoa. Creator comments. Dave is almost, 935 creator comments. Holy. Wow. Dave has made 935, or someone from Dave's account, or Dave himself, whoever, has made 935 creator comments. 14,658 threads. Whew. This was as of 12 minutes ago. 12,396 comments gone. Comments that have stopped appearing on YouTube since this tracker first recorded them. Deleting a top-level comment, 1,950 so far, wow, takes every reply beneath it out of view, so one removal can account for dozens. Not all of them were deleted. A reply under a removed top-level comment gets hidden rather than removed, and still comes back from the API when asked for directly. Every flag is pulled back from the API one at a time to check. 5,829 confirmed deleted, 6,559 still there. Open deletions, at the top of the page with the split and what removed them. Let me go to deletions here. Confirm deleted. Account, not an estimate. Every flag is requested from API individually. This is how many came back gone. 6,559 came back alive and are not deletions at all. Okay. We have 5,829 confirmed deleted. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this into my system and see how normal this kind of data is. Oops. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Anyways. Dave's comments are here. He says, you're dumb as shit. All right. Anyways, I just wanted to see where that's at, and I just want to see a comparative analysis. Yes. Shout out to Index Case for making this site. Very quick bathroom break. Thanks for being with me, everyone. We are getting there. I think we're more than 3/4 all the way through. So. All right. Yes, I had to go and pick up my $7,000 check out of the toilet. Okay. Let's keep going in the video. We'll look at that data in a bit when it's ready.
On this one, I said that I will dunk on Destiny and Pangburn for their pathetic damage control, and he decided to make a 6-hour video responding to this one comment.
Well, there was a lot more than that in the 6-hour video. It wasn't just about responding to that one comment, but there was a lot we went over in that video.
Trying to predict what my so-called hit piece will include. Gee, do you think it'll include me dunking on both of you for being genocide-denying assholes? Luckily...
Again, Dave, can you show evidence that I've denied the genocide? He just keeps saying that like it's like known gospel from his Bible. But yeah, check out the likely categories in Dave Farina's upcoming hit piece. The 2018 Pangburn Philosophy Business Collapse, unpaid obligations, refunds, and event cancellations. Yes, we were right about that prediction. Pangburn AI is a branded ChatGPT-based workflow rather than an independently trained model. There's been some stuff there, but Dave also didn't try to critique my Pangburn AI system document that also exists on our website. The lack of independent benchmarking or external validation for Pangburn AI, he hasn't brought that up yet. The audit's claim selection automation, coding, and percentage methodology, potential conflicts of interest arising from Travis Panger's professional and commercial relationship with Destiny. He alluded to that. Omissions, corrections, or reclassifications in the Dave Farina audit. Dave has not even looked at the audit. Yikes. I was expecting Dave would have tried to contest with the actual document that outlines all the fact checking. The allegation that anti-Semitism criticism was used to discredit or silence criticism of Israel. He alluded to that a little bit. Private emails, contracts, payment records, and the breakdown of Dave and Travis's working relationship. I don't know if Dave shares any emails or anything in this video. Possible inconsistencies between Travis's conduct and the Pangburn virtues and maxims. Dave can try to make those arguments. Grandiosity, self-branding, and repeated use of the Pangburn name across projects and systems. Academic credentials, domain expertise, and the use of expert or scientific language. Platforming, well, yeah, he snarled at the use of epistemic and thinks that I'm using it just to sound smart. Again, like that's like philosophy basics. That's not something you would use to sound smart in philosophy, or even just generally in public. Platforming controversial figures and monetizing polarized debates or culture war conflict. He kind of brought that up recently with the Douglas Murray clips, etc. The volume of AI-generated reports, source books, scorecards, and other research artifacts. He hasn't mentioned reports or analysis or things like that. Maybe because he doesn't want people to actually go through the information. Transcript, quotation, caption, sarcasm, pronoun, and audio-visual interpretation errors. He pointed out 2 minor errors, but it didn't change the fact check. Differences between confident live stream rhetoric and more cautious written qualifications. He hasn't pointed that out yet. Old school media posts, ideological associations, prior disputes, and archived public statements. Haven't seen any of those yet. But like I said last night, if someone wants to go back in my history on social media, you will find so many positions that I've changed throughout the years. Like you'll say, you believe this? And it'll be some like shitty position I held, maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago. And I'll tell you what I think about it. Maybe I still believe that, or maybe I've changed my mind. But charity event claims, fundraising projections. Yep, he went through that. And the use of humanitarian causes in event promotion. We should be doing that, by the way. We should be using these kinds of controversies, these kinds of battling of wits, personal attacks, all of that interest that all of that stuff generates. We should be using it for good, doing charity debate events or charity events in general, like they do in boxing, like they do in golf, like they do in so many other I guess expert fields. Insinuations of donor, Zionist, Israeli, or network influence without direct evidence. So I think we predicted some of the stuff Dave was going to bring up, but I really wish Dave would have dealt with version 2 of our report. That is right here. Points out the anti-Semitism in the transcript, the propaganda level, and all 85 non-factual claims Dave made. All 85. All of these. If you are watching the screen, all of them in a single video. Okay. Shall we continue? Are we down to 7 minutes in the video? No, we got more. Oh, you mean 7 minutes until your desired section? All right. Oh, what happened? Did I lose something there? Oh no, we're all good. We're good.
Luckily, we don't have to actually watch this pathetic train wreck, since he was kind enough to summarize what he's going to whine about for.
You know, I don't know if Dave's going to show it, but remember when Dave brought up the controversy from 2018? And he just showed screenshots of people who, you know, were saying things about me without substantiation, and also played a video of someone who was fired from Pangburn for, you know, engaging in all kinds of nefarious shit, including trying to start a competing company and trying to sabotage Pangburn. He aired that person's mumbling takes of, yeah, and I think this happened, and this was like that, and if I remember correctly, that as though it was like reasonable evidence to present, and then he completely left out. Now we know he knew I had read the information, the factual information, my true depiction of what happened in 2018. He didn't include any of that, at least thus far. We'll see if he does, but he hasn't included any of that in this video.
For 6 hours in a handy little list up top, so we can just read that. Number 1, yes, I will inform everyone about what a shady little monkey he is, ripping off speakers and ticket holders, which led to the collapse of his business. No.
So again, if Dave would have watched my video, he might just completely discount everything, but then he's just cherry picking data that agrees with some kind of negativity bias he's running. And also, do you know what the crazy thing about this is? Dave tried to engage in this strange immoral reasoning where he was like, the reason why I decided to work with Travis because I believe in second chances, but because I know of his shady past, I wanted to get my fee and travel expenses paid for up front, which I did. But Dave was more than happy to put his entire audience at risk by sharing the links to the Pangburn website where we are selling tickets for the event he's engaged in. When he was worried about his own ass, he's then willing to, I wanted to make sure I would get my money up front from Travis. But with apparently what was in his mind at that time, which I don't think there's good reason to believe that, but he said, but then, yeah, no, I felt justified in risking my audience's money and sending them to Travis's website to buy tickets from him for this event. It doesn't make any sense, and it makes him seem like makes him seem immoral, if that's the story he's trying to spin. But the story doesn't make sense. And I already played this whole video in the last stream for people who want to see my take on the 2018 debacle. And for the record, I'm going to put this up on the stream so people know where to find this. We don't have to read through it again, but it exists on the record anyway. So where's my, there we go. forward slash. There we go. So everyone, this article is where people can go. It is at thewarofideas.org. If anyone's interested in not just hearing one side of that story, but also hearing my side of that story. I also read this into the record in the last video. So anyways, there.
No shit, I'll do that. Fucking Nostradamus over here. 2, I'll make fun of how he relies entirely on his super special AI to
I don't rely entirely on my super special AI. I also rely on my memory, what I have learned. I also use other resources. I also follow the sources that my AI agents that are trained on rigorous epistemic standards, I check those sources. So it's not just me. And again, like there are so many assumptions that people have as to how I operate this that they are not able to demonstrate. But just simplifying it and using that absolutist language is just it's silly.
fucking Nostradamus over here. 2, I'll make fun of how he relies entirely on his super special AI to tell him what he wants to hear.
It's not telling me what I want to hear. So the sycophantry is trained out of my model, out of the Pangburn AI system. The hallucinations are trained out of the AI system. If Dave had a lick of education on how these systems operate, he wouldn't say stupid shit like this. I think Dave thinks that like your starting brand, like if you go to Claude and you just type in that's what I'm doing. No, my AI systems are trained in a sophisticated way to engage in academic PhD level rigorous research. That's what's happening. That's how my agents are trained. And they have demonstrated throughout this project to be orders of magnitude more accurate than Dave with regards to the facts. That's just there can't be a dispute there if you actually look at the evidence of what has happened from when Dave has dropped this video to the version 2 report that exists online that we've created. So
instead of engaging with facts like a normal person. 3 and 4, more AI shit. Hey Travis, can you use your super special AI to find out what happened to all that money that disappeared when you defrauded your speakers and ticket holders? Epistemic challenge, boss level.
that didn't happen. That's just a false claim. But you would have known my side of this and why that's a false claim if you would have watched my take of what happened in 2018. But you prefer this narrative, so you maybe didn't watch it or you went through it to see if you could find some errors or issues. But really with regards to this issue, you're just believing claims from other people as opposed to believing my claims. So it did turn out to be this big he said, she said situation because it never was legally adjudicated. I decided not to sue people who were defaming me and making shit up on the internet, but it is what it is.
5, yes, you're a shill for Destiny who is a genocide apologist, so I have no interest in working with you, and especially not in sharing your stage with him.
You're a shill for Destiny who's a genocide apologist. I don't think genocide apologist is, an accurate label of Destiny. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. I would have to look more. But when I assessed Destiny's response to your original video, I didn't find that he was a genocide apologist. Destiny had some misinformation of his own, but yeah, I didn't find him to be a genocide apologist. Also, let's hear that again. Well, no, we don't have to hear it again, because he was saying, no, I don't want to work with Travis because he platforms a genocide apologist like Destiny. Dave, you agreed to work with me while I was platforming the so-called genocide apologist Destiny. And I had platformed Douglas Murray, Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, who you treat as another evil person. So I don't think your story is very believable about how you're trying to frame, like, oh, I gave Travis a second chance, but I didn't really trust him, and I wanted to get my money up front, but who cares about my audience? I'm just going to send them to this quote unquote fraudster, and he can collect their ticket money. Doesn't make sense.
Fucking Nostradamus over here. 2, I'll make fun of how he relies on genocide apologist, so I have no interest in working with you, and especially not in sharing your stage with him. Duh.
Yeah. So your reasoning there, you're giving a reason you were fine with it, but now you're not fine with it, seemingly because I fact checked your ass and demonstrated 85 non-factual claims in your original video. Yikes. Yikes. Do people actually believe this stuff?
6, omissions or corrections? Did he apologize for misquoting me and getting a bunch of shit wrong in the first video? No idea, and I don't care either way. He shouldn't have done any of it in the first place.
Right out of Dave's mouth. I shouldn't have fact-checked Dave's work. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have demonstrated the anti-Semitism in the video. I shouldn't have demonstrated the 85 non-factual claims in the video. I shouldn't have demonstrated the overwhelming amount of propaganda in that video. I shouldn't have demonstrated that he falsely claimed that Destiny was being sued for sharing child pornography in that video, which Destiny is not being sued for that. That's just a major, major yikes.
7, yes, accusing me of being anti-Semitic for criticizing Zionism in the video where I repeatedly differentiate between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism just makes you look like a fucking moron.
No, Dave. You think just because you're saying things about anti-Zionism, related to anti-Zionism, or against Zionists, that it can't be anti-Semitic? You've just demonstrated you don't know a damn thing about anti-Semitism determinations. The classic basic example I like to use is, and I know I sound like a broken record to some people out there, but Dave, if you walk up to and you try to find someone who looks Jewish in New York, and you walk up to him and be like, hey, you know what, dickbag? I wish the Nazis would have killed more than 6 million of you Zionists in World War II. If you did that, that is anti-Semitism. Notice how you didn't have to mention Jews?
Eight, no, like I said, Travis didn't do anything shady with me, so I have nothing to say there, nor emails to share. That's weird that he would imply there's even anything to talk about, like as though he actually did put something shady in the contract and I just didn't catch it. Who knows? 9, virtues and maxims. You don't have virtues. You platform a genocide-denying sexual predator because it makes...
Dave, I was platforming Destiny at the same time you were willing and happy to not only do the vaccine debate event, but we were talking about doing events where you and I would be speaking together and you would be doing lectures on our stage, right up to when I fact-checked your video. And maybe you should study the 6 Pangburn virtues and maxims. Fallibilism, number 1. Certainty is almost certainly unattainable. You could learn a lot about why it's a a silly epistemic posture to be acting so certain of yourself, acting in an infallibilist fashion, when really you as a human being, one of your fundamental functions is actually being open to update, but you're acting like you're not open to update on any of this stuff. I'm not sure if you have, I don't think you conceded a single point. Isn't that crazy? Have you conceded a single point, Dave, of all the fact checking I did? 85 non-factual claims that I demonstrated? How about number 2? Well-being as a virtue, physical, mental, and social health. The corresponding maxim, maximize well-being for yourself and those around you. That's what you should be doing. You shouldn't be excluding anyone from that. You shouldn't be dehumanizing people because that is causing well-being detriment. But unfortunately, dehumanizing causes people to lose empathy and act in ways like you do, Dave, that show a lack of empathy. And how about communication as a virtue in and of itself? That's the third Pangburn virtue. With the corresponding maxim, good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. That is one I would really like to see you adopt. Good faith, meaning honesty and sincerity of intentions. And helpfulness, I mean, we should all know what helpfulness looks like at this point. We're not in kindergarten. But in the context of the dialectic, it would mean if you're having a conversation with someone, if you're communicating with someone, and they seem to be struggling, let's say, to present the strongest form of their argument, that might be counter to your position, you would metaphorically reach out a helping hand and help them present a stronger form of their argument. So at the end of the day, you know that you're actually dealing with the strongest form of their argument. That's what helpfulness means in the dialectic. How about patience? Patience, ultimate patience, even in the face of detestable ideas. You don't seem to have a lick of patience for detestable ideas. Oh, why would we have patience? So we don't drive those that disagree with us into cognitive rigidity. Because when people get driven into cognitive rigidity by way of other people being impatient towards them, that causes them to retract into this identity defense, this inability to be open to update. So if you really want people to change their mind on things like this related to Israel-Palestine, it would be irrational for you to deliver the information in the way that you deliver it, because you're causing people who disagree with you to go into identity defense, people who haven't trained their cognition to be able to overcome that. How about lightheartedness? I actually think from a Pangburn virtues and maxim perspective, lightheartedness might be one of your strongest qualities. That's when you aren't using, and the corresponding maxim is to refine and express your sense of humor. You obviously have a sense of humor, but unfortunately, when you weaponize that sense of humor to bully people or make people feel bad or dehumanize them, that's when you are violating any kind of moral well-beingist outlook. What about the final virtue of inspiration? Let art and science inspire. I think you embody that virtue well. I know you're an artist, you're a pianist. So am I, by the way. I would shred you when it comes to boogie-woogie rock and roll piano, but you would probably shred me when it comes to classical. And yeah, you use science as a source of inspiration. So that would be a very high score for you with regards to the Pangburn virtues and maxims. So when you say you don't have any virtues and maxims, I actually have explicit virtues and maxims that are the subject of my first book that'll be out next year. So that's just something, again, that you got factually incorrect. Dave.
Makes you money, and you threw me under the bus for exposing him. 10.
Dave, fact checking you shouldn't be viewed as throwing you under the bus. That's just checking your work. That's a pro-science posture. You are the one that's engaging in an anti-science posture and be like, you should have just kept quiet and not fact check me. That's anti-science. It's an anti-scientific posture.
10. No idea what that means. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of his business activity. 11. No, not interested in playing.
Someone says, I'm here to get Travis's take on Destiny revelations. What Destiny revelations? To my understanding, nothing new is brought up in this video about Destiny or Destiny's past or anything like that. Things I didn't already know. There are so many allegations against Destiny out there. And some people just like believe those allegations. And I'm not someone who just believes allegations towards people. I want to know what's been adjudicated. I want to know what's been independently verified, etc. There's all kinds of old information people will send me and be like, did you know about this? What Destiny did? And then I'll look at it and be like, well, how do you know he did this? Well, I mean, it's pretty common knowledge. Yeah, but how do people know he did this? I'll click on it. I'll ask them questions. They're just believing someone's claim about it. And Destiny refutes it and says that didn't happen. So is this going to be adjudicated? Well, I don't know. It happened 10 years ago. Why would you share this with me? This is someone made this claim about Destiny. Well, if you look at the entire corroboration of all these other claims that have been said about Destiny, which claims have actually been adjudicated? That's what I want to know. So if anyone's waiting in the comments section for me to like jump on the bandwagon of like adopting beliefs about Destiny that aren't substantiated by independent verification or legal proceedings, etc., you're going to be sitting there, you know, until maybe you're a skeleton, because a lot of these things that have been sent to me, and I could learn something new today, but I feel like we're going to be going up against a lot of the same things that I've seen about Destiny that aren't substantiated at all.
The credentials game. Destiny is a college dropout, I believe. Who the fuck knows for Travis, and I don't care. But my degrees don't qualify me to speak authoritatively about geopolitics. I'm just a fucking adult with a brain and a spine, so I call out genocide when I see it. 12.
Okay, let's look at Dave's data here for a second. So on the data, longitudinal monitoring of Professor Dave's Destiny Loves Genocide comment section has recorded 12,396 comments becoming unavailable, representing a reported 5.82% confirmed deletion rate. That is above removal rates observed in at least one broad 500 video YouTube sample, but it falls within published deletion ranges for major political YouTube channels, approximately 4 to 11% over a 2-week study. The tracker alone cannot determine whether individual removals were performed by Dave, YouTube's automated system, moderators, or the commenters themselves. However, the unusually large number of vanished full threads, combined with Dave's exceptionally high direct participation in the comments, makes the moderation pattern worth a deeper content level analysis. Interesting. You know, it's just for me, like, I don't delete comments. I know YouTube sometimes removes comments, but seeing over 5,000 deleted comments, I'm like, what? But according to this, like approximately 4 to 11% over a 2-week study is within the published deletion ranges for major political YouTube channels. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about that. But
12. Yeah, it's fucked up that you platform Destiny. 13. Yeah, it's hilarious that you exclusively use AI to do everything. 14. Does this mean he's not a
I don't use AI to do everything. I use my AI agents. The way Dave talks about AI, interchange that with the internet. Yeah, how it's hilarious how you use the internet to do everything. I don't use the internet to do everything the same way I don't use AI to do everything. I use the internet to use particular softwares and websites and things like that. I also use the internet to stream. I use AI tools, specifically AI agents that are trained to high epistemic standards and can do expert level academic PhD level research for me. And I also check the corresponding sources that the AI agents are operating from. The information gets triple checked when I actually produce this into reports across various different kinds of frameworks to make sure my particular framework isn't engaging in any kind of hallucination or getting something slightly wrong. So there's a lot of things you can do to customize AI tools in a way that they can be just as rigorous as a PhD level researcher. That's just where the tools are at right now. And people like Dave, who are obviously uneducated on what these tools can do, has no clue about that. He's treating AI as like this sweeping thing that can't be trusted. It's like the people when the internet finally dropped and been like, oh, what did you get that from that internet? I'm only going to accept things that come from a library. It's like, okay, dude, just because it comes from the internet, just because it comes from AI tools, doesn't mean the facts are wrong. Deal with the actual fact checking, the conclusions of the facts. Try it. You know nothing about AI. Okay.
accountable for lies or mistakes where the automatically generated transcript was a little off? If so, that's still on him to have gotten it right by referencing the actual video. 15.
I did reference the actual video, Dave. And you know I referenced the actual video when I went through the full analysis. But you cherry picked the 2 little moments where I got 2 words wrong in the first initial transcript fact check. That's the actual factual delivery of what happened.
Yeah, Destiny confidently talks out of his ass while streaming all the time, and he's often either wrong or lying. 16, I don't know. 17, yeah, you're a fucking douchebag for pulling the Dave, don't you care about Palestinian children card. It's revolting.
I didn't say, Dave, don't you care about Palestinian children? I said there's a big opportunity here, given the controversy, given the interest in this feud, that we could raise a lot of money for Palestinian children. You're just using your negativity bias that is blinding you in your entire engagement with me, with Destiny, with the facts of Israel Palestine. That's what you're leaning on. That's why that seems like an evil thing that I've said to you or done or presented to you. Your positive utilitarian lensing, which should be made primary, is completely shut off. So you see that as evil. You can't even see the good in it. It's wild.
And 18, doesn't matter, this is all about money for you. Good thing we don't have to watch a single second of this piece of shit.
This is all about money for you. Okay, Dave.
Now, right? Finally, we can check out the last video in this series, The Verdict.
Oh, here we go. Maybe he did look. Let's see. Yes. Hello, Mr. Oh, I hope he goes through this. Mr. Netanyahu. Yes, I'm going to be spreading your misinformation today. By the way, Dave's pulling up the correct report. He shows that he knows the report exists. Let's make sure. Yes, this is Destiny Loves Genocide, official version 2. This is publicly available at pang-burn.com/analysis. 85 defective clusters of claims, 25 false claims, 25 unsupported claims, and 35 misleading/overstated claims. He's playing my little caricature that I think some people graphed onto me with regards to me being paid $7,000 from Israel to create this content. I'm still waiting on the money. I mean, maybe it's because I live in Oaxaca, Mexico. The checks are going to be in the mail forever. And how I'm just doing Israel's bidding, when really all of this project has been about fact-checking Dave's work and the stuff that features Destiny and etc. But the things that are included in Dave's video. I'm very excited to be doing this for the cause. We will soon have control not only over all media, but every entire brain in the world. Yeah, also for anyone that wants to learn more about how the Pangburn AI system works, I believe Don just dropped the application, but this needs to be updated. This is just version 1, but soon I'll be doing an updated version of this. But all Pangburn documentation and analysis documents are all open to update and will always be changing. But you can learn more about how the Pangburn AI systems work and how you can actually implement this rigorous system into your own LLMs, your own AI systems. But there's the link right there. Yes, we will control them all.
Yes, he is actually attempting humor here, which was already cringy enough on his own, but he's doing it by mocking the idea that Israel is trying to control public perception of the genocide they are committing, which they are indeed doing in countless
Hasn't been demonstrated, Dave. The full investigation has not been done.
ways, quite possibly through Destiny, who Pangburn platforms. Oh, the irony.
Some people don't realize, like, when it comes to propaganda, why am I worried that he's not going to show anything in this report? I'm glad he has shown that this report exists. Propaganda videos like Dave released. How much monthly? Well, just imagine if I'm online 10 hours a day, that's got to be worth at least like 10 posts, right? 1 post per hour. That's $70,000 a day. 70,000 times 31. 70,000. They should owe me $2.17 million per month. Israel. That's what this should be. That's what this work should be worth. Sorry, I just have to quickly check something. Very quickly. Thanks for being with me, everyone. Thanks for being here. Yes, everything is free on the Pangburn website. I thought someone was jokingly asking me how much Israel pays me. Just checking one thing quickly, folks. How much for Pangburn LLM? It's just a document that shows you how to customize your own LLMs. So you can go to pang-burn.com/analysis or the link I just dropped, and it will show you how to train your own LLM. La la la. Why am I worried Dave's not going to go through the report at all? The video's getting thin. Oh, and we're about to get into Destiny stuff right away. Oh no. It's it actually puts a lot of work on the fact checkers and the people who want to actually get the true information out there in the world.
How quickly we went from Dave being a solid science communicator who made a video with some facts and some mistakes to Dave the dirty propaganda peddler who just doesn't care about getting facts out into the world like brain.
Dave, that is a unreal extrapolation you just made. Go back a bit here. Only over all media, but every entire brain in the world. Yes, we will control them all.
Yes, he is actually attempting humor here, which was already cringy enough on his own, but he's doing it by mocking the idea that Israel is trying to control public perception of the genocide they are committing, which they are indeed doing in countless ways, quite possibly through Destiny, who Pangburn platforms. Oh, the irony.
Some people don't realize, like, when it comes to... So, by the way, I am referring to this particular project, propaganda videos like Dave released. It actually puts a lot, and this is after I had gone through 30 hours of fact-checking work with regards to his own video. I fact-check all of Destiny's response video, and then eventually I compiled the version 2 report that found 85 defective claims, 25 false, 25 unsupported, and 35 misleading / overstated claims. So that's what's in reference here. And also in this report, you'll show that the propaganda level with regards to things like factual distortion, certainty inflation, selective omission, emotional, and since we're on the propaganda question right now, let me read this. So propaganda level. Propaganda is not synonymous with, quote, everything false. It can be built from true photographs, authentic quotations, and genuine suffering. This is from the report. While using selection, omission, repetition, emotional loading, and certainty management to direct an audience toward a predetermined conclusion. I believe Dave is operating on predetermined conclusions here. It's one of the reasons why propaganda emerges. Cambridge defines it as information or ideas spread to influence opinion, often by withholding facts, like Dave did so often, or emphasizing only one side, like Dave does. Scholarship and museum resources likewise emphasize persuasion, stereotyping, emotional mobilization, and control of context. The Pangburn Propaganda Intensity Index. The following is a transparent editorial heuristic, not a validated psychological instrument. Each dimension is scored 0 absent to 4 pervasive / severe. So 0 meaning propaganda was absent in this category, or 4 meaning that's the highest possible score, in this case, pervasive / severe. The result describes the video's method, not the truth or falsity of every underlying image or humanitarian claim. So let's look at factual distortion. Dave scores in his video titled Destiny Loves Genocide, he scores a 3 out of 4 for factual distortion. The evidence in the transcript. The Lancet misrepresentation of I believe it was about 160,000 dead. Polling, ownership, legislation, friendly fire, and personal allegation errors. So this is just outlining the plethora of factual errors and factual distortions, 85 of them, in the transcript. And that's included in the propaganda level. Gotta give my boy a kiss. Love you. Have a good sleepy. How was he, honey? Honey? So reasoning for this score. A substantial true core prevents a maximum score in some of these things where they have a factual core to them, but there will be misleading or overstated distortion. So if there's a factual core to what Dave says in the video, but it's presented in a misleading way, or it's overstated, extremified, etc., it'll be scored as misleading or overstated. So that's what's being referred to here. So material factual failures are frequent in this report of Dave's video. So he doesn't quite get a perfect 4 here, but still a high score. Certainty inflation, that's a total 4 out of 4. Pervasive/severe. Claims like objectively 100%, every single, all, never, nothing to do with, without a doubt. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about certainty inflation. It's a major aspect of propaganda. Donald Trump is a major example of someone who engages in certainty inflation. It's a very powerful communicative tool because people in general find certainty posturing to be reliable, or gives people the perception that the person knows what they're talking about when they are engaging in this certainty posturing. So the reasoning, allegations, and probabilistic evidence by Dave, presented by Dave, are repeatedly stated as settled universals. That's why he gets a 4 out of 4. Selective omission, Dave gets a 3 out of 4. Minimal engagement with Hamas atrocities in Dave's entire video. Contrary legal views, poll wording, mixed Israeli opinion, or alternative explanations. So the reasoning, contrary evidence is usually dismissed as propaganda rather than weighed. So he gets a 3 out of 4. Emotional and dehumanizing loading. We just talked about dehumanization. Dave gets a full 4 out of 4. Quote, pure evil, psychotic society, terrorists, monsters, gremlin, pile of filth, graphic death, and graphic death imagery. That's part of the emotional loading part. Moral shock is used continuously to narrow reflective distance. Moral shock is used continuously to narrow reflective distance in this video. That's why it gets a 4 out of 4 for propaganda. Conspiracy/hidden control structure. There's a lot of conspiracy in this video and hidden control structure. That's why it gets a 4 out of 4. Bot farms, coordinated smear system, media control, TikTok capture, Congress takeover, Pentagon dependency, Israel in, quote, all of it. So real networks and influence are expanded into centralized or total control. So networks that are real and influence that is also real are expanded by Dave into centralized total control. Collective guilt/essentialization, a 3 out of 4 for Dave. Quote, whole country citizenry superiority, supporters as Nazi racists, Zionist Jew association. The transcript often leaps from selected actors, so specific selected actors, to broad groups, though it sometimes distinguishes Jews from Zionists. Opponent caricature/false dichotomy. That's what I think Dave has also engaged in this response video that we're finishing off today. Did Dave paint an honest picture of me, or did he paint a negativity bias driven caricature? I think the evidence is clear that Dave painted a negativity bias caricature of myself in this video. So, but for the original video, Destiny Loves Genocide, he receives a 4 out of 4. Deniers are paid, brainwashed, racist, stupid, Nazi equivalent, or dishonest. Only Israel is said to disagree with the listed authorities. These are some examples. The evidence is pushed toward a moral binary rather than an evidentiary spectrum. Remember when I mentioned black and white thinking? Dave is engaging in black and white thinking, which is going to cause fallacious reasoning all over the damn place when you engage in that kind of thinking. Effective montage and repetition, a 3 out of 4 propaganda score. Graphic clips, incitement montage, repeated genocide/Nazi language, and cumulative accusation chains. The editing method is strongly persuasive, although authentic source material is often present. So he doesn't get a full 4 out of 4 because there is some authentic source material that is present in the video. But overall, Dave has a high, very high propaganda intensity, a 28 out of a possible 32 in this propaganda level assessment of Destiny Loves Genocide video by Dave. This rating does not mean the victims shown are unreal, the incitement quotations are fabricated, or the devastation is insignificant. It means the video's persuasive architecture systematically suppresses uncertainty and counter evidence while escalating from authentic harms to universal conspiratorial and identity level conclusions. All right. Well, there's the propaganda analysis where it's currently at in version 2 of Dave's original video. All right. Let's keep going. A lot of work on the fact checkers and the people who want to actually get the true information out there in the world.
How quickly we went from Dave being a solid science communicator who made a video with some facts and some mistakes to
Dave, you are a solid science communicator. You have a plethora of work that demonstrates that. I don't think that has changed. But after I went through my full analysis, it's not how quickly. Imagine going through doing 30 hours of fact checking on your, I think it was an hour and a half video. After going through all that work, I started realizing that the video is full of propaganda. It's a propaganda piece. It also contained a fair amount of anti-Semitism. We found in this report about 6.1% of the video is dedicated to anti-Semitism. And then, of course, the 85 non-factual claims. Someone said, thank you so much for the super chat. Matt says, what was the term about inflation? I liked it, but forgot already. Certainty inflation? Yes. Certainty inflation. We also will call it certainty posturing in philosophy. So someone who is, and certainty posturing should be avoided. People should be embodying fallibilism. The idea that certainty is almost certainly unattainable. So why should we even worry about notions of certainty? I know that certainty exists in some linguistic senses in like mathematics and other things, but this is in reference to people who claim to have absolute, incontrovertible, certainty, like a true dogma. Dogma just means believing something to be incontrovertibly true. All right. And then Dave says, I went from solid science communicator who made a video with some facts and some mistakes. Dave, you're still that solid science communicator in my view. I don't know if you're a full-fledged anti-Semite. I'm going to do the full analysis report specifically on that issue if you have a strong enough pattern of anti-Semitism to determine that you're actually a full-fledged anti-Semite. I've determined Hassan Piker to be an anti-Semite. I've determined Anna Kasparian to be an anti-Semite. I've determined Kyle Kalinske to be an anti-Semite. Norman Finkelstein is a different brand of anti-Semite. He is an explicit, like tier 3 high resolution anti-Semite that a lot of these people, by the way, seem to cite on issues related to Israel-Palestine. And that guy is full of misinformation about Israel-Palestine. You can check out those reports at pang-burn.com/analysis as well. So then Dave says, and then he goes into a dirty propaganda peddling anti-Semitic piece of shit doing vile hit pieces. I've never said that about you, Dave. That's your negativity bias doing your thinking for you. I did not say that about you. And you'll actually notice that I haven't attacked you personally throughout this entire process. I don't do that. I'm not going to lower myself to that infantile level of throwing feces at each other. And I think you should stop doing that in your videos as well. I don't think it's setting a good example. And I think when you do that, it adds to the level of demonization in your videos.
To Dave, the dirty propaganda peddler, who just doesn't care about getting facts out into the world like brave, scholarly Pangburn.
I didn't say that. You made that up. That's just you demonstrating to the world what's going on in your mind. And I don't think that's healthy for you to pull that conclusion based on what I have actually said. I do not think that that is healthy.
What an asshole. Anyway, that's about it for Pangburn. Unexpectedly embarrassing, isn't it? He could have just...
No, I don't think you demonstrated anything to be embarrassing. I think you've sent people to my actual rigorous fact-checking system that they can check out and fact-check themselves, and also the version 2 report of your original video. There's also going to be a report about this video showing, well, we've generated version 1 of it, which is right here, and we're going to go through with it. We're going to go through it, and we're going to see anything we want to update. I guess we are calling it the Forensic version 3 response audit. So we're calling it version 3 response audit. But yeah. The high concern for anti-Semitism still remains. The propaganda index is now at a 29 out of 32. That has risen. Central version 2 findings retained substantially. It looks like you made, my system's telling me, it looks like you made 5 major concessions in this video.
Just made one long initial fact-checking video and fooled some people with it, but he ended up going full kamikaze instead. Video after video, each more unhinged than the last, with steadily declining...
Each more unhinged than the last? I don't think so. Are you going to substantiate that chronology?
view counts as everyone got tired of the tantrum. Who will ever take this guy seriously again after videos like these. He's like a dumb fuck deer frozen in headlights. We in the car know the deer could just run into the forest for safety, but it's too stupid to know that. So instead, it charges headfirst into the car and cracks its own neck,
I think this analogy kind of works against Dave. Because if someone imagines me like this deer in the headlight, like, for example, I've lost hundreds of subscribers from the channel. I've lost hundreds of subscribers since I fact-checked Dave. So I've taken a serious hit on the channel for doing this. So yeah, I'm kind of like, you could say I'm this deer, and I knew that I was going to lose subscribers by fact-checking Dave. I knew that that was going to happen, but it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to fact-check you, Dave. It was the right thing to expose the misinformation that you're spreading, to expose the propaganda, to expose the anti-Semitism, and do that in a professional, expert fashion. And it took a lot of time to compile this work and get it done. I'm sure there are people out there that can do it much faster than me, but I felt compelled to do it because you and content featuring you exists on my channel. And I didn't want people to fall into thinking that that kind of misinformation spreading, that kind of propaganda, that kind of anti-Semitism was something that I am supportive of, or something that those things specifically I am interested in platforming in and of themselves. I would be fine setting up a debate where Dave is on stage being challenged on his views adequately. That's what the Pangburn MO has always been. But yeah, I felt it to be an important duty, even though I knew I was going to lose subscribers. I was going to take a hit. But I'm happy to take that hit on the chin. After a while, I was pretty sure you were going to put out a hit piece like this about me, which you did, predictable. And I was sure it was going to distort the truth about things that have happened in my life, things I have, some struggles I had with the company in 2018, and I had to restructure. Yeah, you didn't include my side of the story at all. So a lot of this video, Dave, has just been a big, fat, dishonest attempt to steer people away from the rigorous fact checking I actually did that demonstrates your original video is full of shit. It's full of shit. Your anti-Semitism in that video is full of shit. Your propaganda is full of shit. And your 85 non-factual claims in that video, that's where the report is currently standing. It's always open to update. Maybe we'll get it down to 84. Maybe we'll find another one, 83. But you are a professional science communicator. You call yourself a professor. And when you put that crap out there, people will trust you and think it's correct because it's Professor Dave. Another reason why I felt compelled to correct this stuff. So far, this response video has just been a bunch of dishonesty again.
killing itself for no reason. That's Pangburn. He could have just
If by losing some subscribers because of this, to you means I'm killing myself, I think Dave has a pretty inflated ego of himself and his place on the internet and in YouTube. Like, he thinks that if someone goes against him, they're done. They're going to be over after this. It's like, Dave, you're not as important in that sense as you think you are. And I am going to lose subscribers, and I have lost subscribers, but like, I think it shows an inflated ego you have with regards to what impact you could have with some kind of hit piece that I think is quite easily to determine to be dishonest because you don't include information that might disagree with your perspective. So
stayed above the fray and not commented on anything. Hell, I might even have done more events with him, as we were discussing a bit before I released my Destiny video. Now,
yeah, we were discussing events, Dave, and you had agreed to do events, future events. We weren't only discussing, you agreed. And then you're saying he should have just stayed quiet. Yikes. What an anti-scientific posture by Professor Dave Explains. He should have just stayed quiet. Yeah, let my stuff get out there and infect people with misinformation. This is Professor Dave, by the way, we're talking about. The Chronicles of Pangburn. Number 1, imploded in 2018 due to extreme fraudulence. Nope, that's not what happened. Not at all. If people want to get the other side of the story, and what happened from my perspective, they can actually look at the most detailed account of what happened. 2, now exposed as a Zionist propaganda mill. Dave, that's projection. Your video is riddled with propaganda, and that can be academically demonstrated like I did. Yeah, the overwhelming evidence that Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite all exists in the report I did on Hassan Piker. It's right there. In this video, Hassan and Finkelstein minimize Hamas brutality. This is true. Finkelstein is sitting there snickering, being like, we have all of these people who were murdered. And then all of these people are making it, drawing a line in the sand saying, but rape occurred too. Rape doesn't change the big picture. Check out this video. It's actually insane. Rape doesn't change the big picture of the atrocities that happened on October 7th. That's what Finkelstein is referring to. Might have to oh no, we're good. Yeah, that Hassan Piker and Finkelstein conversation just caused me to want to look into more of this. Oh, also, I have determined through my research that Candace Owens is also an anti-Semite. She has the extensive pattern of anti-Semitism that leads me to conclude that. But let's keep going here.
now he's just going to go back into the dustbin of obscurity after everyone sees what a fraud he really is.
Now he's going to go back in the dustbin of obscurity. Now everyone sees what a fraud he is. Dave, the thing that has been demonstrated to be fraudulent is your handling of the facts of Israel-Palestine and of the facts of Destiny's court case and the facts relating to things about me and my past. I think that's what's been demonstrated to be fraudulent here. I don't think you did what you think you did. And I think this is another example of your inflated ego where you think you are in control of who stays and who goes. Professor Dave Explains, judge, jury, and executioner. Thank you so much, Matthew, for becoming a Pangburn producer. That is one way to support this kind of work. I really appreciate that, by the way. If you want to support the work on a monthly basis, that's a great way to support the kind of work I'm doing here. Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciate that. Okay.
Someone who platforms
Ruza said, brace yourself, Mr. Pengarelli. Satin, I just want to address this and then we'll get back to the video. Satin 360 just said, why should innocent children in Gaza be punished for the crimes of some supposed, well, the UN Commission found good reason to conclude that grapes and gang grapes did occur on October 7th. You seem to only sympathize with one side. You haven't been watching my content, Satin. If you actually watch my content and just block out the noise of people, just block out the noise of people who are saying stuff about my content, go and watch my content yourself. All of the innocent children in Gaza have my full sympathies. There is no coherent moral well-beingist argument, which I am, that could be made that innocent children in Gaza should be punished for the crimes of some people on October 7th. Of course, that should not be the case. Of course not. I am in full support of the Palestinian people. I am also in full support of the Israeli people. I'm a moral well-beingist. What this project has all been about, it hasn't been about denying genocide, by the way. Dave said many times that I'm a genocide denier in this video. That's just false. It's either he's ignorant on that or he's just lying. Who knows, right? But I have not denied genocide. What I am saying is that I am agnostic to the claim that a genocide has occurred and to the claim that a genocide hasn't occurred. I am waiting for the ICJ to actually do the full investigation. A full investigation has not been done because the ICJ is the only organization that is going to be able to examine Israel's evidence and counter evidence so that we can actually have a fair trial to determine genocide. That's where I'm at. Matt just said, hoping to make up for some lost viewers. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Matthew. You've been supporting a lot. I really appreciate you. Okay.
sexual predators and genocide deniers, and slanders those who stand against that. Finally, he really is someone who platforms sexual predators and genocide deniers and slanders those who stand against that.
Someone who platforms, like, is that your caricature of Travis Pangburn? Born of a negativity bias? I think so. That is something that someone that really hates me might say. But what about the positive utilitarian side, Dave? I platformed you and debunked the funk, Dan Wilson. And I think we put together the greatest vaccine debate of all time. And, I think you, but mostly Dan Wilson, crushed Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch. I worked very hard to put that together. There's a positive, including you. But I think your negativity bias has made you blind to who I actually am, if this is your actual depiction of who I am.
Finally, getting back to Destiny, it's easy to see the big picture regarding what he has become. Deep-throating Israel goes right along with his deep-throating establishment Democrats. Chuck Schumer
Deep-throating.
and the like, the absolute shittiest Democrats who are virtually indistinguishable from Republicans, the ones who are in the pocket of the oligarchy and willingly fund genocide just like all Republicans. That's who he represents. Establishment Democrats refuse to condemn Israel's genocide, and Destiny does that too. That's why his loser cult shames anyone who votes third party, and it's why they attack legitimate progressives like democratic socialists such as Hassan Piker, who
Hassan Piker is a confirmed anti-Semite, Dave. I'm not saying he should be attacked, but he should be challenged on that idea. Let's go back a bit.
And willingly fund genocide just like all Republicans. That's who he represents. Establishment Democrats.
All Republicans don't willingly want genocide funded. That's wrong, and even in your use of genocide, which is what you think has gone on in Gaza, not all Republicans support that. This is more just like, remember we talked about this, everyone, when we were looking at the propaganda? Remember here? Certainty inflation, objectively, 100%, every single, all, never, nothing to do with, without a doubt, every Republican. This is more certainty inflation. It's a tool of propaganda.
Democrats refuse to condemn Israel's genocide, and Destiny does that too. That's why his loser cult shames anyone who votes third party, and it's why they attack legitimate progressives like democratic socialists such as Hassan Piker, who are devoted to real change and actually addressing wealth inequality.
Also a confirmed anti-Semite, if we want to give the full picture. I'm not saying I hate everything about Hassan Piker. I honestly don't know his work much outside of me investigating his anti-Semitism. But he is demonstrably, based on the evidence, when I created my report, actually, let me pull this up. No, we're not. We won't pull that up now for this stream, but take too long. Stop being progressive, you idiots. You're ruining everything for shitty politicians.
Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right of center.
That's conspiratorial. I think Destiny is just someone who's interested in politics, likes to do analysis, likes to have debates, and like everyone else has his own political project. But I think grafting that particular conspiracy onto him is, I think you're just kind of making that up. You know, you're trying to draw lines to it, but you might see these correlations, but have you drawn a causal line to that conspiracy theory?
Position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's going to go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? And that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. Mm-hmm. So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel created JD Vance. Okay, go look at Naria Capital and where they got.
Peter Thiel created JD Vance. Let's fact check that claim. I don't know who that individual is who said it, but it's a weird framing. Peter Thiel created JD Vance. What do you mean by that? He's his daddy? I don't know why the chat freezes up once in a while here. I don't know. All right. So if by Peter Thiel created JD Vance, the person means that Thiel literally manufactured Vance's career or controlled him, no. But if you mean that Thiel was one of the most consequential patrons behind Vance's transformation from Yale graduate and author into venture capitalist and then national Republican politician, there is an unusually strong factual basis for saying that. He was probably the single most important elite patron of Vance's pre-Senate career and political rise. So if that's what the person's meaning, yeah. I think it's a low resolution take though, like created.
All their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus J.D. Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel.
Well, how do you know he's a Peter Thiel puppet?
For the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's a toss-up for him.
Is J.D. Vance a fascist? People throw around the fascist label, man. Like, oh. Oh.
Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hassan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hassan and he was rejected. Check out this clip from a few years ago.
Ooh. Why would Dave bring this up? Does he think that's like the real reason why Destiny, like what about all of Destiny's critiques about Hassan's ideas? Does he think these are born out of this?
For the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's a toss-up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand?
I know everyone's very excited about this one. One sec. Okay, I'll let this go.
What this douchebag is. Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hassan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hassan and he was rejected.
So how does he know that's why he hates him specifically? Well, wouldn't anyone? Like, how does he know that? And I don't know. Does Destiny say he hates Hassan? Potentially, yeah. So J.D. Vance is best classified as present as a illiberal, post-liberal, national conservative with significant authoritarian tendencies. Several of his positions overlap with core features of fascist politics, national decline, rebirth rhetoric, hostility toward independent institutions, willingness to politicize the civil service, contemplated defiance of judicial authority, and willingness to disrupt ordinary electoral certification. However, he does not clearly advocate the abolition of competitive elections, a one-party state, paramilitary political violence, or the fully anti-democratic revolutionary state characteristic of classical fascism. Calling him fascistic is therefore defensible. Calling him straightforwardly a fascist requires adopting a broader contemporary definition and should be presented as an analytical judgment rather than an uncontested fact. So it's not the most out to lunch label for J.D. Vance. Yeah, I mean, for me, between those two, based on what I know, I would have to, but if we're saying right now, I would lean towards AOC. If I have the choice, but maybe I would change my mind if I learned more. I don't know a lot about their policies. So this says Destiny groping Hassan. So now I have to look up the reason about Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. So I can read Matthew again. Thank you so much. Matthew says, sorry, I had to adjust my window. Matthew says, part of the reason to support establishment Dems is that they are on the ticket. Hassan would not endorse Kamala. And now look at what we have. How is Trump furthering things Dave cares about? Example, science funding, FDA admin, etc. Yeah. Hassan would not endorse Kamala. He should have endorsed Kamala, 100%. That was ridiculous. She was the clear, I think, only chance of beating Trump. How is Trump furthering things Dave cares about? Example, science funding, FDA admin, etc. I don't think Dave's a fan of Trump. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. All right. Oh, let me check this. Oh, man. Why do I feel like there's not going to be any positive evidence for this? Some of these claims. Yikes.
Check out this clip from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hassan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milanakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hassan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hassan were a woman.
Hey, got a little more too much, just tell me. I touch a lot when I'm drunk.
I see that.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
It's booby time, isn't it?
Can it be?
No.
Okay, just... Don't you need for these?
I still like rocks.
You gotta recover your muscles.
I'm a serious food addict, dude.
I know, but like you need your muscles have to rebuild. After you work out, you need protein. You understand?
Oh, you have a straight alcohol list too,
I'm sure
right?
you do.
Yeah, did you want to hear a list?
Why do you think you could just sign on to our internet? We're using it right now.
All right, sit down.
I wash my hands with soap. Does it smell like soap?
I don't want to smell it.
Your boobs aren't gonna grow if you don't. You distribute the chest gains? I'm so sorry. If I touch you too much, push my hand away, okay? I don't want to insult you.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch you when I'm drunk.
I know, dude. All right, stop.
Tell me about her.
So Steven seems plastered here. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I think this is like potentially someone trying to flirt in a way that they think is appropriate in this situation. It's hard without the context of their relationship, because if, for example, there are a few of my friends, if we were out having dinner like this, and we do crap like this to each other all the time, where we'll like touch each other, even if we know they're mad about something or they're mad at us, and we will do things to each other that out of context, people would be like, oh man, if that was a woman that they're doing to, like, holy shit, can you imagine, can you imagine what would happen to him? He'd be canceled or whatever. So I don't know the context of their relationship at this time, but yeah, I mean, if the question is, what's the good thing the right thing to do in situations like this. Yeah, if someone asks you to stop touching them or stop touching their muscle, stop trying to touch their muscles, etc. I also think like the way Dave's framing this is way different. Like grabbing the pectoral muscles of someone you're a friend with or friendly with is different than grabbing the breasts of a woman. I mean, much different. Someone says back when they were almost gay lovers, to be honest. I mean, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I'm going to see if I can find any more information. So Dave's claim, I can't believe I have to look and fact check this stuff. Destiny wanted to have sex with Hassan. Hassan rejected him. And that rejection is why Destiny hates Hassan. That seems to be just an unsupported speculative causal claim. It's like Days of Our Lives. Did Destiny want to have sex with Hassan? Possible, but not established by this video. Did Hassan actually reject a sexual proposition from Destiny? Not verified publicly. That is why Destiny hates him, is the weakest part. No evidentiary basis for the causal claim. Dave, what are you doing? I actually am cringing on the inside, like thinking about Dave bringing this up, thinking that this was like something that was going to make him seem like, yeah, and you guys want to know why Destiny hates Hassan? It's because he wanted to F him and Hassan turned him down. I mean, maybe Dave is trying to make a joke here with this. I don't know, but this is really weird. And also framing this as like Destiny, if Destiny would have been doing this to, some girl, then, oh, he would have been canceled because she's saying stop and he won't stop. We don't know the context. Did Destiny piss him off earlier? That's why he's acting like this. Like I'm trying to put forward what a judge is going to care about. Let's say if a judge was sitting down looking at this, what's the context surrounding this incident? Oh, well, you can see, like, if this was a woman, this was like, well, what's the relationship? Is this normal banter behavior and physical touching between these two? Like, there's information missing. So old footage shows Destiny repeatedly engaging in physically intimate and arguably flirtatious behavior toward Hassan, with Hassan appearing uncomfortable with some of the contact. That could support speculation about sexual attraction, but it does not establish that Destiny sought sex with Hassan, that Hassan rejected such a proposition, or, most importantly, that sexual rejection caused their subsequent feud. The contemporaneous record instead places their public friendship breakdown around their July 2019 Kamala Harris dispute, something Destiny himself later explicitly identified as the reason for the split. So if Dave uses a screenshot or this video as proof of why Destiny hates Hassan, that's a serious evidentiary standard failure. Dave, redo the work, study first. Look, he's trying to put Hassan into a concentration camp. I have to go pee. This is obviously an attempt by Mr. Borelli to cause a genocide on Hassan Piker's chesticles. There's only one possible conclusion. All right.
If I ever make you uncomfortable, just let me know. Okay, stop. Actually,
So Hassan was giggling and laughing at that point. How much time is in between these clips as well? You know, there's a lot of context missing.
So when he's drunk, all of these emotions that he's hiding inside of him to make it seem like he's this cool, calm, and collected guy who doesn't care. Stop rubbing me, dude. Call battery out.
Okay, guys.
1%. Okay.
So at that moment, Hassan looked like he was okay with that closeness with Destiny. Maybe Destiny's about to blow it here.
Just I fell on you for a second. I'm so sorry. Stop.
So that that piece of information, if I was a judge in court, I would have said, oh, there's an example of Hassan being somewhat reciprocal of that physical touching.
Dude, you're back around. Stop.
We live in an international market.
I know. People are gonna leave.
Here in America, they're gonna go over here to China.
Okay, dude.
Well, China's
Is that where they're going?
business Europe. They're gonna go.
Alright, dude, you don't have to like literally stand on top of me, dog. What the fuck? Okay, stop.
Fuck me, what a lecherous creep, right? He clearly
Dave, what a lecherous creep. Oh, man. If you only look at things through a negativity bias lens, you're not going to get a high resolution view on the actual facts of a situation.
has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against Hassan.
Streamer Destiny allegedly makes death threats on. Let's see if this can be corroborated. I don't think Dave said allegedly. I think Dave said he did make death threats. Dave seems like he wants to get sued. Fact check this. Is this what everyone's been waiting for, me to go through this crap? By the way, if my stream ever just shuts down, I'll be right back. It's because I've lost power. I lost power yesterday. Let's fact check that little graphic. Let's see if Dave said allegedly. I want to go back.
Lecherous creep, right?
What a lecherous creep. No, I didn't get that from that video. Yeah, Destiny was being handsy with a friend. I think it's reasonable to interpret that as flirting. In the way that the video's cut, like how much time is between, it's showing us those moments. It's stacking that stuff. And again, that's what propaganda videos do, by the way. So yeah, if I was a judge sitting down, I would not only look at like, oh yeah, I mean, this person said stop, you should stop. That's obvious, of course. But then when you look at when they're cuddling close, Hassan seems to be receptive of that. So if we were sitting in a deposition and Hassan was saying, and the whole time I was just scared that he was going to assault me or something like that, or I didn't like anything here. It's like, well, why at this moment later on in the video was it? And that's the thing. This video doesn't show the timestamps, so far as I could tell, of when these moments were happening. Like the chronology wasn't there. Weird. The screenshot is real, but the Times of India headline overstates what the underlying evidence establishes. The core event is authentic. On August 17th, 2025, Destiny wrote in his chat, I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan in real life for statements like this. Contemporaneous chat log reproductions place that at about 2 hours and 1 minute. Oh, yeah. 2 o'clock, 2:01 Pacific time, followed seconds later by comments that Hassan's statement was, quote, so far beyond the pale, and even the Nazis weren't this blatant. Multiple contemporary reports preserve the same wording. So let's look at some potential claims. Destiny wrote that attacking/killing Hassan in real life could be, quote, perfectly justified. That's true. The statement that an endorsement/justification of possible real-world lethal violence against Hassan, that's a fair characterization. Destiny directly threatened to kill Hassan himself? No. Destiny explicitly ordered his audience to kill Hassan? No. Calling it a, quote, death threat is ambiguously accurate. That's too strong, and that's debatable. Let's see. So the best corrected description would be, on August 17th, 2025, Destiny wrote that he believed one could, quote, perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan in real life over Hassan's remarks involving Hilla Klein while discussing armed resistance to Israeli raids in the West Bank. The statement can reasonably be condemned as endorsing or legitimizing potential violence against Hassan, but it did not contain an explicit threat by Destiny to kill him or a direct instruction for someone else to do so. Times of India headline also misleadingly connects the statement primarily to Hassan's criticism of Destiny's son's pro-Nazi remarks. The immediate trigger was Hassan's comments about Hilla and the West Bank resistance. So Dave's posting some more misinformation here. He should have checked this.
He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against Hassan.
He didn't make actual death threats against Hassan. Yeah, I think it's too strong to call that a death threat.
Just because Hassan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies...
No, that wasn't why, Dave. You got that from the misleading Times of India headline. The trigger was Hassan's comments about Hilla and West Bank resistance. You're spreading more misinformation.
justifies murdering someone, Steven? Really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hassan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hassan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got... It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got? Just a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me, free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there is nowhere to go on literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signally. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hassan can do all the sex pest memes, propaganda memes, lib left are all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis, pretty much, about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just
Quite the rant.
like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel.
I mean, I've gotten to know Destiny over the last year. I don't find him to be a despicable little rat at all. He's one of the hardest working intellectuals I've ever worked with. He has proven to me that he can engage in good faith, helpful conversations on the Pangburn stage, which is not easy to do, especially when we're out there promoting the anti-Trump debate tour. And, Destiny has a lot of hate for the Trump regime, but he was able to put together night after night, time and time again, a good faith, helpful effort with members of the public who paid to come up on stage and debate him. So Destiny is, to this day, one of the most hardworking intellectuals I've ever worked with, someone who shows a great amount of care for the work he's doing, how the work will affect his audience, etc. Very generous with his audience at his events, will sign everything until the bitter ends of every night that we're at events. He helps with equipment. He helps with setup and takedown. He goes above and beyond in his work with me at Pangburn. And on a personal level, I've come to know him better, and I will say, for the record, and people can do what they want with this clip, but I would trust Destiny Stephen Bonnell with my children. I wouldn't have a problem trusting Destiny Stephen Bonnell with my children. No question. No problem with that. Do what you will with that clip.
Surrounded by his fans in the Israeli occupying forces.
Really? Yeah. Wait, we should find me and we can chat after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll see you around. You next. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has.
Let's see. Legally stalking. Let's check that.
Definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy, Hassan has said enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years and he's not let up, and his freak ass audience.
I'm going to fact check that. So Hassan has repeatedly accused Destiny of cyber stalking, and legally stalking and harassing him. And in July 2026 said he was considering a restraining order, but we have found no verified restraining order filing, civil judgment, criminal charge, or judicial finding establishing that Destiny legally stalked or harassed Hassan. What Hassan has actually alleged: in March 2024, Hassan called Destiny's repeated focus on him cyber stalking and obsessive. The immediate basis was primarily Destiny repeatedly discussing, reacting to, and producing content about Hassan. By July 2026, after the College Democrats event controversy, Hassan's rhetoric became stronger. He said Destiny was trying to, quote, stalk me in the physical world, discussed legal action and a possible restraining order, and a circulated clip records him saying Destiny was, quote, actually legally stalking and harassing me. Those are Hassan's allegations, not legal findings. What would criminal stalking actually require? Under California Penal Code 646.9, stalking requires substantially more than watching someone's streams, plus criticizing them, plus going to public events they attend. The statute requires someone to willfully, maliciously, and repeatedly follow or harass another person together with a credible threat intended to place that person in reasonable fear for their safety or their immediate family safety. The federal cyberstalking statute likewise requires on intent to kill, injure, harass, intimidate, or place someone under surveillance, plus a course of conduct that causes or would reasonably be expected to cause substantial emotional distress or fear of death/serious bodily injury. That is a much higher threshold than simply being obsessed with another public figure online. Civil harassment is broader. California's civil harassment statute is potentially more relevant. It covers a knowing and willful course of conduct directed at a particular person that seriously alarms, annoys, or harasses them, serves no legitimate purpose, would cause a reasonable person substantial emotional distress. Second, we're going to look at these claims of killing as well that Hassan just made. Seriously alarms or annoys or harasses them, serves no legitimate purpose, would cause a reasonable person substantial emotional distress, and actually cause substantial emotional distress. Still good. But crucially, constitutionally protected activity is excluded. That matters tremendously when both people are professional political commentators criticizing each other's publicly broadcast material. California's civil stalking tort similarly specifically protects constitutionally protected speech, protest, and assembly, and even excludes certain legitimate news gathering conduct from surveillance. So Destiny reacting to Hassan's public streams, criticizing his politics, clipping him, debating his statements, or attending the same public political convention would not automatically become legal stalking merely because it is persistent or unwanted, but there is conduct that makes Hassan's concern more serious. The strongest piece is Destiny's August 2025 statement. I honestly think you could, we already looked at this, but I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan in real life for statements like this. That statement is well documented, as well as discussed previously. It is not straightforwardly a direct death threat. Destiny did not say, quote, I will kill Hassan. But if a court were evaluating a larger pattern for purposes of a civil harassment order, a statement expressly describing real-world violence against the petitioner as, quote, perfectly justifiable could obviously become relevant evidence. Relevant evidence doesn't mean positive evidence, but relevant. Hassan himself subsequently called it actionable and connected it to his broader stalking allegations. Then there were real-world encounters involving Destiny fans. Hassan has complained about people associated with Destiny's audience approaching him physically at events, including the DNC incident, and later blamed creators, including Destiny, for normalizing real-world harassment after another person confronted him during an in-real-life stream. But there's an enormous attribution problem. A Destiny fan approaching Hassan does not establish Destiny directed that person. We have found no evidence showing Destiny coordinated those confrontations. That would matter tremendously legally. The College Democrats incident does not by itself establish stalking. In July 2026, Destiny and people around him obtained access/tickets or press access to a College Democrats event where Hassan was speaking and were then denied entry. Destiny publicly claimed Hassan had contacted organizers to have them excluded. Hassan characterized Destiny's attempt to attend as part of physical stalking, but simply attending a public political convention where another political commentator is appearing does not inherently constitute stalking. For it to become legally significant, you would want evidence such as repeated following across locations specifically because Hassan is there, efforts to circumvent requests to stay home, surveillance of private movements, unwanted direct approaches, threats, coordination of third-party confrontations, lack of any legitimate journalistic/political purpose, resulting reasonable fear or substantial emotional distress. The public evidence we have found does not presently establish that package. So let's look at some claims here that people will say. Some people will say, Destiny spends an unusually large amount of time discussing Hassan. Some people would this is true. When people say, well, Destiny spends an unusually large amount of time discussing Hassan. Yeah, it's true. Unusually, though. I want to quantify that. All right. And what else? So Hassan regards it as obsessive. True. He has stated his view. Hassan has called it cyber stalking. True. Hassan has said Destiny is legally stalking and harassing him. True, as a quotation/allegation. Destiny has made disturbing rhetoric about real-world violence against Hassan. True. Members of Destiny's audience have approached Hassan in public. There are documented examples. Destiny directed those people to physically approach Hassan. Why do I keep saying Hassan? Not established. So one more time. Destiny directed those people to physically approach Hassan. Not established. Destiny repeatedly followed Hassan privately. That is not established from the available evidence. Destiny has been legally found to have stalked Hassan. No. Destiny has been legally found to have harassed Hassan. No. Hassan obtained a restraining order against Hassan. We found no verified order filed as of today, August 25th, 2026. Hassan might have an arguable civil harassment case, possibly, depending on the evidence. What did Dave actually say? Let's see how he framed it.
Thank you. So yeah, no, he is actually leaving me and anyone around me. And then nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who the honor fed posting.
Someone, Steven, really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hassan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly nowhere else to go at this point. Cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is and is. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying.
So Hassan is accused. Here's the publication ready. Summary. Hassan has accused Destiny of years of obsessive cyberstalking and harassment and is considered, according to him, seeking a restraining order. Some evidence, including Destiny's statement that attacking or killing Hassan could be justified, could be relevant to a civil harassment analysis. However, there has been no verified judicial determination that Destiny's conduct meets the legal definition of stalking or harassment, and much of that conduct cited consists of protected commentary about another public figure.
Saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy. Hassan has said.
I don't see any evidence that Destiny said someone should kill this guy. So we have a better formulation. I didn't like the unusually language we're using here for the first part. So better formulation is Destiny has devoted substantial and recurrent attention to Hassan Piker over many years, including numerous dedicated videos and extended stream segments. Whether the amount is, quote, unusually large requires a comparative content analysis that we have not performed. Let's see. Hassan said, Destiny said someone should kill this guy. There's nothing on the record that I can identify that says Hassan or Destiny said to kill this guy in relation to Hassan.
Enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been.
I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Ooh, let me go back. I think I missed a super chat. Sorry. Hey, Matt, did you miss my last $20 chat? Sorry if not. I don't think I did. Send another message, and mods, if you could tag me when the message pops up, that would be great. I don't think I missed it. You missed my last $20 chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. All right.
Been 7 years and he's not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny. It is
at the direction of Destiny has not been demonstrated. We just fact checked that, so that's false. At least false based on the available evidence, or I should say unsupported.
Stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is.
Then take him to court. I mean, you think it's actually happening? Take Destiny to court. Seems like you believe you have a knockdown case. Get the restraining order. Or whatever.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is.
So out of all of that stuff, Destiny said attacking or killing Hassan in real life could be perfectly justified based on what he said. That's what we've demonstrated to be true. That is something that was said. But that is not a death threat. The rest is just, people making claims without substantiating those claims with evidence.
This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy.
Because Hassan exists? What about the actual anti-Semitism? Let me go back a little bit.
Not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny. It It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful...
This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. Let's see if we can find evidence of this toxic behavior being encouraged. We'll also fact check all the things related to the ban. All right, let's see. The strongest evidence is from January 2026 when Destiny said Hassan's location at protests should be publicized and that people should bully him the fuck out of any left-leaning protest that you see. The preserved transcript also has him endorsing people screaming and shouting at Hassan at those events. Yeah, we shouldn't be promoting bullying anybody. That is much stronger than merely saying Destiny fans happen to be aggressive. So if Dave means Destiny sometimes encourages his fans to verbally harass, confront Hassan, that seems to be supported. But toxic behavior is too vague. Yeah, okay. So let's look at the claims. Verbally confronted / heckle Hassan at public protests. All right, sorry, let me see. Allegations that Destiny encourages fans to do this to Hassan. So let's do these. Verbally confront / heckle Hassan at public protests. Directly supported. Bully Hassan at public protests. So I don't have a problem with verbally confronting Hassan at public protests. I have no problem with that. Bullying, I have a huge problem with bullying. We shouldn't be promoting bullying. Find him at public protests where, ordered by January, find him at public protests where his location is known, depending on why they are finding him. You know, if they're finding him to approach him about his political positions, yeah, they shouldn't be harassing him, though. Shouldn't be harassing anybody. Criticize Hassan aggressively online. This is generally encouraged. Nothing wrong with criticizing Hassan aggressively online. Brigade Hassan-related online spaces. There are allegations / examples, but attribution and definition need incident-by-incident analysis. Stalk Hassan privately. We haven't been able to find any evidence of Destiny encouraging this. Dox Hassan's private address, not established. Threaten Hassan, not established as a general instruction. Physically attack Hassan. We haven't found any direct instruction for fans to attack him. Kill Hassan. No evidence Destiny instructed his fans to kill Hassan. Yeah, I mean, it's better for Destiny to say, I mean, he shouldn't say anything about bullying Hassan about anything. He should say, if you see Hassan at a protest, debate him on his ideas. That's a ethical posture. But it's unethical to send your fans to bully anybody. Let's see. What was this one again? Puzzle claim overstated. Okay. This is just relating to Destiny, why Destiny was banned in 2022. Destiny was indefinitely suspended from Twitch in March 2022. That's true. Twitch cited hateful conduct. True. The ban related to denigration / discrimination against a protected group. True. This was Twitch's stated category. Twitch officially said it was because of his transgender sports position. That's not established. Destiny himself believed the trans sports controversy caused it. That's true. He was briefly unbanned and then resuspended in May 2026. True. Twitch CEO Dan Clancy said the unban was an error. True. Destiny remains indefinitely suspended. True. An indefinite suspension prevents watching, chatting, streaming throughout his account. True under Twitch's current policy. Okay.
Conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of
because Hassan exists. Dave, you have not substantiated it was because Hassan exists.
Controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy...
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so...
Let's take a look at this. I want to understand this context more.
Down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of.
So obviously, the reason why you don't kill people shouldn't be because you don't want to mess up your own life and mess up your own finances. You shouldn't want to kill people. And I don't know how old this clip is. Something tells me once we look at Destiny's reaction of this clip, he's going to denounce it, or he might add some missing context. But yeah, the reason why you don't kill people or harm others or send bullies to them is because it's a bad and wrongful thing to do. As a moral well-beingist, I care about maximizing well-being for myself and those around me. By well-being, I mean physical, mental, and social health. So killing people, bullying people, etc., is in direct violation of those principles. That is why we should not do those things. That's what they are, wrong and bad. Let's see. The incident dates to 2011, when Destiny was primarily a StarCraft 2 streamer. A 16-year-old repeatedly DDoS attacked his internet connection, disrupting his streams and therefore his income. A contemporaneous Team Liquid thread from July 2011 identifies the person as a 16-year-old and links the surviving Skype confrontation between him and Destiny. What Destiny later said in a later stream recounting the incident, Destiny said, "It's actually kind of scary how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family." He immediately narrowed, quote, his family. It would have been just him and his father. He then said he was so effing close to doing it and described having a teenager's address, having streets mapped out, becoming interested in owning a weapon, and obtaining a gun permit. So the proposition Destiny said he came very close to killing a teenager and the teenager's father, it's true. But because of this cyber harassment needs qualification. The teenager wasn't merely sending Destiny mean tweets. According to Destiny and contemporaneous accounts, this involvement repeated DDoS attacks, flooding Destiny's internet connection so that he couldn't reliably stream. That distinction is important. Destiny has described it as someone effectively preventing him from doing his job and costing him thousands of dollars. He says that he contacted the teenager, contacted the father, contacted police, FBI, explored legal remedies, continued suffering DDoS attacks, eventually developed technical countermeasures himself. Destiny later compared the situation to someone slashing your tires every day to prevent you from going to work. So we should best describe this as persistent cyber sabotage / harassment that interfered with his livelihood rather than merely cyber harassment. That makes Destiny's anger much more understandable. It obviously does not justify killing two people, of course. Why was the father included? According to Destiny's own later account, he contacted the boy's father and told him that what his son was doing. Destiny claimed the father initially denied it and subsequently responded along the lines of that his son was very intelligent and Destiny should try befriending him. Destiny interpreted this as his father refusing to stop the conduct. He also claimed the father later threatened legal action against him. So Destiny's stated reasoning was essentially, teenager repeatedly destroys my ability to work. Authorities aren't stopping it. Father won't stop his son. I know where they live. I contemplated personally stopping them with lethal force. Lethal violence. That is the context. It wasn't that the father himself was conducting the DDoS attacks. How literal was the murder plan? This is where the evidence becomes genuinely interesting because Destiny has given somewhat conflicting descriptions. Version 1 sounds frighteningly concrete. His strongest recounting was scary how close it was. Getting people together, go down to his house, kill him, father too, so effing close, had the address, had streets mapped out, became interested in owning a weapon, obtained a gun permit. Those details got considerably beyond. Quote, I fantasized about murdering him because I was angry. They described at least preparatory thinking / planning. Version 2, Destiny later qualifies it. In another discussion. He explicitly says, "I don't think I was legitimately planning to murder him. I was just incredibly fucking frustrated." When challenged because he had repeatedly described it as a real plan, he did not provide much additional clarification. And in a 2017 explanation, he acknowledged exaggeration. "I do get a little bit extreme on my stream sometimes, and I do exaggerate things." Okay. But he also said denying that he had seriously thought about killing them would be a lie. He concluded that killing them was probably not justified. Ooh. So we have to separate two propositions. He seriously contemplated killing them. This is well supported. He had finalized an operational murder plan, less certain. His own accounts conflict between extraordinary concrete descriptions and the subsequent qualifier, "I don't think I was legitimately planning to murder him." Then Destiny did something important in 2023, 2 years ago. This prevents us from writing the entire thing off as some embarrassing statement he repudiated years ago. During a March 2023 discussion, Destiny was directly asked about the DDoS teenager. He acknowledged being desperate because the person was eliminating his income, and said that if someone repeatedly prevented you from supporting your family and authorities refused to help, attacking them and potentially killing them could be justified. When asked whether he still stood by that position, Destiny answered, "Yeah, of course." So the position is, if someone repeatedly prevented you from supporting your family and authorities refused to help, attacking them and potentially killing them could be justified. I mean, for me, that's not the way my moral calculus works. My moral calculus would be to get away from that person if the authorities wouldn't actually help. Obviously, I would do as much legally as I could so that this person wasn't controlling my life through their awful behavior. But like, if we're imagining this in like a really desperate situation where the person can't afford to move, like under extreme circumstances, I could see how someone would want to use force or intimidation to try to get them to stop if no one else was helping. And then eventually you have to take the law into your own hands. Just imagining if this was causing my children to starve, right? If this was causing my children to starve, you wouldn't imagine the kinds of things I would do to keep my kids from starving. Killing people would be included in that. So maybe he's making some kind of argument like that when he says, "Yeah, of course." Then he says, "No, this is something I would stand by absolutely." So yeah, this wasn't merely an edgy joke. Yeah, and Destiny, of course, did not act on these impulses, right? That's very important, and it's a good and righteous thing that he did not act on these impulses. When things get to a point where you're actually contemplating this, planning things out, if that was in fact the case, that's horrifying, and that signals to you that you need help. You should seek doctoral care. You should go to your doctor and say, "You know what? I've had visions and I've imagined how I'm going to do it. This person's fucking with my life and keeping me from earning an income, and they're doing this thing, and I know they're doing it, but no one's helping me." You know, you go tell someone, you go tell your doctor, and those are things that need to be professionally talked out and sorted out. There's nothing wrong with seeking therapy for help with destructive, awful thoughts like that. Yeah. But yeah, good on Stephen for not acting on that. I mean, should he air those thoughts out in public? I think if you're having those thoughts, some people would see this as the kind of honesty, that the kind of thing they like about Destiny, how he seemingly wears his mind on his sleeve. Probably used to do that a lot more than he does now. And I'm sure people can relate to that kind of thing, like the idea of, oh man, I could just kill my neighbor because they're trying to poison my dog, let's say. If they have even insinuated to you, it's like, yeah, well, like maybe they want your kids to stop playing on their yard, and you have a dog and you have this dispute with your neighbor, and your neighbor says, yeah, well, it would be a shame for someone to buy dog poison and to put a few little treats out, because I know your dog likes coming over on my lawn. Anyway, yeah, it'd be a shame for something like that to happen. I could see how that could fill someone with a kind of rage that would, you would have some emotional knee-jerk reactions, perhaps of violence. What up, everyone? Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. I will respond to any super chats.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting an interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't do it.
Yeah, he didn't do it. And yeah, he did have those thoughts. He shared those thoughts. Horrifying thoughts.
Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And now for the meat of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go?
So for the record, with regards to the lawsuit that's ongoing against Destiny, I'm going to screenshot this. I want to get all of this information. So in the original video, Dave said that Destiny was being sued for distributing sexual material of a minor. That's what Dave said in the original video. Here's the exact Dave quote. And what you're seeing right now is the actual compiled document of all 85 non-factual claims Dave made in the first Destiny Loves Genocide video. So let's see. This is at 1 hour, 34 minutes and 9 seconds. This is a false claim by Dave. Dave said he is currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. That's what Dave said in the original video. And here's the correction and assessment. The federal civil complaint alleges non-consensual sharing of intimate material, but it does not allege that the plaintiff was a minor. Public reporting states that she first met Bonnell when she was 19 and that the recording was later shared with a 19-year-old fan. Quote, nudes of a minor is a serious factual distortion. The underlying civil allegations remain unadjudicated. There's also an update to this particular piece. Apparently, whether this was a 19-year-old fan or not, but apparently and we're going to go through all the details here, but apparently this was actually an adult male who was much older, and we're going to take a look at all that information. So we'll actually, but the main most egregious error that is just like clear defamation is that Dave said that it was sharing nudes of a minor, child pornography. It really pissed me off that Dave was that reckless with this information. It's just brutal. Let's take a look here. This will take a minute because I'm pulling up the finer details here. Oh yeah, and in the video I created, targeting Dave on this. Dave, so Destiny, his case had nothing to do with a minor, Destiny's current court case. But Dave is the one that actually targeted a minor in his video, attacking Steven's son, who's actually a minor at the time Dave made that video. So Dave wrongly accused Destiny of sharing explicit images of a minor, and then he himself attacked a minor. That's why I titled the video, Dave Targets a Minor, which he did. I'm just waiting on this to get all this information. Just a quick bathroom break. In the meantime, smash that like button, drop a comment, make sure you're subscribed. I'm live almost every day. Yes, so this is a real and still active federal civil lawsuit, and it is considerably more complicated than the shorthand quote, Destiny leaked revenge porn. The case is Doe v. Bonnell, number 125 CV 20757 in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida, before District Judge Jacqueline Becerra and Magistrate Judge Edwin G. Torres, handling referred matters. It was filed February 18th, 2025 by a plaintiff proceeding as Jane Doe, publicly known by the creator name Pixie, against Steve K. Bonnell, the second Destiny. One immediate update, your screenshot is, it's quote, last known filing July 23rd, 2026 is already stale. The docket now contains filings through August 2024, yesterday, 2026, including an August 19th evidentiary motion hearing and August 24th notices concerning which sealed documents should be made public, there has still been no final judgment. Let me send this. I want to make sure that part is clear. What the lawsuit actually is about. At its core, the case alleges non-consensual distribution of an intimate sexual video, non-consensual sex, or sorry, not non-consensual sex or non-consensual recording. One more time. At its core, the case alleges non-consensual distribution of an intimate sexual video, not non-consensual sex or non-consensual recording. The court's own October 2025 order states that the parties' sexual encounter occurred on September 12th, 2020, and that the encounter was consensually recorded. Both sides agree to that basic point. The central issue is what happened to that recording afterward. At some point in 2022, Bonnell sent the video electronically to a Discord contact he knew as Rose. That act of transmission itself is essentially not the central factual dispute. The crucial questions are when he sent it, whether Pixie consented to that distribution, whether he subsequently sent or made it available to anyone else, what legal consequences follow from that transmission, and who ultimately caused the massive public leak in November 2024. That distinction is fundamental. It is inaccurate to say Destiny is accused of secretly recording Pixie. The recording itself was consensual. It is also inaccurate to say Destiny uploaded Pixie's sex tape to Kiwi Farms. The court specifically noted that the parties appear to agree Bonnell did not himself upload it to Kiwi Farms. The allegation against him is principally that his earlier private sharing of the video without Pixie's consent ultimately exposed it to the person who later leaked it publicly. The original version of the story, Pixie alleged that Bonnell sent the video to Rose on approximately October 4th, 2022, without Pixie's knowledge or consent. Then on November 29th, 2024, an account named Solo Tiny Leaks uploaded the video to Kiwi Farms. It subsequently appeared on additional pornography sites and spread widely online. The complaint alleged tens of thousands of views and substantial harassment and reputational harm. After discovering the leak, Pixie confronted Bonnell. The complaint includes a contemporaneous message in which Bonnell apologized and said there was literally no excuse, describing the recipient as someone with whom he had spoken and who had become fairly close to me. That message is quite important because it strongly supports the proposition that Bonnell knowingly sent Pixie's intimate video to another person. His defense is not simply, quote, I never shared this with anybody, but that still doesn't establish that Bonnell was the person who publicly leaked it 2 years later. Discovery produced a major twist. Quote, Rose apparently wasn't Rose. This may be the most important factual development since the lawsuit was originally filed. The real woman whose identity and photographs were being used by the Discord account called Rose was eventually located and deposed on October 23rd, 2025. According to her sworn deposition testimony, she had never communicated with Destiny, had never messaged him, had never exchanged sexual material with him, did not control the account in question. She testified that a man she knew online, often referred to in this case as, quote, Solo, had been using her identity and was the person behind the Rose account. So a more accurate reconstruction is Bonnell believes he is talking to Rose. Rose is actually a male catfisher using a real woman's identity. Bonnell sends the intimate video to that account. The catfisher retains access to Bonnell's material. Quote, Solo Tiny Leaks later publishes Bonnell's private material, including the Pixie video. The court has not yet issued a merits finding declaring every part of that causal chain proven, but the sworn testimony significantly changed the evidentiary picture. Why April versus versus October 2022 is enormously important. This is probably the single most consequential legal issue in the entire case. Pixie's federal claim is brought under 15 USC 6851, the federal civil cause of action for disclosure of intimate images. That law did not take effect until October 1st, 2022. The original complaint interpreted a Discord date as October 4th, 2022, which would put the transmission 3 days after the federal statute became effective. But Bonnell's defense argues the screenshot came from British catfisher's side of the conversation and therefore used day/month/year formatting. So April 10th, 2022. Interesting. Instead of October 4th. I see. The defense says Bonnell's own American formatted logs show a corresponding transmission on April 9th, 2022, with the 1 day difference explained by time zones. The real quote Rose also testified that the person impersonating her was British and in the UK during the relevant communications. The plaintiff's own forensic expert later reportedly accepted on April 22nd transmission date in an amended declaration cited by Bonnell's summary judgment motion. If the only legally actionable disclosure by Bonnell occurred in April 2022, that creates a potentially fatal problem for Court 1 because 6851 did not exist yet. But Pixie's lawyers developed another post-October 22nd, 2022 theory. This is why the case didn't simply disappear once the date format issue emerged. Pixie amended her complaint to argue that there were later disclosures. Two theories became particularly important. First, she argued that Bonelli, according to that guy's name, Norman Finkelstein, maintained the material in a Google Drive and distributed links that continued to make the material accessible after October 1st. Second, a witness using the name Abby MC submitted a declaration asserting that the video was transmitted to her, quote, on or about November 3rd, 2023. If adequately proved, either theory could potentially supply a post-effective date disclosure under the federal statute. Judge Becerra therefore allowed Pixie to amend her complaint in September 2025, but very explicitly did not decide that these allegations were true or that federal jurisdiction actually existed. Bonnell retained the right to challenge jurisdiction. That's an important distinction. Court-allowed allegation is not equal to court-found allegation true. Bonnell strongly disputes the alleged 2023 transmission. His January 30th, 2026 motion for summary judgment attacks the evidence directly. The defense argues that Abby MC did not ultimately produce documents substantiating receipt of Pixie's video. Bonnell's records show 2 Google Drive links were sent to Abby MC on November 3rd, 2023. Those links allegedly concerned sexual material involving other women, not Pixie, and the discovery record therefore contains no admissible proof that Bonnell sent Pixie's video after October 1st, 2022. That is the defense's summary judgment argument, not yet a judicial finding. Pixie's side disputes the conclusion and has also argued that incomplete/deleted electronic evidence prevents the existing record from establishing what really happened. And that leads to the next huge fight. The spoliation of evidence issue has now become central. Pixie alleges that Bonnell deleted or failed to preserve electronically stored evidence relevant to the lawsuit. Her original complaint had already alleged that he started deleting messages after litigation became foreseeable. A preservation demand was sent to him on January 22nd, 2025. 2026, Pixie escalated the allegation into a formal motion for sanctions under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 37E2. That is serious because Rule 37E2 concerns electronic information lost with intent to deprive another party of its use in litigation. If such intent is actually proved, possible remedies can include very significant adverse consequences. But no court finding of intentional spoliation has yet been entered. Bonnell denies sanctionable spoliation. The issue became important enough that Judge Becerra removed the case from the August trial calendar, stating that the sanctions/sealing issues involved evidence central to resolving Pixie's claims. An evidentiary/motion hearing was held on August 19th, 2026, specifically concerning Pixie's Rule 37E2 spoliation motion and related sealing issues. The docket says, order to follow. As of the latest public docket material, we found that ruling has not yet been entered. On August 20th, 5 days ago, Pixie filed additional materials, including Bonnell's 449-page deposition transcript, her expert report, and Bonnell's discovery responses. More filings regarding unsealing followed on August 24th. So this case is currently very much alive. What laws is Pixie, if that's her real name, actually suing under? There are 4 causes of action. Count 1, 15 U.S.C. 6851, Federal Intimate Image Disclosure Law. The core issue is, did Bonnell knowingly/recklessly disclose Pixie's intimate depiction without her consent after October 1st, 2022? Number 2, Florida State 784.049, sexual cyber harassment. Did his electronic dissemination satisfy Florida's statutory elements? Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Was his conduct sufficiently intentional/reckless, outrageous, and causally responsible for severe distress? Public disclosure of private facts. Is Bonnell legally responsible for sufficiently public disclosure of Pixie's private sexual material? The complaint also contains accusations of harassment, defamation-like conduct, and evidence destruction, but there is not a separate defamation count in the original 4-count complaint. One major misconception: consent to recording does not equal consent to distribution. This is expressly addressed by the federal statute. I think that makes sense to everyone. What does Bonnell appear to admit? Very strongly supported. Bonnell sent the Pixie video to the Discord account he believed belonged to Rose. The court itself described the disputed history as Bonnell transmitting the video to Rose in either April or October. His contemporaneous apology after the leak is also consistent with acknowledging that private transmission. Therefore, quote, Destiny never shared Pixie's video with anybody would be wrong, but Destiny publicly leaked Pixie's sex tape onto Kiwi Farms would also be wrong based on the current record. The court explicitly says the parties appear to agree he did not upload it there himself. The accurate middle position here: Destiny knowingly made at least one private disclosure of Pixie's intimate video to another account. A different actor appears to have subsequently caused the large-scale public leak. Whether Bonnell's own disclosure was legally actionable under the federal and Florida statutes is the litigation's central issue. The public Kiwi Farms leak was massive, but appears to have victimized Bonnell too. The November 2024 leak didn't consist solely of Pixie's video. The court records describe a larger release of Bonnell's private communications and sexual material. Bonnell's position has therefore been that he too was a victim of the eventual public leak. That does not absolve him of responsibility for previously giving Pixie's material to someone without her consent, but it materially changes this narrative. Destiny maliciously uploaded revenge porn of Pixie for the public to see. The current evidence instead suggests an intervening actor acquired private material from Bonnell and subsequently published it without either Pixie's or Bonnell's consent. The preliminary injunction was denied, but that did not exonerate Destiny. Pixie sought emergency relief that would have barred Bonnell from further sharing the video, required removal of material under his control, required him to direct third parties to remove it, and require preservation/recovery of electronic evidence. Judge Becerra denied the temporary restraining order in April 2025 after a June evidentiary hearing at which both Pixie and Bonnell testified. Magistrate Judge Torres denied the preliminary injunction on October 6, 2025. One major reason was irreparable harm. The court emphasized that Pixie waited roughly 5 months after the November 29th public leak to seek emergency injunctive relief. That delay undermined the proposition that immediate judicial intervention was necessary. The court also had unresolved doubts about whether the federal statute applied given the April/October timing dispute. Crucially, the order expressly indicated that the denial was largely procedural and not an ultimate merits adjudication. So it's false that Pixie lost the case. It's also false the judge ruled Destiny didn't leak anything. What happened was she failed to satisfy the demanding requirements for preliminary emergency relief. Pixie also tried to get the court to order Kiwi Farms to remove the video. That request was denied on October 6, 2025 as well, but again, the reason matters enormously. The court didn't rule, quote, Kiwi Farms is entitled to host the video. Instead, it held that Kiwi Farms Lolcow LLC was a non-party, and the court couldn't use the procedural mechanism Pixie proposed to enter an injunction requiring that non-party to alter its website. Yeah, that would be a different case, right? The same order contains one of the clearest statements about the public leak. The parties, quote, appear to agree that defendant did not himself upload the video to Kiwi Farms. That's an important sentence for any fact check for this case. There have been major privacy sealing fights. Given the extraordinarily sensitive discovery involved, the court entered a detailed protective order in September 2025. It allows confidentiality designations for such things as intimate images/videos, Jane Doe's private identity information, certain non-party witness identifying information, psychological medical records, private sexual information likely to cause humiliation, harassment, or retaliation. The court granted that request in part rather than simply giving Pixie everything requested. Pixie later asked the court to restrict public commentary about the litigation by trial participants, largely because of her allegations that Destiny's commentary and audience were intimidating witnesses. In March 2026, that broader restriction was denied because the court viewed it as an unconstitutional prior restraint on speech. That does not mean the court found her harassment allegation fabricated. It means her proposed remedy violated the First Amendment. There was no settlement. The parties went through mediation. A December 23rd, 2025 final mediation report said the case had not been settled. Bonnell subsequently sought summary judgment. Bonnell's motion for summary judgment is potentially decisive. On January 30th, 2026, Bonnell filed for summary judgment. In essence, he argues there is no genuine evidentiary dispute showing that I disclosed Pixie's video after 6851 became effective on October 1st, 2022. The known transmission was April 2022. Therefore, the federal claim fails. His evidentiary package relies heavily upon Discord logs, the UK date format explanation, the real Rose's deposition, the plaintiff expert's amended date analysis, the alleged absence of corroborating evidence from Abby MC, and Pixie's earlier testimony concerning whether she had seen evidence of a post-October transmission. Pixie filed her substantive opposition on May 8th, 2026, and Bonnell replied May 13th. The summary judge, oh my God, how much money has been spent, I wonder, in court. The summary judgment motion has not been finally resolved. That is currently one of the most important things to watch. Why losing the federal claim could radically change the lawsuit. The federal claim supplies the obvious federal question jurisdiction under 28 USC 1331 if Judge Becerra concludes there was no post October 1st, 2022 disclosure actionable under 6851, the federal claim could disappear. Bonnell then argues that the court should decline supplemental jurisdiction over the 3 remaining Florida law claims. Importantly, dismissal of the state claims for lack / declination of federal jurisdiction would not necessarily constitute a finding that the underlying conduct was lawful. A federal judge can decline to adjudicate state claims after the federal hook disappears. So if that happens, headlines saying, quote, "Court proves Destiny did nothing," would potentially be misleading. What damages does Pixie seek? Oh, man. Just making sure I didn't miss any super chats. Okay, good. What up, everyone? What damages does Pixie seek? The federal statute allows a successful plaintiff to recover either actual damages or $150,000 in liquidated damages, along with reasonable attorney fees and litigation costs, and allows injunctive relief. In the original complaint, Pixie specifically pleaded actual damages or the federal $150,000 liquidated amount, at least $1 million in compensatory damages under the IIED theory, at least $1 million in punitive damages under that theory, punitive damages under other claims, attorney fees / costs, and which will probably be like $10 million, attorney fees and costs, and injunctive / equitable relief. But the final prayer did not demand one single fixed aggregate judgment. It asked for damages to be determined at trial. So headlines like, quote, "Pixie is suing Destiny for exactly $2.15 million" would also be too simplistic. Pixie alleges serious personal harm. The complaint alleges that public exposure of the intimate video caused intense humiliation, depression and anxiety, severe emotional distress, reputational damage, professional damage, harassment from internet users, and suicidal ideation. I wonder if, and I'm also curious about how this has affected Stephen. The public exposure. These are plaintiff allegations regarding damages, not judicially determined medical findings. At the preliminary injunction stage, however, the court apparently did regard her distress testimony as genuine. The problem for emergency relief was principally whether the harm qualified as imminent and irreparable, not whether she felt distress at all. What about the allegations involving other women? The complaint contains much broader allegations. Pixie alleged that approximately 15 women contacted her claiming Bonnell had sent them sexually explicit images of other women without those women's consent. The complaint also discusses specific other women who allegedly experienced unauthorized dissemination or recording. Those allegations potentially matter as pattern evidence, but they should absolutely not be turned into court found Destiny revenge porned 15 women. It has not. These are allegations by Pixie and or third parties, and each underlying incident would require individual verification. There was also a problematic minor allegation. One side dispute came quite contentious. At one point, Pixie's lawyers argued that the real, quote, Rose had been a minor during some of the relevant communications with Bonnell. The subsequent deposition created a major problem for that framing because the real woman testified that she wasn't the person talking to Bonnell at all. The person operating the account was the catfisher impersonating her. Bonnell therefore sought Rule 11 sanctions over the allegation. This distinction is crucial. The fact that the real woman whose identity was stolen was a minor does not establish that Destiny knowingly exchanged explicit material with that minor because the evidence indicates she wasn't operating the account. We should not therefore repeat, quote, Destiny sent porn to a minor named Rose as an established fact. Where the case stands today, August 25th, 2026. This is the most important correction to the screenshot Dave is using. The trial had originally been set for May 18th, 2026. It was then continued to August 10th, 2026. But on June 30th and again July 23rd, Judge Becerra removed the case from the current trial calendar because the spoliation and sealing issues concern evidence central to resolving the claims. The court stated that the matter would be reset after those issues are ruled upon. Then, August 17th, Pixie filed supplemental declarations supporting the spoliation motion. August 18th, Bonnell filed evidentiary objections and declarations. August 19th, Judge Becerra held the motion/evidentiary hearing on spoliation and sealing, quote, order to follow. August 20th, Pixie filed additional evidence, including Bonnell's lengthy deposition transcript and expert discovery material. August 24th, both sides filed notices dealing with which documents should be unsealed. Therefore, as of August 25th, 2026, which is today, by the way, the lawsuit is still active, summary judgment still unresolved, spoliation sanctions issue unresolved, no settlement, no trial verdict, no finding of liability, no finding that Bonnell violates 6851, no finding that Bonnell intentionally destroyed evidence. August 10th trial did not proceed. Destiny has not been convicted of anything. This is a civil case. The current docket runs at least through ECF 297, contrary to the July 23rd, quote, last known filing displayed in the screenshot by Dave. All right. That's where that's at. Is it playing Ocarina of Time again? Oh, no, never mind. What are we on to now? Oh, Donkey Kong. All right. Shall we move on? I mean, for me, I'm going to wait for the professional courts to adjudicate all of this stuff. And I will give my opinions on that adjudication. Can we start the video again?
Go into many details. Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued. Oh my gosh, Dave could get sued engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And now for the meat of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details.
So Dave says what he says was true. And for the record, what Dave said in the original video was that he is currently, I'll do my best Dave voice, he is currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. I think that's the cadence. I got to work on the tonality. Correction and assessment. The federal civil complaint, he says sharing nudes of a minor. See that? Sharing nudes of a minor. The federal civil complaint alleges non-consensual sharing of intimate material, but it does not allege that the plaintiff was a minor. That's a huge mistake. And Dave's like, nope, I did it right. What does he say first here? Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material. He says, ha, Dave. Dave says, Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor. We already have discovered this is not the case. And in the original video, Dave, you said, oh my God. You said he shared nudes of a minor. You didn't say he shared recorded pornographic material to a minor, but to a minor is still incorrect. based on the contemporaneous record. If you knew how to study this stuff, which I'm sure you do, but for some reason you're leaving minor in there. Why are you leaving minor in there?
Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This
So, first of all, we're going to triple check if there is any reliable evidence that Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and received pornographic material from her as well. In any case, whether Dave's confusing this with something else, if there's evidence of this anywhere. But we will triple check that. I'm pretty sure that's just bullshit. But again, just important for the record, Dave said he is currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor in the first original Destiny Loves Genocide video. So we're going to check that. But Dave's twisting what he said originally. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Subsequent discovery indicates that Discord persona Rose was operated by an adult male, Solo, who was impersonating a teenage woman whose photographs and sexual material he used. Rose testified that Solo showed her a handful of videos Bonnell had sent through the imposter account, and that she knew explicit material she created would be provided to Bonnell. Thus, there is evidence of sexual material passing in both directions through Solo, while Rose was underage during that part of the period. However, the evidence does not establish that Bonnell was directly communicating with the minor or knowingly sending material directly to her. Most importantly, the sexual video at the center of Doe v. Bonnell was expressly described by the federal court as consensually recorded. The lawsuit concerns alleged non-consensual distribution, not non-consensual recording. The original fake persona Bonnell believed he was communicating with was represented as someone that was 19. I'm just trying to figure out where Dave got the 17 age from. Well, this will have to be litigated, but the original fake persona Bonnell believed he was communicating with was represented as around 19, not 17. This is why the original complaint itself called Rose a 19-year-old woman. The non-consensual portion. So the original complaint I'm seeing in the file is as a 19-year-old woman to whom Bonnell sent the Pixie video to, but it turned out that person was a catfish. Later litigation produced evidence that the real woman whose photographs and identity were being used by Rose. Oh, I see. Okay, so now we see later litigation produced evidence that the real woman whose photographs and identity were being used by the catfish, Rose, account was actually 17 during the part of that relevant period. But on record, from Bonnell's perspective, this person was presented to him as a 19-year-old woman. Okay, that's confusing. Original fake persona Bonnell believed he was communicating with was represented as a 19-year-old woman, not 17. Okay, so that's where the 17 number comes from. Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and received pornographic material from her as well. Well, the fact is, Destiny did not send that material to a minor. Dave, those aren't the facts of the case. He did not send the material to a minor. He sent the material to someone who is using this account, presenting themselves as a 19-year-old, and they were actually an older catfish. So, wrong again, Dave. Also, you're misconstruing what you said in the initial video, Destiny Loves Genocide. You said he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. That was false. It's amazing that Dave doesn't correct himself here. And he just, like, does he think his audience is that stupid that they're not going to look for themselves at what he said in the last video versus what he said here? I hope that's not the reality of Dave's audience.
This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material.
Wait, he said Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and then received pornographic material from her as well? Dave, there is no actual minor involved in this case outside of someone hijacking, stealing the identity of a person's, it sounds like of a minor's Discord account, and representing themselves as 19 and exchanging pornographic material. Why is Dave saying that this is CSAM? Shared CSAM on Discord in order to find the minor he desired for sex. Where does he get that part from? Oh, Dolly Parton died. We're gonna triple check all of this, but Dave seems to be just fucking this shit up, and he seems to be desperate to make this CSAM thing happen. It's very weird. Don, you said she was 17 in the video. Where are you getting that information? That's not in the court filing. Let's see. Let's see what Don's writing here. Yeah, I don't. What you guys are saying is not coherent to the data that is available. In this case, we'll look at. I'm going to look at the actual. What Destiny received in response. Let me fact check what Don is saying here. If people are just saying like, if people are saying that these are things they've heard online from people say that Destiny received this or someone sent this to him and he sent it back, but it hasn't been adjudicated yet. Like, I don't want to hear information that hasn't been professionally looked through. No, I didn't say the catfish used videos of Rose as a minor. No, I didn't. I did not say that. I'm going to continue with my fact checking. You guys in the comment section can sort out what you're trying to sort out there. So this idea that Destiny shared CSAM on Discord in order to find the minor he desired for sex is that's completely unestablished and materially misleading. That's the second part of Dave's claim here. With Pixie, the federal court expressly says the September 2020 sexual encounter was consensually recorded. The lawsuit concerns whether Bonnell subsequently distributed the video without Pixie's consent. Okay, we went through that. There is a separate Chiary, Chiary, CHAEIRY allegation. Cherry stated in January 2025 that an intimate audio recording had been made without her consent and shared without her consent. The allegation also appears in Pixie's complaint, but we have not found judicial finding establishing that allegation as fact. The original complaint described Rose as a 19-year-old woman, but the real young woman whose photographs were being used was eventually deposed under oath in October 2025. She testified that she never controlled the Discord account. She never sent any of the roughly 300 pages of messages to Destiny. She did not directly communicate with him. Her then boyfriend Solo was operating the account and impersonating her. And she agreed under oath that Bonnell had been catfished by Solo. The fake persona apparently represented herself to Bonnell as 18. The deposition record summarized in later filings that the relevant profile listed 18 and that Solo posing as Rose told Bonnell she was 18. So the immediate transmission chain was not Destiny underage girl. It was Destiny Discord account operated by adult male Solo who was impersonating a girl. According to their April 2026 filing, Rose testified that Solo showed her a handful of videos that Destiny sent through the imposter account. She also testified that she knew some explicit material she and others created would be provided by Solo to Bonnell. Therefore, this would also, therefore, the following claim would go too far. No sexual material ever passed between Destiny and the real Rose. Oh, I see. So the real Rose, the evidence instead indicates an intermediary relationship, Bonnell, Solo, Rose, and in other direction, Rose originated material solo Bonnell. This is materially different from a direct sexual conversation between Bonnell and an underage woman. So Dave's received pornographic material from her has a kernel of evidentiary support, but it wasn't from her. It was from the catfish. But it does seem like some illegal CSAM might have been sent by this this catfish of his girlfriend at the time to Destiny. It has not been established that Destiny had any knowledge he was interacting with a minor's account. The sworn deposition evidence summarized in the record indicates that Solo's fake persona represented Rose as an 18, an adult. There are also earlier leaked messages in which Bonnell apparently questioned the persona's age and remarked on her youthful appearance. Those circumstances may be legitimately relevant to whether he exercised sufficient caution, but they don't establish that he knew she was under 18. Contemporary reporting before the catfish discovery presented competing allegations. Critics claimed she was actually 17, while Destiny's position was that the person represented herself as an adult. So, quote, Destiny exchanged explicit material involving a woman who was actually underage during at least part of the relevant period, may be supportable with careful dating. But Destiny knowingly sexted and received sexual material from a 17-year-old is not established. And that is what Dave is trying to depict here. Were those particular images legally CSAM? Okay, that hasn't been established. So no, good God. It hasn't even been established that CSAM is involved in this case. There was an allegation towards that. Federal law requires a visual depiction involving a minor engaged in sexually explicit conduct. Sexually explicit conduct has a statutory definition including sexual acts and certain lascivious exhibitions. Therefore, to establish Dave's statement, we would need to establish about the specific images Bonnell redistributed. The real person depicted was under 18 when those particular images were created, and the images met the statutory standard for sexually explicit conduct. There are online allegations that uncensored explicit photographs were circulated in the identification group, including claims that another participant told Bonnell to censor an image. But at present, we can trace that proposition principally to partisan Reddit discussions rather than a judicial finding or a primary authenticated record. That's not enough for us to accuse someone as a factual matter of distributing CSAM. This is precisely the sort of allegation where the standard should be extremely high. Therefore, quote, Destiny distributed legally qualifying CSAM on Discord has not been established. God. People throw these fucking claims around, man. Okay. So anyone believing CSAM claims about this is just believing Reddit talk, claims online. This stuff hasn't been professionally adjudicated. So people should stop spreading that misinformation. So Dave's claim. So yeah, this is all, this graphic by Dave, seriously misleading. This is defamatory. Like, this is hardcore defamation. Hardcore defamation. So there is evidence Destiny participated in an effort to locate/identify Rose, and that the real young woman was consequently exposed despite actually being Solo's identity theft victim. That deserves criticism. But we have not found publication grade evidence establishing that the material Destiny circulated in that identification effort legally constituted CSAM. And we have found no evidence that the purpose of the later search was to locate the woman for sex. His prior sexual interest concerned a fake persona that represented itself to him as an adult. That's where we're at. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. So again, how Dave framed this: Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and received pornographic material from her as well. Not been demonstrated. People are just making these claims on the internet. Shared CSAM on Discord in order to find the minor he desired for sex. Just purely defamatory, based on rumors, hasn't been adjudicated. People are saying it's not defamatory in the slightest. Are you kidding me? Do we need to go through what the legal requirements for defamation are in the United States? All right. So defamation is mainly a state law, but the First Amendment imposes nationwide constitutional limits. The exact elements vary by state, but the standard framework is fairly consistent. A plaintiff generally needs to establish something close to following: a statement of fact about the plaintiff, which we have here. The statement must reasonably be understood as referring to that person. We have it here, crystal clear. Pure rhetorical abuse, obvious hyperbole, or statements that cannot reasonably be interpreted as asserting actual facts are generally protected. But simply saying, quote, "in my opinion," does not immunize a factual accusation. The Supreme Court made that clear in Milkovich versus Lorraine Journal. So one more time. Pure rhetorical abuse, obvious hyperbole. I think this would consist of pure rhetorical abuse, obvious hyperbole, or statements that cannot reasonably be interpreted as asserting actual facts. I don't think these can be reasonably interpreted as representing actual facts. Publication to at least one third party. Publication does not mean newspaper publication, saying it on YouTube, X, a podcast, stream, email, Discord, etc. can qualify. So this obviously can meet the publication requirement. Falsity. A substantially true statement generally cannot support defamation liability. On matters of public concern, constitutional doctrine generally places the burden of proving falsity on the plaintiff. So we have direct falsity here. defamatory meaning. The statement must be capable of harming the person's reputation, roughly lowering them in the estimation of others, exposing them to contempt, or damaging professional/social standing. And fault. This is where the public/private distinction becomes crucial. For a private person, states generally may use a negligent standard. The speaker failed to exercise reasonable care concerning whether the accusation was true. The Constitution does not allow strict liability. For a public official or public figure, the plaintiff generally must prove actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. That means the defendant either knew the statement was false or recklessly disregarded whether it was true or false. If I was Destiny's lawyer, I would be arguing that Dave recklessly disregarded whether this was true or false. It does not mean ordinary hatred, spite, hostility, or malice in the everyday sense. That rule originates in New York Times Company v. Sullivan and was extended to public figures. Damages, although how much must actually be proved depends greatly on the jurisdiction and the character of the accusation. Some historically serious accusations can qualify as defamation per se, where reputational injury may receive special treatment under state law. Constitutional rules, nevertheless, limit presumed and punitive damages, particularly where actual malice has not been proved. The quote, actual malice requirement is especially important. Suppose somebody falsely says of a public political commentator, he knowingly distributed child pornography. In here, Dave says, shared CSAM on Discord in order to find the minor he desired for sex. Even if that accusation is horribly defamatory and demonstrably false, a public figure plaintiff ordinarily still has to prove that the speaker knew it was false or subjectively entertained serious doubts about its truth and published anyway. Mere carelessness usually isn't enough, but actual malice can be established circumstantially. Evidence can become important if, for example, the speaker possesses source material directly contradicting the accusation, deliberately changes source wording, is repeatedly corrected and continues making the same factual allegation, like we corrected Dave on the actual record about this already, relies on obvious unreliable evidence, like claims on Reddit, etc., fabricates quotations or sources. I think there's major fabrication here. Consciously avoids evidence because they fear it will disprove the accusation, kind of like digging your heels in, like Dave is doing here, or makes an inherently improbable accusation while having serious doubts about it. Importantly, failure to investigate by itself usually does not equal actual malice. The inquiry is substantially subjective. What did the defendant actually know or seriously suspect about falsity? Defamation disproved. Case dismissed. Professor Dave, judge, jury, and executioner.
He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage.
I need that last piece.
Pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material.
Someone just said, you think Destiny could prove in court that Dave knew he was lying? No. Did you miss this part? So for public official or public figure, The plaintiff generally must prove actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. That means the defendant either knew the statement was false, that's what you're talking about, needing to prove that he was lying, or recklessly disregarded whether it was true or false. Recklessly disregarded whether it was true or false.
He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried
The minor he was soliciting. Why do I feel like there's going to be no reliable evidence that this happened? This idea that he tried repeatedly to fly her to him for sex despite no confirmation of age. Well, we already know that he had confirmation of age. This person said that they were 18. In some accounts I'm reading, 19. So I already know this part from Dave, despite no confirmation of age, is incorrect based on the available evidence. No, Dave does not have to know that the statement is false. Do more reading. Or recklessly disregarded whether it was true or false. I think there is reckless disregard here. The real Rose's sworn deposition shows that Destiny explicitly asked Rose account for her age. The person operating the account said 18. Okay? That is the evidence that's available. Did Destiny try to fly them out once he knew that this person was 18? Yes, that is supported. And yeah, the contemplated meeting likely involved sex. Wait, Destiny offered to pay for a flight to Miami. That is supported. But Dave says he repeatedly tried to arrange flights. That hasn't been established by the evidence. That's another falsehood from Dave. Talk about playing fast and loose with other people's lives. Holy fuck. This is really bad. This is really fucking bad. Well, I mean, my recommendation to Steven, someone who I work with, very friendly with, I think he has a knock out of the park defamation suit here. In fact, just for shits and giggles, I'm probably going to send it to a particular lawyer I know in New York City to take a little peek at it. And any of you out there that have formed positive beliefs that child pornography was in fact involved in this, when that evidence is not available, you really need to have a serious check with yourself about the kind of epistemic standards you are operating with and the kinds of things that you are vulnerable to if you're getting your shit from message boards on Reddit and from people just throwing around claims like they're fact on the internet. Yeah, I mean, when Don says Destiny should also send him a stop order, the person I'm going to send this to, who loves public cases like this, is probably going to recommend that as well. Unbelievable. Like, this is so fucking immoral. It's unbelievable. It really, really bothers me. Someone just said it was established that Rose created CSAM material as a minor, just not that it was sent to Destiny. Yeah, it would not surprise me if a 17-year-old would admit to taking photographs of themselves like that, or video. Underage people should not be doing that, but I'm not shocked if that is the case, but I'm going to look for that and see if that's a fact. CSAM is not yet established. Let's see. It was established? The statement that it was established that Rose created CSAM material as a minor, just that it was not sent to Destiny, is too strong based on the public record we can verify. What is established more strongly is that the real Rose was 17 during at least part of her relationship with Solo. And her deposition, is this Solo person going to be fucking charged with anything, by the way? God, that catfishing shit pisses me off. And her deposition indicates that images/videos she created herself were shared with Solo, and that she knew of some of her material would be passed along to Bonnell. Plaintiffs, no mention of CSAM yet. Plaintiff's April 2026 filing relies on exactly that testimony, but that does not automatically establish that the material legally constituted CSAM. Under federal law, CSAM, still termed, quote, child pornography in the statute, requires a visual depiction of a person under 18 engaged in sexually explicit conduct. That includes intercourse, masturbation, sadomasochistic conduct, or a lascivious exhibition of the genitals/pubic area. Mere nudity or sexualized photographs do not automatically satisfy the federal definition. The evidentiary gap to say definitively, quote, Rose created CSAM while she was a minor, we would need to establish, by the way, these are people we're talking about that are involved here. Don't just say shit like it was established that Rose created CSAM material as a minor, unless you're damn sure about it. We would need to establish both age, she was under 18 when the particular images/videos were made, and content those particular images/videos depicted, legally qualifying sexually explicit conduct. The public findings We've recovered, established the age issue in general, and established that she made images / videos of herself. They also place the exchanges in an explicitly sexual. They also place the exchanges in an explicitly sexual context, but I've not found a court filing or sufficiently clear, authenticated description of the specific material establishing that it satisfied 2256 CSAM definition. That means we should currently classify Rose created sexually explicit material while underage. Not established. So it would be false to claim that as a fact. Someone said, bro, this is the internet. Barely anyone is sure about anything they say. They should be. Just because you're on the internet doesn't give you the right to go around spouting off misinformation about people's sexuality and things they may or may not have done as a minor. Have some fucking moral fortitude. Bathroom break. This is the kind of misinformation that can completely ruin people's lives. And I think what Dave has done here is disgustingly reckless. He had a chance to fix the misinformation he gave in the first video. He had a chance. Dave said he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. That was wrong. It had nothing to do with non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. And then listen to how Dave frames this. Like, yeah, it's just like I said.
Oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was...
So, Dave has decided to dig his heels in on something that he further went and did more work to find information about this. He's not admitting that he was wrong about the sharing nudes of a minor part.
Was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting...
Dave, you've been debunked. We're going to keep going through this. This is really bad. I don't think people should get away with this. Dave has opened himself up here. Sexting with the wife of a groyper, and it involved age play, molestation fantasies involving her children.
The wife of a groyper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children. His ex-girlfriend.
You see all this.
Friend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet.
We're going to take a look at that as well.
Shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up, Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me and Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're going to send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. And so I was like, oh, okay, sure. That's fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered. But yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had.
So the wording by Dave is sexting with the wife of a groyper, and it involved age play molestation fantasies involving her children. Dave's wording is too strong for the evidence that we can verify. It combines a reasonably supported adult sexting roleplay story with a much more serious allegation that the fantasy specifically involves sexual abuse of the woman's real children. I'm going to give this screenshot as well. Oh, I'm at the max length here. I wonder how many people out there were hoping that I would just like not actually fact check all this and just like be like, oh, wow, yeah, this sounds horrible. These rumors that are being passed around about Destiny. Okay. We're going to do these two screenshots together. All right.
That we talked about and then we resolved, right?
Oh, good. He does know that, except he has violated this consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife, Melina.
Things
Incredible amount of people?
that's been done to me without consent or anything. that has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent.
Sorry, I want to go back to this.
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything. that has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well...
What was she talking about there?
His wife, Melina.
Things that's been done to me.
Where's the fucking context?
Without consent or anything.
Things that have been done to me without consent.
Anything.
This has been 5 years.
That has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay.
There's no context as to what's being discussed there.
Okay, so who was well into his 30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022? A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope, meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seemed suspicious, but not quite enough. 1 day old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on you.
Why is that so hard to read? Let me make this. That's going to affect the size on here. That's okay. I just need to be able to see this bit. You're hot as fuck, but 18, what the fuck? Also one old account. Flattered.
You being underage or anything.
But wait a second. Clicking on.
With consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well into his 30s Destiny sharing non-consensual...
That was propaganda, by the way, in the way that Milena, his ex-wife, was just shared there. That's just propaganda. There's no context there. If what we need to know is what she is talking about with regards to consent. Like, I didn't consent to that. My life has been no consent.
Pornography with back in April 2022. A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope, meet Rose, a brand new...
Not safe for work tweet. New to not safe for work tweet. 18-year-old. She, her. Bi. Always horny. Looking to meet cool people. Follow me to get to know me. What does Dave say about not safe for work?
Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old...
He publicly acknowledged that he knew this hashtag meant underage porn. Not safe for work. TWT. Let's take a look at that. I'm too much of a boomer. I have to look all of this up. Okay, so regarding this issue, sexting with the wife as a groyper, and it involved age play, molestation fantasies involving her children. The available evidence supports some sexual messaging and an allegation of adult age play role play, but the evidence presently supports. But the evidence does not presently support the strongest formulation, especially, quote, molestation fantasies involving her children. The overall verdict is, well, let's see here. So Destiny sexted a woman referred to as Brit. That's substantially corroborated. though primary logs are not publicly established here. She was married at the time, apparently supported by the surrounding public dispute. Her husband was a Groyper, needs better sourcing. Political label is not established by these screenshots. Destiny and Britt engaged in, quote, age play. There's an attributed statement saying this, but provenance/authentication remains an issue. The role play involved pretending to be step-parents to their respective children. Attributed to Britt in circulated material, needs primary authentication. Ugh. The role play specifically involved molestation, not established by the screenshots shown. The sexual fantasies involve Britt's actual children as sexual objects, not established. Britt sent pictures of her daughters to Destiny. A witness in the screenshots claims she personally saw this. The photos were swimsuit photos and close-ups of feet claimed in the screenshots, but we cannot independently authenticate the underlying images. Destiny asked her to send those pictures. No evidence shown. The witness explicitly says there were no surrounding messages from him. Destiny sexualized those photographs, not established. Counterpoints, quote, he likes feet comment proves sexual intent toward the photos. No, that's insinuation, not evidence. My God, if you took this before a judge with just this, he would be like, get the fuck out of here, you idiots. So people are just making claims online about this. It's possible they're true, but this hasn't been adjudicated. The evidence hasn't been provided. We have 2 screenshots here of people making these claims. And Dave states it like it's a fact. Sexting with the wife of a Groyper and involve age play, molestation, fantasies involving her children. The role play specifically involved molestation. That's not established by the screenshots. The sexual fantasy involved Britt's actual children as sexual objects. That's not established. So here's the publication safe summary of this situation. Public discussions substantially corroborate that Destiny engaged in at least one sexting interaction with a married woman referred to as Britt. Circulated material attributed to Britt describes the interaction as, quote, pretty taboo age play, and reportedly references a step-parent scenario involving their respective children. Separately, a witness claims she saw Britt send Destiny ordinary photographs of her daughters in bathing suits and close-ups of their feet. Critically, that witness says she saw no messages from Destiny soliciting or responding to those photographs. The available screenshots do not establish that the photographs were sexual, that Destiny requested them, or that the adults' role play specifically involved fantasies of molesting Britt's actual children. I want to know where Dave's getting that from. What the fuck? Moreover, the ex-husband, who supplied counterpoints with some of the more severe details, reportedly later admitted that he had not seen the roleplay logs and had exaggerated or fabricated portions of what he told counterpoints. Oh. Until the original roleplay messages are authenticated, the claim of, quote, molestation fantasies involving her children should be classified as unestablished. Okay, maybe those claims came from him. Okay, then we're going to look at. So, I mean, not established, not established, not established. If people want to come forward, like, if people believe this to be actually the case, go to the police. Give the evidence to the police. Why is Dave Farina sharing it on YouTube? But based on what Dave provided, based on what's available on the internet that I can see, the sexting with Brit, likely established. Age play, credibly alleged. Step-parent fantasy, credibly alleged. Photos of daughters sent, authenticated. First-hand witness claim. We haven't seen the screenshots. Destiny solicited those photos. No evidence shown. Photos were sexual, not established. Molestation role play involving actual daughters, not established. Husband's original worst case description, seriously impeached by reported later retraction. Maybe that's where that horrible molestation role play involving actual daughters came from. Maybe that's where it came from. Let's see. Was the husband's original worst case description related to where molestation came from? Wife of a Groyper. We don't know that. Bunch of fucking misinformation still in all of this. God, it's frustrating. Scooping up Dave's shit. Cleaning him up. All right. Now this other graphic that's on the screen right now. Was that the full graphic that the red annotation material that you're seeing on the screen there is materially misleading as written. It takes a real piece of evidence that Destiny publicly encountered a Twitter subcommunity in which minors were posting sexualized material and appears to conflate two different hashtags. So the single missing M substantially changes the fact check. So this idea that what Dave's pointing to, that NSFWTWT meant, quote, underage porn, is false. Hashtag NSFWTWT was general NSFW, not safe for work, adult sexual content Twitter community. That's supported. Minors nevertheless use NSFWTWT despite it normally being 18 plus. That is supported. MNS. I think this is just more shitty work by Dave. MNSFWTWT was specifically a minor version of not safe for work Twitter. That's supported. Destiny publicly learned about minors posting sexualized material on Twitter in January 2022. That's supported. The evidence establishes that the hashtag he publicly discussed was exactly NSFWTWT shown in Dave's graphic? No, that's not established. The evidence points to hashtag MNSFWTWT. Therefore, Destiny knew a particular later hashtag NSFWTWT user was a minor. Does not follow, Dave. This is so fucking disgusting. I can't believe. I think there are so many Destiny haters out there that would love to just believe this shit and not do the work. But this is fucking bullshit. It's fucking brain dead bullshit. I mean, there's still more time left in the video here. But based on these, what we've uncovered so far here, there's such a treasure trove of defamatory information here that it's fucking brutal. What Destiny actually knew before the later interaction. There is evidence favorable to Dave's broader point that Destiny knew something about this hashtag. On January 2nd, 2022, several months before the later interaction being discussed, a Destiny stream clip circulated under the contemporaneous title Destiny discovers that minors are posting lewds on Twitter. The archived r/livestream fail thread links directly to the original Twitch clip. The contemporary discussion makes clear what viewers understood him to have discovered: accounts belonging to minors posting sexualized material, with commenters discussing accounts advertising or selling nude images. So this following proposition is supportable. By January 2022, Destiny was publicly aware that minors were participating in sexualized Twitter communities and posting or advertising sexual material. I know Twitter has had a long history of problems with that and not managing that problem properly. And then Dave goes on to say, he has publicly acknowledged that he knew this hashtag meant underage porn. He's getting the fucking hashtag wrong. Oh, man. So, let's go through this. Destiny publicly became aware by January 2022 that minors were posting sexualized material in Twitter, not safe for work communities. However, Dave's graphic appears to conflate hashtag NSFWTWT, the general NSFW Twitter community nominally intended for adults, with hashtag MNSFWTWT, a separate minor specific NSFW community. Contemporary sources explicitly distinguish the two. Consequently, the statement that Destiny admitted hashtag NSFWTWT itself, quote, meant underage porn is not supported. His prior awareness that minors used adjacent sexual content communities may be relevant circumstantial context. Again, his prior awareness that minor used adjacent sexual content communities may be relevant circumstantial context, but it does not establish that he knew a particular later hashtag NSFWTWT user was underage. So this is false material hashtag conflation. Yes, Peter Thiel is paying me. So is Israel. So are the Nazis. Everybody's paying me. This is madness. Dave. Holy fuck, man. So it is likely the case that that child molestation part of that other issue likely did come from the husband's original worst case description. It's plausible. The more severe molestation characterization appears to derive substantially from additional details supplied by Britt's husband or ex-husband to counterpoint/others, because the husband reportedly later conceded that he had not personally seen the roleplay logs and had exaggerated portions of his account. This escalation should not be treated as established without recovery of the original roleplay messages.
Selling not safe for work material. Even Thirsty Destiny seemed suspicious.
You're hot as fuck, but what the fuck? Also, 1 day old account. Looks like they probably said something. Ooh, well, I mean, I'm flattered. If you wanted to, yeah, sure. Preferably one near an ID, so I know you're at least 18. That's actually very responsible. But I understand if that's too much info, be comfortable showing. I understand if that's too much info, you comfortable. Yeah, that's fine. I obviously the messages in between have been deleted. So saying yeah, that's fine. Writing something on a piece of paper is, yeah, I mean, you don't need proof of ID from people in these situations. But I also understand how people don't want to give people their IDs. Yes, it is very responsible to ask for ID. But I also understand why people wouldn't want to send it. Clarifying the age is very important. If at any time during courting, dating, whatever, you have doubts about their age, you must breach this topic again with them. That's very important.
Suspicious, but not quite enough. 1 day old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on.
Yeah, Dave, he doesn't have to get the ID of someone he's interested in that is telling him that he's that they are of legal age. What world is Dave living in?
you being underage or anything. Destiny often claims she said she was 19. He's lying. So, barely even knowing this obviously underage person, he starts sending the porn. Lots of it.
Obviously underage person? Why is this an obviously underage person? They just told this person, Destiny, that they were 18. Obviously, because I'm Dave Farina and I know better. Based on what?
Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared.
Let's take these claims.
And receiving it too. Anyway, exchanging porn is fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang.
What happened to my screen? Oh, there we go.
Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet. Let's meet.
Yeah, Dave, this is a 18-year-old. This is someone who has told Destiny that they are 18. So regarding the claim that Dave put down, number one, some non-consensually filmed content was shared with Rose, and two, lots of non-consensually shared content. We'll check that. So at least one separate woman has alleged that intimate material was recorded without her consent, although that allegation has not been adjudicated and its connection to the Rose file set requires further proof. Number two, Bonnell admittedly sent intimate material involving sexual partners to the account he believed was Rose. Pixie alleges one such consensually recorded video was shared without her permission. Multiple additional women later alleged unauthorized distribution of intimate material, but the consent status of every video contained in the broader 2024 leak has not been established. So back to the captions. Number one, some non-consensually filmed content that is alleged, not established as part of the Rose set. Lots of non-consensually shared content, directionally supported, but overstated as a settled fact.
Let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even censoring her genitals when he did so.
Go back.
Flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet. Let's meet. Let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents.
However, Kiwi Farms users began to suspect she might have been underage. God, this is a fucking catfish doing this shit.
Parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she.
What the hell is Kiwi Farms, by the way? Community dedicated to discussing eccentric people who voluntarily make fools of themselves, explore abnormal psychology, and the minds of internet crazies. I know nothing about this. I know nothing about internet crazies. Interesting. Okay. What did Dave say about this?
Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared, and receiving it too. Anyway, exchanging porn is fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang. Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet, let's meet, let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which
Story done. Schizophrenia posting. I'm in here. Good luck. Destiny. Also, one more pick. I'm not in this one either, if you can tell. Okay, good luck. Good luck. Also, I never said that pic posted was of me. It was a pic they sent from their school. Supposedly, they were working on a something. KFS ability to investigate anything is super pathetic. I thought it was some crazy investigator shit, but now I realized it was just no life obsessively stalking all of my social media that allowed someone to do it. Easy to do when you live on permanent disability. Good luck. She went to Rock Valley College. It's funny they want more to go on. It's funny because they think I'm hiding stuff about Rose since she's underage. The only reason I haven't actually mentioned much about her is because I know it makes those retards dig harder. Okay, so let me do the Kiwi Farms thing too. God, I really hope in some way this this catfisher gets nailed for this. Okay, yeah. So this screenshot Dave provided from, however, it says, however, Kiwi Farms users began to suspect she might have been underage at the time. At the time, due to several red flags. These included leaker, quote, solo, claiming Rose was 17 when she exchanged sexual material with Destiny, Rose mentioning to Destiny that she was about to have her braces removed, and Solo stating that Destiny had repeatedly tried to fly her out for sex, which she refused, citing her parents as being, quote, too strict. These logs include Destiny sending and soliciting sexual videos, of a minor and repeatedly offering to fly her out to Miami for sex. According to Solo, she turned down these requests because her parents would not let her. So these logs include Destiny. This is just some screenshot of some claim that later was. This has not been demonstrated. Logs include Destiny sending sexual video of a minor and repeatedly offering to fly her out. Yeah, this person that said that they were 18 to Destiny. So the screenshot is substantially outdated by later sworn discovery in Doe v. Bonnell. It was built around the assumption that the person typing as Rose was the real young woman whose photos were being used. Her October 23rd, 2025 deposition materially undermined that premise. She testified that she never messaged or spoke with Bonnell and that an adult UK man, quote, Solo, was operating the Rose persona account. So the screenshot claim versus the current assessment. So Rose was 17 when she exchanged sexual material with Destiny is misleading as phrased. Solo claimed Solo made the claim that she was 17. Apparently, yes, but Solo is a badly impeached source. Oh man, they gotta someone has to hold this Solo person accountable. Rose told Destiny she was about to have braces removed. A message may say this, but it was Solo operating the persona, not verified testimony from the real Rose. Real Rose declined because her parents were too strict. That's not established. That explanation came through Solo's impersonation. Destiny directly solicited sexual videos from a 17-year-old girl. Not established. Destiny knowingly sent sexual videos to a minor. Not established. Explicit images / videos of the real Rose were apparently supplied through Solo to Bonnell. Her depositions supports an awareness of this, but we don't know about specific files. Check some. Okay. All right, back to this. Where are we? So the most, okay, we already did that. Okay, I think there was a question of doxing here, right?
Which qualifies as doxing. He was.
So was this doxing? This becomes partly definitional if by doxing you mean publicly disclosing or intentionally facilitating discovery of identifying information about a pseudonymous private person, then there's a strong case that his conduct was part of the doxing process. He posted photographs, identified the college, provided other educational clues, expressly said that they were for investigators to have, quote, more to go on, encouraged them with good luck. Kiwi Farms users subsequently identified the real woman. The real woman later described the consequences of her identity becoming public, but there is a useful distinction. Destiny supplied clues and encouraged the investigation, versus Kiwi Farms investigators performed the subsequent open source identification and published additional personal information. Both can contribute to a doxing episode without being identical acts. There is an important motive / context favorable to Destiny. He apparently did not know at this time that the real woman was an innocent identity theft victim. Remember the chronology. November 2024, the intimate material is leaked by Solo Tiny Leaks. May 2025, Destiny still apparently believes Rose was a genuine person connected to the account and potentially connected to whoever leaked his material. He therefore wants to identify her. October 23rd, 2025, the real woman is finally deposed. She reveals she never communicated with Destiny at all. Solo had impersonated her, so it would be unfair to describe his May conduct as, quote, Destiny knew this was an innocent trafficking / catfishing victim and deliberately sent Kiwi Farms after her anyway. That knowledge came later. His apparent perspective in May was, this person may be connected to the individual who leaked my private sexual material, and I want to find out who she is. That provides an intelligible motive. It doesn't automatically justify publicly crowdsourcing the identification of a private person, but it matters when evaluating his intent. Irks says, please investigate Kiwi Farms. Thank you so much for the super chat. Destiny and Kiwi Farms have history. Okay. I will take a look at that. Thank you very much for the super chat. All right. We'll check that now. Boy. All right. Guess we can listen to more here.
Wasn't even censoring her genitals when he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed
he did not have firm reason to believe that it was CSAM. That's not been demonstrated. Dave, you're talking like the CSAM thing is a fact here. Unbelievable. Kiwi Farms has had a long-running, overwhelmingly adversarial relationship with Destiny, but it is more complicated than Destiny versus Kiwi Farms because Destiny has also because Destiny has also read it, posted in his own thread there, used information originating there, and at particular moments shared an enemy with its users. For the Rose issue, that history matters a lot because Kiwi Farms was not the same neutral group of investigators Destiny innocently happened to crowdsource to. He knew for years that his dedicated Kiwi Farms thread was hostile, obsessive, and interested in identifying people around him. Kiwi Farms created a dedicated Destiny thread in 2017. Destiny says his dedicated Kiwi Farms thread began on May 17th, 2017. In his own 2022 retrospective, he described himself as a victim of Kiwi Farms harassment for 5 years and said the thread included attempts to identify / dox his wife, attempts to identify / dox his child's mother, accusations of pedophilia, numerous other allegations about his private life. He also noted that his own Kiwi Farms account had a reaction score of around minus 875, which is unusually negative and strongly indicates that the site's regular user base did not regard him as one of their own. That is unusually useful evidence because it comes from Destiny himself, not an anti-Destiny critic. The thread remains open hostile today. Destiny and Kiwi Farms owner Joshua Moon, quote, null, were also personally hostile. This is a very strong piece of evidence. In his 2022 manifesto, Destiny said Joshua Moon had stated that the world would be better with Destiny dead. He would not speak to Destiny. He wished Destiny would be, quote, set on fire. And Moon personally entered Destiny's thread to insult him. Destiny cited those examples specifically to rebut claims that Null has Destiny's back. So we can independently see some of that antagonism in archived Kiwi Farms pages. In August 2022, Moon entered Destiny's thread and argued directly with him over his relationships, insisting that the forum's derogatory label for Destiny was deserved. So we should reject Destiny and Kiwi Farms owners were allies / friends. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Holy fuck. Oops. Oh, there we go. Thought I closed the wrong. All right. What else?
That he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was, since he never verified her age because he didn't want to know.
Dave, he did verify her age. I've already been through the CSAM issue, Don. CSAM has not been demonstrated in this case.
No. Then in November 2024, we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend. Solo started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose.
Don, if you have counter evidence to that, please send it to me on Discord. But I mean, I adjudicated all of that, all the CSAM claims.
She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists and then leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? To the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even censoring her genitals when he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed that he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was.
Don says, can we not recognize, though, that while legally doesn't need an ID, morally should have demanded it? No, I don't think adults need to demand to see each other's IDs. No. No, I don't think that's the case. I think it's important that you verify the age of the person. And if at any point, as things move forward, whatever happens, if at any point you have any question that this person is underage, everything should stop and seek further verification. No, I don't think adults need to require IDs from each other. Someone says, you understand that that is the law to require an ID? Two consenting adults need to show each other IDs. Where do you think that is the law? I'm checking the entire United States of America.
Since he never verified her age because he didn't want to know. Then in November 2020,
Dave, he did verify her age. There's no general U.S. law requiring two consenting adults to show each other government ID before having sex, sexting, exchanging nude images, or otherwise engaging in ordinary private consensual sexual activity. Of course. Yeah. The person using, like, have you guys not listened to any of the fact checking I've been doing? I the chat is just full of trolls, I think, right now. So you need to be 18 in the United States. Federal law defines a minor as anyone under 18 for child sexual exploitation and CSAM laws. A 17-year-old may legally consent to sex in some states, but sexually explicit images of that same 17-year-old can still constitute CSAM under federal law. So, and the question in this case has been, is there any demonstration that C-SPAM has been distributed? We went through that in great detail, and the answer is no. That has not been demonstrated. It seems like I have to run through this again, so I guess I'll scroll all the way up. No, fuck it. Why am I'm not doing this again. You guys can go back in the video if you didn't follow. It'll all be included in the final report.
Before we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend. Solo started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose. She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists and then leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? Enter Pixie, aka Jane Doe from the lawsuit. She found out Destiny shared her pornography without explicit consent and was not pleased. He usually counters this with some song and dance about implied consent since she shared things with him, but it's bullshit. She had consent to share, he didn't. Cherry, Stasia, Abby MC, these are other women who were also exposed in the same revenge porn leak to Rose. Plenty of incriminating testimony here, all saying he did not have permission. Destiny non-consensually
So he's putting up the same graphic again. Number one is wrong. This hasn't been demonstrated that Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and received pornographic material from her as well. That has not been demonstrated. Shared CSAM on Discord in order to find the minor he desired for sex. That has not been demonstrated. Tried repeatedly to fly her to him for sex despite no confirmation of age. The repeatedly is overstated. He's putting up the same graphic. And there was a confirmation of age. We already demonstrated that. Destiny asked what the age was, and they confirmed that they were 18. So for anyone that keeps saying CSAM out there, anyone, please listen carefully. Here's the graphic claim, and then we'll do verdict. Quote, Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material. False regarding Pixie's video. It was consensually recorded. Was it sent to a minor? This was sent to an adult catfisher impersonating someone who said they were 18. The video of Pixie and Destiny. And received pornographic material from the catfish account that was said to be an 18-year-old. There is potentially material involving the real Rose that reached him through Solo, but this has not been verified. We know that it's a plausibility that material involving the real Rose went to Destiny, but we don't know what that material is. CSAM has not been demonstrated. Again, another claim. Shared CSAM on Discord to find the minor. That's not established. Destiny organized people to identify Rose. That's supported. Destiny supplied photos identifying clues. That's supported. Those search images were proven CSAM, not established. He organized the 2025 search because he still wanted sex with her, not established. So that's the information. This will be included in the report, okay?
Recorded some content and shared that and other content non-consensually.
Dave, just to do this one more time, you said Destiny sent non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a minor and received pornographic material from her as well. That has not been demonstrated. Shared CSAM on Discord in order to find the minor he desired for sex. Not been demonstrated. Tried repeatedly is overstated. He tried on occasions to fly her to him for what would probably include sex, despite no confirmation of age. He did confirm this person's age when they first started talking.
And when backlash hit, he and his
Destiny fabricated rape allegations to deflect. He's scared of the conversation because he wants to avoid confronting anyone about his serial abuse and rape of. And we have another thing to look at. I got to get through this today. I'm going to get this done. I just think it's really important to do this correct, and I feel like very few people give a shit about the actual truth here. Unbelievable.
loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are
I'm fact-checking that part right now.
Currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes.
Also check that.
They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn, no false allegations in my content. That and other content non-consensually.
Let's go back
and when
to what Dave
backlash
just
hit,
flashed there.
he and his loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect.
Notice how quickly Dave flashed that there? Like, what the fuck?
Some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was
So this says, furthermore, Rose's testimony also reveals that because A, she was aware of Bonnell being catfished through the, quote, imposter account, and that sexually explicit materials of her would be shared with Bonnell. Bonnell was making requests for explicit materials, and that materials were being shared in this manner and then at times shown to her. She was at least indirectly communicating with Bonnell. Interesting argument. Thus, the footnote stating that Bonnell was exchanging material with a minor is not incorrect. Well, I think it is incorrect based on the evidence. And Dave's taking this like plaintiff argument as gospel here. The fact that Solo acted as a go-between does not alter this assertion. Well, the plaintiff's calling him a go-between as opposed to a catfisher. Interesting. The fact remains that Bonnell requested explicit material of a minor. No, the evidence shows that he requested explicit material of someone who said they were 18. And really, this was a catfish who wasn't even this person. And that the minor provided it for him. The minor did not provide it for him. If they're talking about minor material that could have been sent to Destiny, provided it for him, that's what I would point to if I was judging this case. This was not provided for him. And he received it and viewed it. We can grant he received it and viewed it if this was in fact shared. But I believe this, what we're looking at here, is old news that got overturned once we understood that this was a catfish situation. But we'll take a look at it. Okay, we're looking at quite a few things here. Remember, Dave's original testimony was that he is currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor. That's still false, Dave. We're working on something different now. So also to do with something to remember with a case like this, if this actually does go to trial, a lot of stuff might be unveiled. So that's going to require us to update the material because we might not have access to all the available evidence at this time. So if there actually is something like at a later date, which is not verified now, something like CSAM comes to light and that's actually put into evidence, then we know it exists. This Destiny fabricated rape allegations to deflect claim by Dave. Destiny publicly accused JSTLK of serial abuse and rape of Cherry, even though we have not found a primary statement from Cherry herself accusing JSTLK of rape. But Destiny also did not originate the JSTLK grape Cherry characterization out of nowhere. In that June 7th tweet, versions of it were already circulating among other streamers / commentators. We shouldn't be saying things like that online unless we know damn well that is the case. Someone says CSAM is 100% established by Destiny. There's no way around it. Maybe he has established it. That is not part of the public record. What I care is what's been professionally adjudicated here. Because there's all kinds of bullshit, he said, she said, all kinds of crap related to this. And this is something that this case is being heard. It's going to go to trial. Then we'll have more information. So Dave also put something up that these 5 women have accused Destiny of sex crimes. Melina, Pixie, Cherry, Abby MC, and Stasia. So apparently not all 5, and we should not describe this graphic as 5 women credibly accusing Destiny of sex crimes. The evidentiary strength varies a lot. So let's look at Pixie. Destiny shared a consensually recorded sexual video of her without permission. This is strong, specific, legally serious accusation with substantial corroborating evidence, still unadjudicated. Cherry. Destiny allegedly recorded intimate audio during sex without her consent and distributed it without consent. He said she filed a police report. Oh, she said she filed a police report. Direct, specific first-person accusation, credible enough to investigate seriously, but not proven or adjudicated. Melina, alleged unauthorized sharing of sexually explicit material. Possible credible allegation, but the primary public statement we can verify is vague, weaker than Pixie and Cherry. Stasia allegedly said Destiny shared sexually explicit videos of her without consent, referenced in a sworn federal complaint, but we have not recovered a strong primary statement from her. We can hold this until stronger characterization. Abby MC says Destiny sent her sexual videos involving other women, including allegedly Pixie, potential witness to another woman's NCII claim, not herself a victim, accusing him of sex crime. Okay. So the Pixie case is by far the strongest case. There are some other claims related. Stasia allegedly said Destiny shared sexually explicit videos. Abby MC says Destiny sent her sexual videos involving other women. I mean, people can investigate it to see if there's any fire there. Wait, what was that again? So just related to that graphic of these 5 women have made credible claims against Destiny. So, or sorry, Dave said 5 women have accused Destiny of sex crimes against them. At least 2 women, Pixie and Cherry, have made specific and serious first-person allegations that Destiny non-consensually distributed and or recorded intimate sexual material. Pixie's claim is currently the subject of active federal civil litigation, and Cherry said she filed a police report. Pixie's complaint, there's no verification of the police report, but she said she filed it. Pixie's complaint additionally states on information and belief that Melina and Stasia publicly made similar unauthorized distribution allegations, but the primary public evidence for those 2 is substantially weaker. Abby MC is not principally an alleged victim. She is a disputed witness. So Dave added Abby MC. Okay. I guess, yeah, these are people who have accused Destiny of sex. Okay. Abby MC is not particularly an alleged victim. She is a disputed witness who says Destiny sent her intimate videos involving other women. None of these allegations on the evidence presently available constitutes a proven rape or sexual assault finding, and no criminal conviction has resulted. Okay, now let's look at what Dave cherry picked here from the court case. So the documents are real federal court filings that Dave is sharing here. And the highlighted passage really does contain a serious allegation by Pixie's lawyers that Bonnell indirectly exchanged sexually explicit material with a person who was under 18. But that is not what the lawsuit is actually suing him for. Dave, it is not a finding by the judge, and it emerged as a collateral dispute in Rule 11 sanctions briefing after discovery revealed that the quote Rose account was actually operated by an adult male catfisher. So, screenshot 1, what it actually is: plaintiff's opposition to Bonnell's Rule 11 sanctions motion, ECF 185. Evidentiary status, argument by Pixie's lawyers citing Rose's deposition. Screenshot 2, plaintiff Jane Doe's own Rule 11 sanctions motion, ECF 186. Pixie asks the court to sanction Bonnell and his lawyers for filing their sanctions motion. Bonnell's preceding motion, ECF 183, defendant's Rule 11 sanctions motion. Bonnell argues Pixie's lawyers falsely told the court he exchanged pornography with a minor. Court disposition, ECF 240, April 21st, 2026. Judge denied both sides' Rule 11 sanctions motions without prejudice. The April 21st order is especially important. The judge did not adopt either side's account as established fact. Both ECF 183 and ECF 186 were denied without prejudice. So, again, Dave, what the actual lawsuit is about, Doe v. Bonnell, number 125-CV-20757, is a civil, non-consensual, intimate image lawsuit brought by Pixie/Jane Doe. The central allegation is Bonnell consensually recorded an intimate encounter with Pixie and later sent one of those intimate videos to the other online account known as Rose without Pixie's consent to the distribution. The complaint invokes the federal intimate image statute, 15 U.S.C. 6851, Florida sexual cyber harassment law, invasion of privacy, intentional infliction of emotional distress. The plaintiff seeks damages for distribution of Pixie's material. Therefore, quote, Destiny is being sued for sharing nudes of a minor is false as a description of the cause of action. He is not being sued by Rose. There is no count in this lawsuit charging with possession of CSAM, solicitation of CSAM, transmitting CSAM, sexting a minor. What Dave is citing are some claims from the plaintiff's lawyers. And it is a civil case, not a criminal prosecution. The minor issue became a collateral factual/evidentiary dispute inside the Pixie litigation.
Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn.
Exchanging pornographic material with a minor. That's what Dave just said. Exchanging pornographic material with a minor. You said he was sharing nudes of a minor in your first video, Dave. Sorry, Dave. It is false. Proven true? Proven true in court of law? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, Dave is not this simple-minded. He thinks that what he was citing was proven true in a court of law? Oh my goodness. This is wild, Dave. How could you believe, with at the stage this case is at, that this has been proven true in the court of law? That is absolutely insane. That's absolutely insane. One more time. This is insane. There's an emotional knee-jerk reaction within me that wants to say Dave has to be trolling. Proven true in a court of law. Sorry, Pangburn. Slash out false. What? So again, the 2 documents that Dave provided before he thought he made a slam dunk here. Screenshot 1 was plaintiff's opposition to Bonnell's Rule 11 sanctions motion, ECF 185. Argument by Pixie's lawyers citing Rose's deposition. Screenshot 2 was plaintiff Jane Doe's own Rule 11 sanctions motion, ECF 186. Pixie asks the court to sanction Bonnell and his lawyers for filing their sanctions motion. Bonnell's preceding motion, ECF 183, defendant's Rule 11 sanctions motion. Bonnell argues Pixie's lawyers falsely told the court he exchanged pornography with a minor. Court disposition. ECF 240, April 21st, 2026. Judge denied both sides Rule 11 sanctions motions without prejudice. April 21st, the April 21st order is especially important. The judge did not adopt either side's account as established fact. Dave says, proven in court of law. What in the actual F? Unbelievable.
No false allegations in my content. So what about Rose's
Okay, Dave.
boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it. But what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police.
If Dave is saying this has been proven in the court of law about the proposition that Destiny knowingly exchanged sexually explicit material with a minor, that is false. Dave converts a litigant's allegation and disputed deposition evidence into a judicial finding. Pixie's lawyers argue that sexually explicit material involving the real underage Rose, passed through adult catfisher Solo between Rose and Bonnell. Bonnell disputes that characterization, emphasizing that Solo operated the account and represented the person as an adult. No judge or jury has found that Bonnell knowingly exchanged CSAM with a minor. And the ongoing civil lawsuit is principally about the alleged unauthorized distribution of Pixie's intimate video, not a criminal CSAM charge.
Police, despite having.
Actually, I've been thinking this over. I would like to see the police look into this, if for no other reason than he could be exploiting other girls. Only one of us can make that happen. Want redemption, Stephen? Go to the police tomorrow and give them everything you have. I have nothing to give to them, remember? The only reason they even found the Rose person was because I posted the pics in chat to bait them into looking. Seems pretty stupid to do that if I thought she was 17, huh? Wonder if any of them will spend even half of the effort looking for the child sex trafficker.
Proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it.
What is Dave saying about this?
But what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it.
Proof that he solicited a minor?
He already had a...
Dave, you've been so incredibly debunked in this video, it's unbelievable. This is like, again, flat earth, anti-vax level, anti-science.
year-long head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois minor being trafficked by Solo, who coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny and then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to
I feel like Dave really rushed this part of the video.
him. Now, another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Why did you have can't answer the question? He can't have
audio record.
Yeah, keep pivoting. Keep pivoting. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions.
Okay, this is interesting. So, go back and listen to this.
I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case.
Okay. So, it does sound like Destiny is confirming there that, at least from his perspective, that CSAM does exist. Let's go back one more time.
Do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
as soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing.
So Destiny claims in this video, add this to the record, that Destiny claims in this video that hold. So now we have, according to Destiny, in this podcast, that he was holding on to this material. I assume he was holding on to this for legal purposes. So we have a piece of testimonial evidence now that we should add to the record. Now, this doesn't change what's in the public court record. This still needs to be adjudicated, verified to actually be what Destiny thinks it is. I mean, I think he's holding on to it for legal purposes, I would assume. Someone saying, I heard from Destiny that he kept it because he wasn't sure if it was CSAM, and if it were, he couldn't erase it. Yeah, so let's say this is a real statement from Destiny that has been interpreted this way, but we should not phrase it as Destiny admitted he was holding on to pornography of a 17-year-old for legal purposes. The wording goes one evidentiary step beyond what we can presently verify. The strongest verified version is Destiny acknowledged preserving a copy of Rose-related communications material after the lawsuit began and invoked evidence preservation / legal reasons. He later denied that the material he retained included actual CSAM. Oh, he later denied that the material he retained included actual CSAM, saying he retained messages / screenshots rather than the alleged cache of explicit videos. That distinction is crucial. What Destiny definitely acknowledged in private messages later published by Willie Mac, Willie apparently asked whether Destiny still had the relevant video / material. Destiny answered, depends on why you're asking. But yes, I created a copy of all our messages and everything when the court case started. That exchange was sufficiently concerning that Willie Mac reported it. That exchange was sufficiently concerning that Willie Mac reported it to the police. So Destiny acknowledged deliberately preserving Rose-related material after the litigation began. And the reason he gave was connected to the litigation / evidence preservation problem. That part isn't invented. But did he admit the preserved copy contained the actual explicit videos of the 17-year-old? That is not established from the statement above. The problem is the word everything taken in isolation, and especially when answering a question about a video, it sounds potentially broad, but Destiny subsequently publicly denied having actual CSAM on his computer and said what he retained was screenshots of conversations, messages, and reportedly a screenshot of the alleged content folder, rather than the alleged 60 gigabyte collection of videos. So there are conflicting interpretations of his own wording. Willie Mack's interpretation is, you just admitted you preserved the videos / material, including potentially illegal material. Destiny's interpretation, I preserved the evidentiary record relevant to the litigation. I did not preserve actual CSAM files. Those are materially different. I have not located an admission. We have not been able to locate an admission from Destiny saying something as explicit as, yes, I currently have sexually explicit videos depicting Rose when she was 17, saved on my hard drive. Without that, Dave should not silently convert, quote, preserved everything / messages into admitted possession of child pornography. There's another verified discussion that's useful. In his May 14th, 2026 discussion with Willie Mack, Destiny openly acknowledged the post-discovery version of the Rose story. He described Solo as an adult British man who was running accounts using pictures of his 17-year-old girlfriend and catfishing Destiny and other men. Destiny also said that after the lawsuit began, he went back through his logs and discovered that he had apparently never actually spoken to Rose in an audio call. So by 2026, there is no dispute that Destiny himself publicly understood the real woman had been 17 during at least part of the catfishing period. The question is what specific files he retained after learning that. If he really did retain actual CSAM, quote, for legal purposes, would that automatically be lawful? No. This is another important correction. There is not a general federal exception saying, quote, you can possess child pornography as long as you're keeping it because of a lawsuit. Federal law criminalizes knowing possession of qualifying CSAM under 18 USC 2252A. Congress created a very specific affirmative defense for accidental / minimal possession. It requires fewer than 3 images and prompt good faith action without retaining copies, either destroying them or reporting them to law enforcement and giving law enforcement access. Notice what isn't listed. Quote, keep them indefinitely yourself because they may be useful in a civil litigation. So if actual CSAM were knowingly being retained privately after its status became known, merely saying, quote, evidence preservation would not obviously provide a defense. Federal evidence law actually illustrates the opposite approach. When genuine CSAM is evidence in a federal criminal case, Congress specifically requires that it remain in the care, custody, and control of either the government or the court. Even defense lawyers and experts normally inspect it at a government facility rather than receiving copies. 18 USC 3509M. That statute concerns criminal proceedings, so it doesn't directly govern Destiny's civil lawsuit, but it demonstrates the general legal principle. Quote, its evidence does not ordinarily mean a private litigant gets unlimited permission to maintain copies of CSAM on a personal device. If potentially illegal material becomes relevant to litigation, competent counsel can arrange preservation through appropriate legal / law enforcement channels. And we still don't know what the files at issue legally qualify as CSAM. This is what we've been talking about this whole bloody time. Another distinction Dave needs to preserve. Quote, pornography of a 17-year-old can be shorthand, but legally we need to know, was Rose actually under 18 when the particular file was created? Did the file depict sexually explicit conduct within the federal statutory definition? Did Destiny actually possess the specific file? When did he learn the depicted person's actual age? What did he do after learning it? We don't presently have a judicial file-by-file determination answering those questions. So Rose was 17 during part of 2022 does not automatically mean every explicit-looking file associated with Rose's persona was CSAM. What about Destiny saying he needed to preserve it because deleting it could be evidence tampering? There's a legitimate legal concept underneath that concern. Once litigation is pending or reasonably anticipated, parties generally have a duty to preserve relevant evidence. Destroying relevant evidence can lead to spoliation sanctions. Indeed, Doe v. Bonnell itself has developed a substantial spoliation dispute. So this isn't an imaginary concern. But if evidence might itself constitute contraband, the proper solution is not necessarily, quote, keep the contraband on your PC. The legally cautious approach would normally be contact lawyer, contact appropriate authority / court if necessary, preserve evidence in a lawful, controlled manner. And DOJ expressly tells people encountering suspected CSAM to report it to law enforcement / NCMEC. So the two duties need to be reconciled, not treated as though one automatically cancels the other. Okay. So, one more time for the publication safe record. Destiny acknowledged preserving a copy of Rose-related communications / material after litigation began and cited evidentiary / legal reasons for doing so. His wording to Willie Mack, I created a copy of all of our messages and everything, reasonably generated concern, particularly because Destiny later acknowledged that the real woman whose identity Solo used was 17 during part of the relevant period. However, Destiny subsequently denied retaining actual CSAM and said he had preserved messages / screenshots rather than the alleged cache of explicit videos. No court or law enforcement finding currently establishes that the retained files constituted CSAM. Moreover, if actual known CSAM had been retained privately, a generic litigation preservation purpose would not itself create a blanket federal defense. U.S. law provides much narrower procedures for contraband evidence. Now I'm very interested to see is the catfish being charged or pursued for distribution of this material? If it turns out to be CSAM. Oh, fuck, this is a lot of information to go through. What are we at? 7 hours? 8 hours, Jesus. Fucking track that guy down, this catfish. Possibly distributing CSAM, but impersonating someone using a 17-year-old's pictures. And the fuck is wrong with this person? As of August 25th, I cannot find any public evidence that Solo, the adult catfisher who operated the fake Rose account, has been criminally charged, arrested, or sued as a defendant over the leak. Okay. So is everyone still up to date on the CSAM thing? CSAM has not been demonstrated in this case. Not even, it hasn't been demonstrated that Destiny ever had CSAM.
thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor, when every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that is prudent for me?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So, now the
Solo's identity has been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a sanctions hearing for spoliation on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his discovery on a civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo, Abby MC, and so forth.
All of this, Dave has become... Dave completely lacks credibility with regards to the Israel-Palestine issue, with regards to the Destiny issue. He created some goofy caricature of me in the parts he brought up regarding me in this video, and engaged in a massive amount of dishonesty, not pointing people towards my actual final report with regards to all the misinformation in Dave's original video. How much time is left in this video? If anything is missed in my step-by-step walkthrough of this information, all of those things will be identified and corrected in the version 2 report that we release. I'm hoping to get it out tomorrow. What up, Matt? Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Dave saying a deposition proves anything is infantile and delusional. Yes, correct. Even if a verdict were to go against Destiny, it only means the plaintiff had met their burden of proof to the claims, not any specific witness statement. Yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that.
Destiny claims he archived them all just in case, but refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groyper husband threatening Destiny over an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it, a former Destiny pal named Connor.
He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me and said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in role play scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step parents, step family, and they role played molesting their kids.
So let's go back to where we covered this. Let's go back up to Brit. That was a while back. It's insanity. This video is insane. It's an insane video. And there is a lot of material there for a defamation suit. Okay, so what this guy just said. Public discussions substantially corroborate that Destiny engaged in at least one sexting interaction with a married woman referred to as Brit. Circulated material attributed to Britt describes the interaction as, quote, pretty taboo age play, and reportedly saw no messages from Destiny soliciting or responding to those photographs. The available screenshots do not establish that the photographs were sexual, that Destiny requested them, or that the adults' role play specifically involved fantasies of molesting Britt's actual children. Moreover, the ex-husband, who supplied counterpoints with some of the more severe details, reportedly later admitted that he had not seen the roleplay logs and had exaggerated or fabricated portions of what he told counterpoints. It's highly plausible that this role play that includes molesting their children came from this ex-husband and his admitted, exaggerated, or fabricated portions of what he told counterpoint. Until the original role play messages are authenticated, the claim of, quote, molestation fantasies involving children should be classified as unestablished. So, perhaps Dave, due to his just awful ability to do proper research on these cases, on these things, perhaps he didn't look to the fact that this ex-husband who supplied counterpoints with some of their more severe details later admitted that he had not seen the role play logs and had exaggerated or fabricated portions of what he told counterpoints. Wouldn't that cause someone who has a functioning skeptical mechanism to be like, maybe I should look to see if these claims that this guy is saying in this video have actually been verified? But I don't think that would serve the kind of negativity bias narrative Dave is trying to spin here.
Then they also pretended to be the kids themselves. So they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that. Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter role play and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives, I confronted Destiny and I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are...
So nothing was mentioned about this child molestation age play.
Drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes.
But Destiny didn't like this bizarre activity leaking.
So nothing there, which Dave presented like this was the smoking gun. Nothing talked about this child molestation claim that, again, like if Dave did proper research, it should have signaled to him that there seems to be something wrong with that claim.
So he framed his friend Connor as the villain for reporting potential child abuse to the authorities. And
making jokes because you did something gross and indefensible, it's not funny, it's sad. I didn't want to say anything, guys, but the reason Connor is freaking out so much right now over this is because he was the one trying to do age play by sending me pictures of his children. I know it's tough, but you can't get sucked into this kind of, and it's hard. I mean, Destiny's got, it seems like there's so many people attacking him about these different things. And by the way, we've been going through the fact check thoroughly here. There is so much smoke here, so much smoke, thick black smoke. Where's the actual fire? There is a court case right now. It's nothing like Dave Farina describes it. But I think the wise thing to do in situations like this is to not allow people to pull you down to their level of engaging in this kind of belligerent attacking, even if they're doing it. I think that follows a more eye for an eye morality model. I think the best thing is to maximize well-being for yourself and those around you. If people are making false claims about you, you can address those claims, attack the claims, address the claims, but let's not attack each other. I think that's the good thing.
And in retaliation, Destiny posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending him CSAM. Every accusation is a confession, just like Israel, huh? To get a sense of how Destiny reacts to shit like this in general, here he is publicly advocating for doxing people when his behavior is exposed.
I expect the behavior from Kiwi Farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that will always exist, but it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on info over there and then have it spread into the other world. That's just wild to me, but you know.
Here's Destiny publicly celebrating the death of someone's father while dropping his real name just because he dared to expose Destiny.
I want to go back to that one. Sorry, went a little too far.
Posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending death of someone's father while dropping his
Terrence Moise Hansen, obituary. Geez, rough year for Chad Hansen, aka the fat and abusive kick streamer. His dad died around the same time last year, and he had his ex forcibly committed for threatening suicide. Yeah, this isn't the good life. This isn't the good righteous posture from Destiny here. Don't engage in shit like this. This isn't the way.
His real name just because he dared to expose Destiny. Plenty of other admissions of him intentionally doxing and harassing absolutely anyone who mentions his court case or any of his shady behavior, bragging about how easily he...
Why would he tread so lightly? He's 100% on it, but if she was a legitimate minor, I'm probably done. I can sweep and meme my way through basically anything, even though some of it is really shitty. Why would he feed so lightly on this if he's 100% on it? But if she was a legitimate minor, I'm probably done. I can sweep the meme my way through basically I can sweep and meme my way basically through anything, even though some of it is really shitty. Yeah, I mean, Destiny at this point seemed down and said if she was legitimately a minor, I'm probably done. But the contemporaneous record paints a much different story than this, this message. I don't even know where this is from, Discord or something, what this depicts.
he can get away with it, even though it's really shitty. If she was legit a minor, I'm probably done. Indeed you are, Steven. And still, Destiny's loser cult never ceases to
How mad will the haters be when this drama blows over and people still prefer Destiny to them? Not even CP can do it. I think that's a joke.
show up for him. The haters are so mad that we know about all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was the time that he tried to get...
Grotesque. Dave, this video, this might even be worse than your first video. I think you're going to shit when you see my report. I thought in the Israel-Palestine stuff, you were kind of being a little more careful. And when I look at the initial report after we finally get through this, it seemed like you had cleaned up. I think the report said, let's take a look. Your 5 major concessions. What were the 5 major concessions you made? See if we can find them on here. There's anti-Semitism in this video. Is it these? Oh, major corrections and upgrades in Farina's favor. Farina objects that he said Ashkenazi Jews were largely European, not simply European, and that DNA testing is tightly regulated rather than simply banned. Dave was correct on the quote fidelity. He was correct on that finding. But the underlying concealment claim remains unsupported. So that's the thing. Dave was able to identify where my first initial fact check of his video made 2 errors, 2 word errors that Dave was able to identify. But again, that was before I did the actual full analysis streams and then provided the data after those streams that Dave, for the most part, avoided for this video. But that discovery did not change the underlying concealment claim. A peer-reviewed 2026 population survey estimated roughly 75,200 violent deaths during the first 15 months of the war, compared with a substantially lower administrative count at the time, plus an estimated 16,300 non-violent. Okay, before we go through this, I'll leave this up on the screen if people want to keep looking at it. Let's get through this video. Holy smokes.
Someone deported by ICE. Apparently, it's possible that Pixie's wife was a green card marriage. Here he is talking about it in his chat room and also outing her by full name on Twitter, which I blacked out. He's doing this because she screamed at him in a condo lobby one time for obvious reasons, and he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions on how to get her deported by ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like, Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude. Fucking Dan, that's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy. And the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews. You do.
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny, especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely...
I need to go back and listen to that.
One time for obvious reasons, and he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions on how to get her deported by ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
He is. Myron Gaines is a racist and an anti-Semite. That is true. But what's the context of this conversation?
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are. Like,
You
in practice,
do,
probably gonna
dude. Fucking Dan.
Yeah, like I think Destiny is not a fan of anti-Semitism, right? He cares about anti-Semitism. But what's the context of this conversation? That's what I want to understand.
That's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy. And the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews.
The evidence is overwhelming that Destiny cares about anti-Semitism and he fights against anti-Semitism. So there's something strange about the context here. Find out. Okay, let's try and get the context from that.
Jews, you do.
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny.
Yeah, it does. Come on, Dave. You're using that anecdote. That is propaganda. Where you take that one clip and then you're like, get that? What about the overwhelming evidence of Destiny challenging anti-Semitism all around the world, including your anti-Semitism?
Especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely legal neo-Nazis around with him on tour for sex. That's how much he actually cares about anti-Semitism. Because nothing actually matters to a sociopath like him except his fetishes and petty grievances. That's why he attacks people like me or Hassan for imaginary anti-Semitism instead.
Imaginary anti-Semitism? Dave, I demonstrated a whole buttload of anti-Semitism in your video titled Destiny Loves Genocide. And I've recently demonstrated that Hassan Piker is actually an anti-Semite. The pattern is strong enough with his anti-Semitism to label him an actual anti-Semite. Now that pattern can change. That video exists on the channel here. By the way, if anyone's interested in seeing that, the report related to that video exists at pang-burn.com/analysis. Okay, let's try and get some context of this Pisco clip that was used. What Destiny actually says at about 3 minutes, 35 seconds, Destiny reads an email from someone who had compared traditional far-right anti-Semitic conspiracy theories with rhetoric found among some extreme anti-Zionists. He goes through examples such as neo-Nazi Jews secretly okay, what do you say? Destiny then concludes that the patterns really does like map one-to-one, and immediately follows it sarcastically with, it's all good, who cares, they're all Jews. That is sarcasm. Wait a second here. Where's that actual link? I need the link. Need the link to this video. Got to do it right.
Real classy. And how does Destiny feel about all this disgusting sociopathic behavior? If you ask him, he claims he's unimpeachable.
I feel like I'm largely immune from any big cancellations. Unless like fucking battle.net logs get leaked to me from like 20 years ago or something.
Full episode, Pods Beam with transcript. Let's see what I can find here. Oh, okay. So what time? What time? I need to find the Myron Gaines part. When is Myron Gaines brought up? Bathroom break. All right. Six minutes and 4 seconds around there. Let's take a look.
Like, sort of slop like that. The reason none of that is helpful is because, again, just like all sorts of evidence for Hassan Piker's anti-Semitism is deflated by the countervailing hypothesis of anti-Zionism, there's a countervailing hypothesis that very easily explains all of the exonerating evidence.
Plausible deniability.
Which is self-serving behavior. Yeah. What would be helpful, so all that stuff is not helpful. What would be helpful, and I'll give you an example, when it's not self-serving. As an example, if Hassan Piker right now were to stand up and be like, I condemn Anna Kasparian for her anti-Semitism. Like someone who he's close with, someone who would hurt him a bit. It would be tough for him to do that. Someone he has a good, close relationship with and is aligned politically with. If he were to condemn her anti-Semitism, that would be evidence. That would be helpful countervailing evidence for me. I would be like, maybe I should maybe that decreases my credence. Okay, that's the sort of evidence that would be
not
helpful.
Not Fuentes, and not like Trump, not like these
no, because that's self-serving again. Well, yeah.
Okay, this is the wrong video. Oh, that's not it misidentified. The video. God. Dave just doesn't provide any information. Clips he uses. Well, we'll see if we can find that later.
So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not typically worried about that. I just don't do much to get canceled, other than I have like edgy opinions sometimes. But the way that I live, like my private life and my professional life, are all pretty above board. Like I'm a pretty good person. I pay my taxes. I don't cheat on any of that shit. I take care of all my paperwork. I do. Yeah, like I think for the most part, I'm pretty unimpeachable as a person.
And with his political canvassing operation Digital Ground Game running damage control for him, messaging people and whitewashing all the shit he's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible, Hassan sure noticed. And that's probably the end of this saga for me. I have absolutely no intention of being dragged into the cesspool that is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging, as this would be a fruitless distraction from my science communication. And honestly, combing through all this stupid drama, he said this, she said that, I sent this, they posted that.
Dave, you've done a really bad job of combing through this drama. Maybe use a more fine-tooth comb next time. You've been spreading tons of misinformation, a buttload of anti-Semitism, and a plethora of propaganda. From the moment you dropped the Destiny Loves Genocide video to now, in this reaction video. And the data will show that.
It nearly made my fucking head explode. Who lives like this every day? I've never felt so old as I did putting together this last section, and I hope to never have to do anything like that again. Reading esoteric primary literature on astrophysics is way more forgiving. The point is that Destiny made a clickbait video pretending to expose me as a Jew-hating Nazi, so I clapped back to expose his slander and make the case for Israel's genocide. He made a limp dick response, sent the troll army after me, and Pangburn went off the fucking deep end, filleting AI for 50 hours to do damage control for his prized pig.
Whatever you say, Dave. The data doesn't lie. It's there for people who want to learn the actual facts related to Israel-Palestine and learn about what you got dead wrong. 85 non-factual errors in your original video. And you got hardcore butthurt because I was exposing your misinformation. And you did a really bad job at trying to convince people that you actually dealt with my actual fact checking. I don't think you convinced anyone of that.
Desperately trying to smear me, even though he has nothing but fake accusations of anti-Semitism, while Destiny is a sexual predator and genocide apologist, who Pangburn will now be judged very harshly for platforming, with all the facts out in the open. So I gave you this one to mock both of them for all this activity, and I'm out. I have way more important things to do. But once again, for the...
Do you? Like go and read some beginner level books on political science? Are you not the guy that just said in this video, states don't have rights? Isn't that you who said that, Dave?
Record, I did not start this shit. I rarely do. Even when I do start things, I'm always super charitable at first. James Tour, Sabina Hassenfelder, my first videos poking those figures were incredibly forgiving. It's when they react like toddlers that I go full Hulk. This wasn't even that. Destiny...
Dave, if you're going to make the infantile reference, like, do you honestly think an honest jury of our peers, unbiased, would find my approach to be the infantile approach to your work? Or would they look at your approach, like the monkey feces flinging, name calling, misinformation, anti-Semitism? Wouldn't that be more indicative of infantile behavior? I think so.
Destiny was not on my radar. I've vaguely known about his Zionism for a while. I didn't say anything. Then I noticed he did a reaction video to my Danny Jones appearance.
There's a whole genocide happening over here that no one is talking about, and you'll never know about it because it's not on the
This
news.
is the reason why Dave hates me, is because he's obsessed with the Israel-Gaza thing, which is funny because he commits all the same errors when it comes to Israel-Palestine as he sees other people doing with the vaccine shit, but that's okay.
Still, I let this one bullshit comment slide since he was joining me in mocking Danny's supplement shilling and incompetence. And at that time, I still thought he deserved points for his anti-MAGA efforts. But then he throws this shit out there, calling me a Jew-hating Nazi, and then dispatching his troll army to attack me as though there wouldn't be consequences? It's like, do people somehow still not know who I am and how I do? When you fuck around, you find out. He poked the hornet's nest twice now, and this is what you get. You get your pitchfork-toting mob sprayed down with a power hose, and your house of cards set on fire. Destiny thought he could run cover for Israel as a backup plan for getting exposed as a sex pest, and both threads are unraveling simultaneously. His Israel apologetics have become totally indefensible, and his revolting predatory behavior is finally having legitimate real-world consequences. He has nowhere left to run. He could come clean and admit that this is genocide and start telling the truth about Israel, but that's the thing about sexual predators. They always protect themselves first. As for Destiny's pathetic cult members, the brigading troll army, the cockroach party, it's your turn to listen up. What I've done to your dear leader is quite devastating. I'm not the first to expose all of this, but it's now all in one convenient location for an entirely new audience to see what a worthless piece of shit your hero is. You mindless lemmings who dox, threaten, harass into oblivion anyone who dares shine a spotlight on the spineless pervert you've been trained to insulate. You, who have already desperately tried to get my channel terminated on the grounds of imaginary terrorism, like pathetic little babies, I can feel the rage towards me bubbling inside you. Your instinct will be to target me even more directly, puffing up your little boy chests and doing anything you can to ruin my life.
Free Destiny. Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II. Hey, Frogan! Free Destiny, motherfucker! Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II! He did nothing wrong! And you kick that shirt? No. I just did. Oh, and you did nothing, pussy. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Hey, don't come at me, bro. You're gonna do something. Don't touch me. What you gonna do?
Who is this psycho in this video?
Fucking retard, kill yourself.
Listen, I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna play around and troll you. I will do a one-way trip to your house, and I will knock on your door with my stream right outside, and I will.
What the fuck?
Bang, bang, bang until you answer. Keep fucking with me, and we'll see what happens. That's a
Who's this other guy in the background?
threat.
That's Agent Darnell right there. You don't want to fuck with him.
Yeah, this little asshole named Darius is a whole other rabbit hole, and if you think he's the only Destiny worshipper who's like this, you'd be dead wrong. But know this, tough little children, if you show up at my house, if you come near my wife and kids, if you put any of us at risk for a single second, I will destroy you. Real-world consequences will arrive for you at lightning speed if you do absolutely anything beyond acting like a little bitch in the comments section, which you're welcome to do to boost
That's kind of a cute troll image.
my content in the algorithm. So think long and hard about how badly you need to continue acting like disposable pawns for your sex pest cult leader who doesn't give two shits about you. And finally, the American-Israeli war machine, which was the impetus for all this. Like I outlined in my previous video, the genocide, the Orwellian surveillance, never forget that this is all one thing. Zionism is the oligarchy. Weapons manufacturers testing new toys on Gazans to market them as battle-tested for global export. Real estate moguls planning luxury resorts and high-rises on the ashes of slaughtered children in New Gaza. Palantir mass surveillance tech being used on both Gazans and American citizens for techno-fascist billionaires that are actively planning to tank the global economy and replace federal governments with independent corporate-owned and operated dystopian city-states.
All of that will be fact-checked in the report. I'm just letting this last bit play out.
The moral failure of Zionism and the genocide of Palestinians we are witnessing in real time is inextricably linked to this last gasp of predatory capitalism, as the unquenchable thirst for profits finally consumes every last institution, gutting and privatizing every last public service, destroying entire democracies and ecosystems in an effort to maintain untenable short-term gains. This is the real existential fight. Everything else is a distraction, including Destiny's weird-ass sex stuff, so I'm gonna get back to my efforts now. So that's it for Destiny and Pangburn. May their reputations continue to suffer appropriately. I guess some people just never learn. And with that, it's back to debunking all the anti-science propaganda peddling frauds from every corner of the internet to every corner of Trump's cabinet, since that's what we're all here for. Until next time.
All right, we made it through.
Hey everyone, it's
Okay. So our initial report for this video shows a very strong propaganda structure again. The same issues: factual distortion, certainty inflation, selective omission, emotional dehumanizing loading, etc. This is the anti-Semitism analysis from this new video. We see, quote, moral Jews being invoked. Jews who reject the response structure, Jews who reject Zionism are rhetorically elevated as the morally correct Jews. Strong identity policing concern. This sorts Jewish moral legitimacy according to a political stance toward Zionism. JDA/Nexus concerns about requiring Jews, because they are Jewish, to take the correct Israel/Zionism position. So there's anti-Semitic concerns there. Lion's share of anti-Semitism, again, Zionism/Israel is assigned primarily causal responsibility for global anti-Semitism because people react to Israeli conduct and misdirect anger at Jews. This is an unsupported victim-blaming risk. Israeli conduct can affect contemporary incidents, but no global causal decomposition justifies, quote, lion's share of anti-Semitism. Lion's share of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism long predates modern Zionism. This is a historical causal distortion. This is Nexus JDA victim blaming concerns with regards to anti-Semitism. He did the genetic delegitimization again. Jews are described as largely European, and a genetic testing regulatory regime is interpreted as a concealment mechanism. High concern. Population genetics discussion is not inherently anti-Semitic. The concern arises from racialized political delegitimization plus a hidden motive theory without evidence. So this is racialization/biological essentialism and conspiracy structure. Across Nexus, JDA, and IHRA, this will be considered anti-Semitism. We have the Nazi equivalent stuff. We still have the detailed response fact ledger and rebuttal ledger. Yeah, Dave is still like equating damage with demolished. Dave says states do not have rights. Dave says hundreds killed by Israeli friendly fire. That's unsupported, exaggerated. So now, version 2 of this report will be compiled. It will include everything, every single claim made, all the hard work we have done going through all of the video together and fact checking all of it. And anything that is missed will be will also be identified and sorted out. We've been going for 9 hours. I want to thank all of you who have stuck it out here with me. I really appreciate that. I think we got a lot of important work done today. And the data report we run is going to show all of the information, including all of the issues we've outlined in these live streams. Now you're going to see a bunch of content dropping. These will be isolated important moments from these long live streams. So hopefully you'll check those videos out and share them around. That would be great. And yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Please make sure to drop a like if you haven't yet on the way out. And also please make sure you're out there maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health for yourself and those around you.